Join us in just a few moments' time when we go live at the Nürburgring in Germany for DGFX Racing's World Endurance Championship, powered by SimExperience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round number 2 of the DGFX Racing World Endurance Championship, powered by SimExperience, here from the famous Nürburgring in Germany. No, we're not racing on the Grand Prix track, we're here today on the Nordschleife. And this is going to be an absolutely incredible 6 hours we have today. Rachel Wyford joined by Jimmy Broadbent and Alvin Nieves as we bring you the coverage from today's race. Qualifying is in the books, and we're going to go through that for you now as the cars will get ready for the short pace lap and the start of the race. Starting on pole position today in your prototype field, Fusion Racing with a time of 7 minutes 18.675. Second place is Team Vikings Mjolnir, and third place Torque Freak Racing Sunset. Fourth place is German Sim Racing.de with the 151 machine, and AOD Racing's prototype in 5th. Down in your GT category, Road Bar Stewards Black lead the way with a 8 minute 8.396. AOD Racing GT in second place, Team Viking Midgard with them also German Sim Racing DE's 305 and Graphite Racing in 5th. Down in your Porsche category, Vendaval Sim Racing White 8 minutes 18.972. Blackstar Racing GTC, Sim RC.de Strawberry, Team Bush Freak Racing Red, Blackadder Motorsports, number 69 car in 5th. Well, we're going to have cycle through now as we have the always lengthy cooldown, Jimmy, from qualifying here at the Nürburgring. About 10 minutes for us to talk before the start of this race, and the Nürburgring always brings its own challenges. In fact, no, we're not going to go to Jimmy first, we're going to go to Alvin, who is a regular on RacespotTV's coverage, of course, on our Racing Live for the VLN series. Alvin?
Yeah, well, you know, it's a really interesting track, I have to say. Perhaps you can even label it as the world's longest street circuit, because the Nordschleife part, it's regularly used for normal normal traffic and all those things. But you have the short Grand Prix version of it, where that is the actual racetrack in itself. But once you go through that chicane and you turn left, well, you are in what we usually like to call the green hell, and this is an up-down roller coaster, and I'm pretty sure that what we're going to see in here today is going to be really exciting. Yes, we are used to seeing GT cars like the GT3 cars that we're going to see here today, and the new Porsche 911 Cup here in iRacing. But there's a wild card here. the prototypes. I'm pretty sure that there is, if there is one class here that I'm pretty sure they may or may not be looking forward as to what they are gonna be in today, it's gonna be the prototype class, because they are fast, they got lots of downforce, but this track is narrow and passing traffic here is gonna be at a premium. So lots of patience for them, and you have to remember, you have to be patient, otherwise the walls are waiting for you.
Absolutely, Alvin. And well, Jimmy is scowling at me, looking very hurt that I passed him over for comment, so we'll come to you next, Jimmy. This track is infamous, and with good reason, of course. As Alvin says, it's narrow, it's tricky. How does multi-class racing tend to go here?
Well, again, just to really hammer home Alvin's point of just how narrow this circuit is. We have the Grand Prix circuit, which we're all very familiar with if you're an F1 fan, of course, maybe just a basic GT fan, which is a lot wider, a lot more, a lot easier to pass there. Once you get into the Nordschleife, a lot of the corners you'll encounter have one line and one line only. There's no sort of going too wide, etc. And if you're a prototype round, I mean, we look at the difference here between the Fusion Racing lap time of 7:18 and our fastest GT being almost a minute off that. There's so much time to be lost as a prototype behind GT traffic, so we might see people getting impatient. And the thing is, though, it's a 6-hour race. Impatience at the Nordschleife is going to evolve. It's going to just end in tears. So I'm really interested to see how the prototypes are going to approach this, approach the GT field first time they catch it. It'll be a little while before they get there. Very long lap around here, of course. Over 7 minutes for a prototype, over 8 minutes for a GT. So we'll have a while to wait there, but. They've got to get there first, and Nordschleife is one of those circuits where you have to be on it all the way around. It's a very difficult, a very tiring experience mentally. I'm hoping the drivers are up to it today.
We certainly do. And while, folks, we do have on our play clock about 6 minutes remaining before we'll go green here. Of course, 6 hours of racing around this 16.12 mile circuit, 170 corners. This is certainly going to be a true test of endurance for these guys, and don't forget, if you remember Alvin from the VLN series, you can catch that this year, starting soon on iRacing Live from RacespotTV, and you can catch the regular VLN crew, bringing you all the action from the Kias, from the Audis, from the MX-5s, and all that great fun you have in that class. But of course, we are here for the DGFX Racing World Endurance Championship, and don't forget, folks, AccuForce is one of the proud sponsors of the DGFX series. With unparalleled realism and the most advanced tuning features on the market, the AccuForce Pro steering system is the only complete plug-and-play direct drive force feedback wheel for sim racers. Check it out at simexperience.com, and as Jimmy likes to say, that's sim experience with an X.
Drop the E, otherwise you're going to get on a completely different site. Watch out.
Yes, perhaps let's not go down that direction, Jimmy, but we'll talk more about the series sponsors as the day goes on here. But Jimmy, the Porsche ran its first real, should we say, soiree in multi-class racing on a big stage last time out at Interlagos. How did they fare?
It was quite interesting watching them go. We saw quite a few situations at Interlagos where GT traffic, as in the GT3s, were trying to lap the GTC cars, or trying to lap them coming into fast corners, and on the straights the cars are actually pretty evenly matched. The Porsches aren't really that much slower, so that's a really interesting feature around here. Of course, this circuit is pretty much all corners apart from the infamous back straight, which goes on forever, ever and a day. So that's where we'll see a lot of, hopefully a lot of the GTs catching the Porsches. But around here the times are quite similar. I mean, we were talking about this again before we came live. Our slowest GT here in qualifying we have is Team Bushfink Racing Blue with a time of 8:17.0. You then go back to the fastest Porsche as a time of 8:18.9. So only 1.9 seconds there over an entire lap. So it's going to be tight around here, but I'm confident enough that there will be a big enough gap. I'm hoping what we usually see in these sort of series is a nice big gap at the start of the race between classes being set off, so that sort of those mix-ups don't occur. But of course, we've got 6 hours. The cars will become mixed as the race goes on, so we'll have to just wait and see how the Porsche sort of fits in there. But I don't think it'll be too much of a problem here. Hopefully not, anyway.
Hopefully not. Indeed, Race Controller going over the last few points with the drivers, of course, as we have 3 minutes left on the countdown clock before we head to the grid. and the green flag will fly shortly thereafter. This track has ups and downs. It has some things that you can call corners, some things that you generally forget exist until you quite arrive at the Malvin. It's almost as though the track is like the sands in the desert. It seems to somehow shift. By the time you think you've worked out the place, there's something not quite the same.
Well, I do have to say this is really an interesting track in terms of like you just mentioned how this track flows in itself. It's a really interesting thing to say the least. You know, you have the first part, which is the Grand Prix track. I would say perhaps that is the part of this racetrack today that drivers will feel the most comfortable, as it's relatively wide, at least compared to the rest of the Nordschleife, of course, but it's relatively wide, and if you make a mistake, yeah, you have some runoff areas that you can go. Yeah, there's some sand traps and all that, but you know, all in all, that part is really friendly. Then, as soon as you turn left and you go into the Nordschleife, that's where things really start changing, because you have so many sections of that racetrack, so many twisty tight technical sections. You got really fast sections, especially that back straight, the Dottinger hole. You can it kind of seems like on that section, you after going through all those twists and turns through the Nordschleife, it kind of seems like you can relax, but no, that back straight, it's also kind of tight in a way, of course, but you also have to be on your toes, because that last part of the track, you are at top speed, and you have to be careful, because once you get on the brakes, it's kind of like going through an S-turn. It's not straight, and if you catch just a little bit of grass, and God forbid you are side by side with somebody, something will happen. And I am pretty sure that we will see some cars kind of trying to push it today. And I am just hoping that at least for today, people kind of exercise some common sense, especially on some of the tight and twisty sections. And with fast and slow cars going in, well, lots of cooperation and patience from all teams in here today.
Certainly will be, and we're going to run through your starting grid one final time before we get ready for the race. Prototype class, Fusion Racing on the pole with Team Vikings Mjolnir in second place. Third place, Talk Freak Racing with GermanSimRacing.de, AOD Racing HPD. Fusion Racing Blue in sixth place with Simatok Esport. We have Team Bushfink Racing Yellow in 8th place. 9th place, VAPEX Racing Group Purple with 4X HPD Racing in 10th. German Sim Racing's 152 is in 11th place with 12th place Berlin Simsport LMP. Samba Racing Team in 13th place with WR Racing GermanSimRacing.de 153. NAB Racing in 16th, Unicorn Endurance, and the Road Bar Stewards Green rounding out your prototype field in 18th place. Your GT field is headed up by another Road Bar Stewards car. It's the Black Machine. They start in first in your GT field. Second place AOD Racing, Team Viking Midgard in third, German Sim Racing's 305 in fourth place. Fifth place Graphite Racing. Sixth place is 49 Motorsports A with 7th place Blackadder Motorsports 66 car, TNT Racing Gold, Sweet Spot Racing, Hammerdown Racing, VAPEX Racing Group GT Red, Road Bar Stewards White, and Team Bushfink Racing Blue rounding out your GT field. Down to the Porsche grid, of course, and quite a big one, in fact the biggest grid of so far. Vendaval Sim Racing White, last time's winners in the Porsche category, are on pole once again. Blackstar Racing CTC in second place with SimRC.de Strawberry. Team Bushfink Racing Red, Blackadder Motorsports 69 car, German Sim Racing with two cars next to each other, the 255 and the 256. They are in 6th and 7th place respectively. 8th place is Talk Freak Radillion. 9th place Berlin Simsport, Fritzy Motorsports DGFX in 10th. SimRC Melon, GTN Racing, War Dogs GTC, Work in Progress Racing Reds 23 car. And we have Bad Cactus Racing Blue, Road Bar Stewards Blue, Screw Loose, Puffin, KPR, and a G. Well guys, there's a lot of racing yet to come today, and we're about to start with this one. Cars lining up for the pace lap. We say pace lap, it's going to be basically a run up the very, very long main straight here at the Nürburgring, the Dottinger Ho. And soon, we're going green. So it'll be very short, Jimmy.
It'll be a nice short pace lap. I'm kind of glad it isn't a full lap round here, because that'll be 20 odd minutes of driving around at very slow speed, and I think as a driver that would drive you insane. We eventually got to get going again. But yeah, we're going to have a massive field coming down T1. There's usually, like I said, a bit of a gap between the fields going green. We go green as we come off the north side onto the main straight, as they are starting to roll now. So green flag coming very shortly.
So it will be as the front of your prototype field begins to pull away here at the Nürburgring. We're going to get racing, of course, in this one. Big field for today's event. 58 cars total fielded for this event, so quite the collection of motor vehicles. But with such a big track, it means we'll actually have at least a couple every couple of 100 meters at the moment, but things will spread out, of course. 6 hours, and from scene fuel-wise, it's going to make things very interesting. We didn't quite see the prototypes making the hour mark at Interlagos, but that could be very different here with a very different track. We'll have more on that, of course, once the race begins. The iRacing pace car will come up towards the final sequence of corners now. We will get ready to go racing here at the Nürburgring. Field will pull on to the Grand Prix circuit. Car pulls to pit road, field in the command of Fusion Racing. With Peter Smith at the wheel, and he brakes at the front of your field. Fusion Racing on the run already, green flag is out. Racing here in Germany, Team Vikings, Mjolnir and Torquefit Racing side by side now into the big turn 1 hairpin. Most dangerous first turns, of course, on Monza, as they take the shortcut, excluding the Mercedes Arena. We'll keep a look back at our field to see if anything's happening in turn 1. Prototypes are through cleanly. You'll see the start now of the GT field. Road bar stewards black, leading the way cleanly into the first corner. Some too wide action behind them as the guys will filter through. Very cleanly and respectfully in the first corner of what is a 6-hour event. Time for patience certainly has been allotted, as your Porsche field will now get the green flag, and Vendaval Sim Racing lead them down into turn 1. Alvin?
Yeah, Vendaval Sim Racing with a fantastic start, but right behind them, it looks like like everybody, and there's some contact there. I see some contact. Gotta go back to see what happened there, but just at turn 1, just some calamity just happening right now.
Yes, and it was. We'll try and see if we can get a replay of that for you, and Alvin, you can take us through what's happening, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of seems like going into turn 1, it kind of seemed like things were going really smooth here, but going into turn 1, CMRC.de Melon, going into turn 1, going side by side with the car of Conor Gregor of GTN Racing. It kind of seems like they had a little bit of a misunderstanding there, and perhaps CMRC.de Melon thought that they were going through the whole Mercedes arena, and perhaps it kind of seems like they didn't leave a little bit of room. No, it's just one of those that they were side by side, but CMRC.de Melon just forgot to turn left right there, and well, we got our first big incident of the day.
We certainly did, and that was in turn number 1. It's something that happens a lot here, Jimmy, at the Nürburgring. Our first corner, a big off-camber hairpin, always invites trouble at the start of events.
Yeah, very tight T1. It also invites people to think that they can maybe get up the inside and gain position nice and early, of course, but then you find yourself it being downhill, you sort of getting the brakes a little bit too late, end up locking up, and then find yourself a bit of a passenger as you plough the ground in front of you. So not really what you're going to be seeing at the start of a 6-hour race. Bear in mind the more difficult part of the circuit is to come yet. We'll have our GTs sort of making their way into through the north side for now. But yeah, it is what it is. Hopefully everyone can recover nicely from that and get on with their race, but not a way you want to start a 6-hour event.
Certainly not now, as the field will head down and through the first section of the Nordschleife circuit here at the Nürburgring. Fusion Racing with a good clear lead out front as they come up towards a very tight twisting S's section here. This one always a tricky set of corners, Jimmy. Almost a little difficult to see on the approach. It's one of those corners you've really got to have remembered that exists.
Yeah, I mean, all the guys around here, I'm sure, have expert track knowledge of this circuit by now. I mean, it's one of those things that I think every sim racer should at least have a go at one point, is driving the Nordschleife and trying to learn it, etc. So a lot of this circuit, as I said, is just sort of one line, especially the twisty stuff going downhill through Ardenal Force, and then you climb up a hill again, going down, watching the DTs right now, but you have to be on one line through there. You get offline, you mess yourself up for the rest of the corners, and you end up losing a lot of time. But we'll see around here, I think, some gaps being pulled quite early. This isn't really a circuit which encourages close racing in terms of maybe keeping people together on the slipstream, etc. We'll see people who are faster pull away into distance and then and go from there. I think the real struggle, as I mentioned before around here, is when the faster cars to start to catch the DT field, and that's when I think skill in terms of passing drivers decisively and quickly is going to come into play more than out-and-out speed.
Certainly is, of course, and Road Bastards leading the way down in the GT category with AOD Racing. Follow them very, very closely at the moment. A couple of tenths between those two cars, as behind them Team Vikings Midgard and German Sim Racing D's 305 machine making up that second pack in two Audi R8s. An absolutely fantastic German sim racing machine with a huge bird, or eagle even, perhaps, motif on the car. Absolutely gorgeous livery.
We have a HPD off. We have an HPD off from the 64 car. I'm just going to show you the replay on screen just now. Just coming up the hill. Oh, there you go. Coming up the hill off the off-camber right-hander uphill. Just gets it loose and puts it into the barrier. So not even halfway through the first lap now. Virtual safety car has been deployed.
So, of course, just to let everyone know what that means is we'll be under virtual safety car procedure, unlike a full course caution, which we will not be seeing today, of course. You'll probably be very glad to hear. These can last for about up to 3 minutes from what we're being told by race control. The field will be running under their pit limiters in their driving order. And once race control tells them to go back to green flag racing, that gets disengaged and they go from where they are. So no bunching up, no getting behind the pace car. Everyone runs in order. This is very much like WEC's Code 60, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's right. It's just a matter of trying to keep the cars, keep the gaps how they were. Obviously, a sort of traditional safety car, we see people sort of pull up to back up each other, and any sort of gap you manage to pull before the safety car comes out is negated straight away. Here, not so much. You are, as you said, kept to a certain speed. So on the pit speed limiter here, which is 60 k's, and just sort of rolling around the circuit. You can still make up time like that. You can still take some very interesting lines. I've seen that happen in my own endurance racing. But obviously, rules under this sort of thing is you can't overtake. So just stay where you are and focus on not having an incident, because that's the most embarrassing thing you can possibly do, is crashing into the virtual safety car.
It certainly would be hugely embarrassing, and many race car drivers, of course, have crashed under safety car conditions, which is always amusing, unless it's actually a very bad situation, but something you don't expect to see happening in motor racing. But of course, we are under our first virtual safety car now. We'll be keeping tally today, folks, so we'll see how many VSCs we get in 6 hours of racing at this very dangerous track. Alvin, the Porsche field so far, after that big first corner incident, running fairly cleanly. Vendaval Sim Racing White being held quite closely by Black Star Racing GTC. They were running very, very closely together before the virtual safety car came out. Expecting a contentious battle for the front?
Well, you know that the team of Vendaval Sim Racing and Black Star Racing, I would say those were two of the regular VLN teams that we saw last year during the VLN series, and to me, no surprise that up here right now, these are the two leading Porsches. Just before the virtual safety car, I have to say that they had a nice gap to third place. So I would not be surprised that after we get out of the virtual safety car, these two, they get back into business and they just keep pulling that gap further and further. So really interesting with these two teams, how they will be approaching this race. Remembering that it will be 6 hours, so there's plenty of time to go. Perhaps they will go at it at some point in the race. They want to be in front, they want to be leading the race, or they will just take it easy, see how things go, and by the last hour decide, okay, now it's time to really go racing.
It certainly is, of course, and we'll let you know as soon as that green flag flies once again here at the Nürburgring. Not even completed lap number 1, and our first caution is out. And Jimmy, this is something we'll see a lot. Cars just not quite... our green flag is back out again from race control. We're back under race conditions. I'll just finish the question to you, Jimmy, but it's something we'll see a lot in this race. Cars getting slightly offline and Oh, when you grab a bit of grass here at the Nürburgring, it is not forgiving.
Also saying we've got a crash already coming up. The 127 HBD has come back off green. I guess maybe a little bit unsighted off the pit speed limit. Let's see what happened to them. It looks like it was...
Replay will come up for you to a 2 wide, actually, I believe, with another one of the prototype cars that was already damaged. That was... I'm looking for a number, but the front bodywork is missing, so I can't actually see what number he is.
Just showing the replay now. We got it's a 127 car.
Yeah,
it was number 71.
He's the one. Tobias Schultz is the one that crashed. He went off there trying to go round the guy with no front end there. I'm not sure we're getting another safety car. No, we're not. Something like being asked to tow there, but just under green, got a wheel on the grass there, and that's what we're talking about around here. So easy to put a wheel off, and the wheels are so close.
2 cars off as well. German Sim Racing's 153 also off as well in that moment. They also crashed at almost the same point, so that's another car lost. That's 3 prototypes lost already. 2 under this current set of conditions. We are still green flag racing here. Looks like we might not see many cars finish this one.
We can hope that that isn't the case, of course. I mean, we all know between ourselves as commentators and sim racers, the launch life is just a challenge. It's one of those circuits you have to sit down and really learn and get into it. I'm being told we also have a battle on track right now, so this is for your P2. Again, we have the 73 Team Viking Molnier and Talking Racing Sunset. You've got a big old tow coming down the straight, but not quite able to get close enough to overtake. Going down to T1 now. It's a nice and close. A good opportunity to overtake there, of course, but we aren't going onto the traditional layout. We aren't going wide there as you do on the GP circuit, taking a very short left-hander. And if you're on the inside for T1 there, you're on the outside for the next corner. So it's that overtaking spot is effectively neutralised by this layout.
It certainly is, and that does, of course, reduce the chance of first corner carnage here as Torque Freak Racing Sunset and Team Vikings Mjolnir are racing for position. That's second place overall. Whilst Fusion Racing merrily skips off into the sunset ahead of them. Peter Smith at the wheel of that car, of course. The Team Vikings entry driven by Nicholas Helen. Torque Freak Racing Sunset by Jake Robson. So those cars all getting themselves away from the pack somewhat here as the next car back in fourth. German Sim Racing's 151 machine, chased by Fusion Racing Blue. Sister car of your leader, piloted by Paul Siri. What's going on down in the GT field, Jimmy?
Now, just notice that IOD Racing GT, who are actually running, they were running up in second place. I'm just watching the instant now. They actually had a spin coming to the second half of the Nordschleife field, so I guess it's the third quarter, I should say, and had to just wait for the entire GT field to go by, and in doing so actually let Vendeval by in the GTC Porsche, and then had to wait behind them for the entirety of the straight. So they went from being second place to down to I think 12th now in class. So again, spin on the first lap. People not quite in the right mindset, it seems, this 6-hour race at this point.
It certainly looks that way indeed as they'll go past the Vendeval Sim Racing white car from your GTC lead there. Mercedes not getting quite the overspeed you'd think it would have at this sort of stage of the race. You'd think the Mercedes would pull away quite cleanly, but this Porsche's fairly quick in a straight line, Alvin.
Yeah, it certainly is, and for those that haven't had a chance to drive it, I'll say go ahead and get the car. It's an absolute joy to drive. This Porsche, it's absolutely fantastic. Yes, it does lack downforce. It doesn't have the downforce that the GT3 cars may have. It doesn't have all the fancy electronic trickery like traction control and ABS. But that doesn't mean that the car is absolute fun. And the best part, it is a driver's car. It isn't a car that you can just sit behind somebody and hope for the draft to actually help you pull up to the car in front of you. No, this is a car that you have to earn your positions. If you want to make time, you have to go for it. And it really does reward drivers that want to actually drive the car and don't want to be hindered by any of those electronic aids. Not that having traction control and ABS is a bad thing. It is a good thing to have, but you know, some people just prefer to just have that pure sense of driving just behind them, and I'll say this Porsche 911. Oh,
an incident, sorry, on the racetrack. We've just seen Alvin just had an incident ahead of that right now. And it's one of the Audi's second place runners, I believe that was. I think that was the Team Vikings Midgard car. They had a moment on the... I think that's just kind of the start of the...
just coming onto the Nordschleife.
GT track, yes. Exiting, sorry, the GP circuit onto the Nordschleife. Losing the back end of that Audi R8 and spinning around. Narrowly being avoided by the German sim racing car. Holding that car there as the field will go past. That is very lucky for them. No contact with anything particular as we got replay for you back live. As this is definitely becoming a bit of a comedy of errors for some of these classes as they're struggling really to keep themselves in one piece.
6 hours here, you know, got a long time left yet, and we mentioned that it is a difficult circuit and people are pushing like it's a sprint race, and you just can't do that here. It's not a circuit you can get away with. There's so much of it. I mean, if you make an error at the start of a lap like that, for example, and you have damage, and you have to then limp the car around the circuit, it's you know, 9 or 10 minutes limping around a damaged car around here to do that. So people just need to really calm down a bit here. I'm being told we do actually have a battle going on still for P2 in GTC at the moment, which is Black Star Racing and Blackadder Motorsport number 69, although the top three are all very close at the moment, going downhill. That's the fastest part of the circuit for these cars. You'd think it would be the back straight, but no, it's a downhill there. The gravity's on your side going down there, so that's obviously the top speeds there in our classes. The top three in GTC all very close so far, and so far I think, unless apparently I'm wrong, we've been relatively without incident in this class so far. It's just been the top two classes making everyone look a little bit better in the GTC, guys.
It has indeed, and we're having a quick look at a bit of a battle here on track between German Sim Racing's 151 car, and behind them is another prototype. We're trying to identify them right now because it's not one of the ones who are running alongside. I think that could be Team Bushfink Yellow, actually it is, as they've gotten past Fusion Racing Blue, who themselves have dropped back. So German Sim Racing.de is 151 and Bushfink Racing Yellow. They're battling at the moment for what I think is going to be an overall fourth position here in this one, Alvin. These guys are running very, very closely for what we tend to see at the Nürburgring. They're actually right on top of each other. But as you mentioned previously, not many passing opportunities, or as I should say Jimmy mentioned, of course, no many opportunities to pass. Do you stay in line for the majority of this lap and just save fuel? Or do you try and attempt to pass somewhere?
Well, it is really difficult what decision you really want to make, because on one hand you really want to exercise patience, especially on a track like this, but then on the other hand you also want to be in front of the other car, just for the simple reason that because it is really a track that it is so long and it's really exhausting at some points that you don't want to be in front of you don't want to be behind another car in case something happens, and because the track is so narrow you don't want to be caught in somebody else's accident. So it's really a balance, and you really have to think what you want to do. Now, something really...
Oh, sorry, actually, guys, just cut you off, Alvin, because V-Apex Racing Group Purple making a big pass there on the Dottinger Ho on the car of Team Bushfink Yellow, and they're going to go for the move on German Sim Racing's 151 car as well. 2 for 1 from them, and Bushfink Yellow will come through on the 151 machine also. Tell me they're not going to go 3 wide here, boys, but the HPDs are dancing in the draft here as we head up towards the end of the Nordschleife layout and as they enter the GP circuit. Move V-Apex Racing up to the 4th position with that move.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just one of those that you really have to, whenever you can have it, you can just go for it, and the Apex just saw that opportunity and they just went for it. Now, here's something interesting to think about the prototype, because we were just mentioning that this track isn't really a track that really favors prototypes because of the whole nature of it. It's a street circuit with all those bumps and crests and sags. Here's a good question, because we have seen that the prototypes, especially, they are downforce cars, and they do depend so much on that downforce to get the insane amounts of speed that we see them get through these turns. But we also know that they struggle on tracks that have insane crests and sags, to the point that if you hit one of those really bad, it can mess your whole underbody. So here's a good question: how much ride height you think these teams are running in here today, considering that they want to avoid scraping that underbody on this track?
Certainly does. Of course, you just saw there on the screen the number 8 Fusion Racing Machine from the lead, completing a drive-through penalty. That's dropped them down to 4th place overall behind Fusion Racing Blue et al. So that's going to shake things up for them somewhere here, Jimmy. They were leading, but there was plenty of time to get that back, of course. Penalty from last time out. Something that they'll have to keep an eye on, of course, this race.
It's no big deal at this point, of course. You know, you don't want to be picking up penalties in any race series, but in a 6-hour race at Nordschleife, it's not really going to be that difficult. I mean, we're seeing here, of course, the Fusion Racing guys isn't too far back on circuit compared to leaders. Peter Smith was the fastest guy on the track before he pitted in, so I have no doubt that he'll come back again. But it does give Jake Robson a little bit of time in the limelight here in that Talk Freak Racing Sunset car. A car that didn't have too much of a difficult race last time around, had damage, was sort of limping around at a 20 k's or so slower than the rest of the field for a good stint of his race last time around with that Talk Freak car, but looking maybe to do a little bit better this time around.
Yes, they certainly are, of course, and we'll have a quick look at our classes as they stand. Talk Freak Racing Sunset leading the way here, and we actually do have a bit of a 3-car tango for the front of this race, and that's Talk Freak Sunset, as we mentioned, Team Vikings Mjolnir and Fusion Racing Blue, who were running in 4th, now up to 3rd place. That's our podium prototypes, all battling for position. I alliterated and I meant it. Down in GT, Road Bar Stewards Black with a good clean gap of about 12 seconds over German Sim Racing's 305 car. Just behind them, they're being lapped by some of the prototype cars as they move forwards. That's Berlin Sim Sport, who started at the back of the grid. They're coming forwards. Actually, no, I believe that car had an incident, so they're coming back from a recovery. Behind Road Bar Stewards Black is German Sim Racing's 305 and Graphite Racing. Down in your GTC field, still Vendevel Sim Racing White with Black Star Racing GTC and Blackadder Motorsports 69 car. Alvin, they are the Porsche field very, very close. Probably the closest of our overall fields. We've got a 2, we've got a 3. We then go down to another group of cars. So quite a packed Porsche parade. I'll continue with the alliteration.
Yeah, it certainly is, and like we have just been mentioning, this car, it's really a driver's car. So definitely the battles that we are seeing here, definitely, I am pretty sure that all the drivers are really trying to do the best that they can to keep up with the cars in front of them, especially this battle for the lead that has been going since the drop of the green flag. Vendevel Sim Racing and Blackstar Racing as they make the left turn into the Nordschleife. Really good battles that have been going through this GTC field, and I am pretty sure that once the pit stop starts happening for this GTC cars, perhaps we might start seeing them getting spread out just a little bit, but I am pretty sure that these battles will go until the end of this race.
We certainly will. And looking back towards the lead of our prototype field, and that is some of the big boys, of course, Talk Freak Sunset, Team Vikings Mjolnir and Fusion Racing Blue. To clarify for the viewers, yes, their car is green, but they're Fusion Racing Blue, as you can tell by the roll hoops, which are painted blue, which is a very small identification feature, Jimmy, but it's the one we've got. And of course that is the sister car of the car that was leading and had to perform that drive through the number 8 machine. They scored in 4th place behind the sister car, but about a couple of tenths back as it stands. Actually, no, that was last time they passed the stripe, so Fusion Racing maybe about 15 seconds back from their sister car and the front pack. But this front trio really still close together and definitely competing for this lead.
Yeah, well, Fusion Racing Blue had a little bit of hard luck last time out. I mean, compared to their sister car, I would say they are the slower car, not by much, but just by a little bit. But last time out they got involved in a couple of incidents. I think one of which was actually their fault, having a spin at turn 4 into Lagos. But here, of course, lots more corners to spin out. They haven't done so far, so hopefully I'll manage to keep that on the straight and narrow. And I think that So for the 8 car, I think is still the fastest car on track, just making its way past a little bit of lap traffic now. And not too far behind these guys at the moment, there's about 20 seconds or so, the gap between number 8 car and its sister car, so we'll see Peter Smith make that up, I'm sure. He was doing lap times of 7:18 earlier, did that in qualifying, which is pretty impressive. I think it was just a second and a half faster than anyone else. That's something I actually want to touch on around here, is the gaps between lap times. You see lap times, some people put in at 7:20, some people doing 7:25, and you think, 5 seconds a lap, that's a long way off. But when you think about how long this circuit is, a 5-second gap at the Nordschleife is maybe a 6/10 gap at a track that's only about a minute and a half long or less than that. So the speed of drivers really is exaggerated over these long laps around here.
Certainly, as the speed of drivers definitely looks a lot higher as Fusion Racing Blue looking set to make a move here on Team Vikings as they're going up Dottingerhoe towards the end of this lap, and defending by Vikings as Fusion forced to go around the outside, but it will give the inside to the next sequence of corners if they can hold on. Could be an advantage there for Fusion Blue, but no, the Vikings will manage to bite them off and retain second place at this time. Of course, that draft on the Dottingerhoe, Alvin, is so powerful here. It's something we've seen in lower powered cars, where we'll see cars being passed under the draft and then being able to pass back to defend a second time. These cars a little bit faster, a little bit more difficult. Oh, nearly had contact there between Vikings Mjolnir and Fusion Racing Blue into turn number 1. Bit of a lunge by the 60 car. That was on the hairy side.
Yeah, it's definitely this Dottingerhoe. It's like you just mentioned, it's a really long straight, especially on low power cars, and sometimes in high power cars with downforce like the HPE and the GT3 car. You will see definitely that that draft will definitely play a big role in terms of how you set up your pass, especially if you got a gaggle of cars right in front of you, trying to time it to make sure that perhaps well, we have seen some instances that we have seen people go 3 wide into that Dottingerhoe, and I am pretty sure that while exciting for TV, I'm pretty sure it's pretty hair-raising for some of the team managers here, seeing their driver going 3 wide, especially this early in this race. Now, something that I would like to see is how this draft plays with the Porsche, because like I mentioned earlier earlier in today, this Porsche really doesn't play that well with draft, just because if you want to use the draft in the Porsche 911, you have to be absolutely the closest you can be, almost bumper to bumper, if you want to take advantage of that draft, because this car definitely doesn't benefit from that slipstream compared to the prototypes or the GT3. So really interesting how the teams and drivers manage that draft on the GTC class here today.
I certainly did have a look at your GT field, Jimmy. Robust Stewards Black really have troughed off into the sunset. German Sim Racing running in second. They have a gap of it's a bit deceptive. It's maybe a second or 2 at the moment between themselves and Graphite Racing. Blackadder Motorsports behind them, another couple of seconds back. So really behind your leader, the huge gap that Road Bar Stewards Black have. The field is fairly evenly spread, but not remotely close.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I sort of expect around here. Obviously, a long circuit, as we said before, the gaps will be made, and any sort of setup flaws are going to highlighted massively around here just by the length of the circuit. But yeah, the Road Bastards Black car, I think, benefiting a lot from some early incidents. There were a couple of spins early on, which meant cars got held up, etc. And obviously Marcel there being out front wasn't a victim to that, so just got to drive away. And he has pretty much, I don't know, it's about 15 seconds or so gap now between him and the guy in second place. So big gap at the moment between Bar Stewards and German Sim Racing, the 305 car. That Graphite Racing car, the 292 car, has pulled up a little bit to the rear of the 305 car just because of the big draft you get on the straight here. These cars obviously don't draft as well as HPDs, but draft better than the Porsches, so we are going to see these guys close up on the straights and just but at the moment, nice calm, no big battles going on, people just trying to get into a rhythm around here, which is the most important thing I think you should be doing on this circuit.
Certainly is, and rhythm they are going for, it would seem, as of course it could be said sometimes, Jimmy, that simply finishing a race without having to repair your car at the Nürburgring is usually a podium. You think that's perhaps a valid strategy for some of these teams, and we aren't seeing perhaps some of these guys pushing as hard as they might at what we'd call a conventional racetrack, where, for example, in Lagos, one has to race to keep in contention, but with the danger level of this circuit, it's just finishing good enough.
I think so, to be honest. I mean, we can even look back at the last race. So that was only 3 hours into Lagos. Samba Racing, who are currently sitting down 10th in class at the moment, which is like 25 seconds off the leader. They came second last race with a similar sort of paces because they didn't have any incidents. And Fusion Racing, who were the team who pretty much got away with not having any incidents at the front, led by such a long way, and then it was a big fight between Samba and Talk Racing Sunset, who are your current leaders at the moment. So yeah, it's just a matter of just lasting it out. I mean, you've got to have some sort of pace. You can't just be, a second, or I guess round here, a minute a lap off everyone. You have to be going around at a decent pace, but keeping safe, I think, is the main thing, especially for a race of this length or a track of this difficulty.
Certainly is. Let's have a quick look at Fusion Racing Blue. They just took second place off Team Vikings Mjolnir as they got stuck in traffic. So that's going to be definitely one of those things. Jimmy, you mentioned how hard it is to pass within your own class here at the Nürburgring, but these guys seem to be struggling with it themselves. From other classes, that's going to be something they'll have to contest with all race long.
Yeah, again, it will bring out a different sort of quality of drive. I mean, right now we're seeing drivers out there who are leading the pack, who are just good at driving on their own in sort of semi-clean air, no traffic around them. But the traffic comes in, different skill altogether. It's all about being, as I mentioned earlier, being decisive, looking ahead as well, thinking about where you're going to be passing cars, and then placing your car accordingly. As an HBD, obviously as a faster class, and I can sort of speak from experience as a prototype driver, it's so important to be clear with your intentions, especially here. A lot of corners are one line, fast, almost blind as well. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of restraint from the HBDs. But of course, if you're embroiled in the battle, the temptation to sort of go for the risky overtake on the slower class can come into play. And that's when you start seeing accidents.
Certainly is, as we'll keep our eyes on this field and run you through your top threes as they stand. About 30 minutes into this motor race tonight, and Talk Racing Sunset leading the way from qualifying third place. In your prototype division, Team Vikings Mjolnir are now in third. Fusion Racing Blue actually up to second place, so I've just messed that one up entirely. Talk Sunset, Fusion Racing Blue, Team Vikings Mjolnir. I'll pretend I didn't say the other bit. Road Bar Stewards Black down in your GT category, leading the way ahead of German SimRacing.de and their 305 entry. Graphite Racing in third. Down in GTC, Vendaval Sim Racing White, Black Star Racing and Blackadder Motorsports, your top three. As Alvin, that's still very, very close. The 2 Sim for the lead and the 3 Sim for third place backwards. These guys not really breaking apart as we've seen the other fields do.
Yeah, definitely. Well, these cars are really, since they don't have that much downforce, as we've been talking about. So we are seeing definitely perhaps the best GTC racing that we are gonna see in here today. Vendaval Racing looks like it has just a little bit of damage here, but since these cars really don't benefit that much from downforce, I don't think that's gonna be a huge factor in here for them and today. Now, once the pit stops starts happening, that's where perhaps we are going to see the gap starting to open a little bit. That's where we are going to see how much fuel they have been saving, or how much fuel they have been using a little bit too much. And from the information that we got in here today, the GTC class here, the Porsche 911, they should be going no more than 6 laps if I am not mistaken. So should be around 2 more laps before the GTC starts coming into the pits here.
Certainly could be in that regard, of course. A lot of braking, a lot of on-throttle time here, Jimmy, which does change our normal kind of fuel numbers for a circuit where you are cornering perhaps more than you're on the gas. And Nürburgring is one of those tracks, of course, with the Nordschleife, where you can spend a lot of time with your foot flat to the floorboards. So the amount of time you can keep that car out on the racetrack or save fuel is a little bit limited by that factor.
Indeed. I mean, especially on the back half of the circuit, there's a very long uphill section when you're flat for about 30 seconds or so, and that's just uphill. Cars obviously struggling, and you can't afford to let off the throttle because going uphill, that's the speed to lose is magnified many times. But you know, there are some downhill sections as well, and the best strategy for saving the fuel, as we know, is sort of just coasting into a corner, sort of similar to the P1s. As we have a spinner at the carousel. Sorry, I was watching our GT battle for 4th place, and we saw an HPD just stopped midway through.
That's a 64 car there,
again,
Jimmy.
the 64 car.
It is indeed. That is, I believe, down in the order. It's AOD Racing HPD. They were actually running in 27th overall and last in their class, and they were spun out in the carousel, which is something I'm not entirely sure how they managed, because spinning in the carousel is rather hard.
I imagine what it is obviously HPD is very low slung, just bottom out, car spins around, very easy to do. This is the same car, of course, that actually caused the first virtual safety car, so not a good race for Alex so far. Alex Simonik in the car at the moment. Hopefully he can come back from that, but this is not his not going their way so far.
We've got our first pitter in today. It's one of the German sim racing cars. The 151 machine actually on pit road. This looks to be for repairs. That car is a little on the battered side, so we could be expecting this could be a repair stop rather than just fuel. But it's still early from what we're expecting to see, Jimmy. We expected maybe a couple more laps from these guys before they come in.
This is what I was saying here. I think Alvin mentioned to us he actually he crashed at some point just for the carousel. I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, I'm seeing it. It was just second carousel, he hit the wall, it seems, just trying to get some speed into the car, trying to come back from it. But he was lucky, I say lucky to crash, he was lucky to crash towards the end of the lap, because he didn't lose as much time as he possibly could have done. But it's a shame to see it there. It was a crash, this one, so it's worth it. I'll see if I can find a few guys.
We have got action at the moment with the 305 and a 66 cars down in your GT field, German Sim Racing.de's 305, and Black Adam Motorsports 66 even. I'll get the number eventually. Up to Nottingham right now. Black Adam Motorsports pulled to the inside. They're going to go for the move. No real contest there with the draft effect, but this is what we talked about. This could be the chance for the German sim racing car to come back at them with the huge draft effect of this track, as behind them comes another one of the Audis. I think that's possibly Hammer Down Racing also going to make a move here on German sim racing's car. Audi versus Audi here as they run up towards the end of the Dottingerhoe Straight. They do indeed, and well, German sim racing lost out big style there, Jimmy. 2 positions lost and not much they could do about it.
We're seeing quite a bit of damage on that German sim racing car, which is now coming into the pits. Didn't see where they actually picked that up. That's probably why they were running so slow in a straight line. It looked like they were just standing still compared to other cars. They're coming into the pits now, so they can get that damage repaired. And it's seeming that everyone is having issues so far. A lot of cars out there coming into the pits with dented bodywork, bits are missing, and this is the worst possible way. I mean, we are not long into this race. We have a long way to go yet, and a lot of people already putting themselves out of contention.
Certainly are, and that's something we weren't expecting to see that way around. Of course, we didn't expect to see cars this damaged this soon, but it is of course a concern. As up front, Torque Freak Racing Sunset have a gap of about 2 seconds now over Sun Fusion Racing Blue in second place. Team Vikings Mjolnir has dropped back about 2.5 seconds, so that car's struggling a little bit for pace at this stage, Alvin. Not quite as quick as they had been earlier on. They've lost a few spots, running down in third place after qualifying second. Bush Freak Racing Yellow, they're up to 4th place. Some movement from them. 8th up to 4th. That is a car that's going forwards.
Yeah, well, you know, and this is something that, especially on a track like this, yes, you may have a good qualifying, but even more important than having a good qualifying is also very important to have a good pace, especially on a race like this. It's 6 hours. You really have to be careful, and if you are on a prototype, the level of patience that you have to exercise on this track and this car, it's really amazing. We have seen already so many teams already being getting into trouble, spinning on places that perhaps we think that may not be even possible to spin because of how we perceive them as relatively easy corners. But on a car like this, sometimes you are pushing a little bit too hard, and if you had the right height just a little bit too low, you may be bottoming out, and that really doesn't help on a track like this, having that car bottoming out, because at that point tires make no contact and you are just a passenger.
Passengers, you are indeed. As we're coming up to the 40 minutes mark of this race. 20 minutes before we reach our first 1 hour mark in this motor race. And we've already had enough drama for a race. As what's happening, Jimmy?
Another GT spin. That was Hammer Down Racing. We saw them overtake the stricken, I think, German sim racing car just now. I'm just watching it come through. Yeah, here we go. Just coming on to just hitting the curb in the wrong way. Car gets spat out to the left into the wall. Heavy damage to the front end of that Audi now. And I think it also has contact. Yeah, it was contact with a couple other cars trying to make their way through. That's a bit poor by Matt Quinn there. He saw other cars coming through and then let the car roll back to the into the way of the other cars. So Hammer Down Racing GT with damage, and that's right at the start of a lap as well. Seeing the car doesn't have any suspension damage, but that car is going to be a long way down on top speed.
So here's now something they'll have to deal with in this one and try and get themselves back into contention. After, as Jimmy mentions, a very contentious incident. In fact, there will be an investigation by the team. The race control team, I should say, but we are joined by Dexter Castro, who I should remember is on 49 Motorsports. It's been several times we've had a chat to you, Dexter, but how are things going for your boys?
Well, it was the race lasted about 4 minutes, so not well. We're just hoping that we're at least going to be able to score points here.
Of course, 49 Motorsports were running in our GT category, I believe, and not the best day for you boys. The first lap here has been a little contentious.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little frustrating when there's a rule, the virtual safety car, that's been repeated over and over again, and they even give you a nice countdown over the radio to when you need to be at pit speed, and then with 1 second left to get under 37 miles per hour, I'm at 55 miles per hour, and I get just completely hit and destroyed by a car going 125. So it's just complete disregard for the rules of the series. And it wasn't just them, it was the 2 cars in front and the 5 cars behind us were all going well over 100.
We're not going to name names in the broadcast, perhaps, just in case Race Control has this one under investigation. But I'm sure that will be definitely looked at by Race Control, Dexter. So, unfortunate end for your guys' day so far, but there's still a long way to go. And points that can be made. You might be down, but you're not entirely out yet, correct?
We'll see. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes of repairs, and then we'll just see if we can at least run about 22 laps so that we can score points. But yeah, I'm not going to name who it was, but it was the car running directly behind us, in case Race Control's having difficulty identifying who it was. But yeah, unfortunate.
Well, sorry, and for you guys to fighting for the win. Unfortunate, and that's racing sometimes. And Dexter, hopefully you'll have a better luck next time out.
Yep, thanks.
For joining us, Dexter Castro from 49 Motorsports, a car. Not the day they wanted, of course, but it's one they got. And the virtual safety car rules, Jimmy, can be, well, they seem pretty black and white to me, but apparently people trying to milk seconds out of that.
Yeah, they are, and no, I've again, there's been an experience where virtual safety cars are brought in, and people just are there trying to take as much time as possible, and then maybe try, sneak a couple of another 0.5 of a second of not being over the speed, and it's very hard for people to see that. It's nice to see, like we've just come up on in the race control, that the stewards are really on that. We've seen penalties given out, driving penalties given out to the 151 car, the 60, the 33. 707, the 127, the 152, the 158, 66, 81, 239, 77, 87, 17, 211, and 27, and 11, and the 13. So they're really on that. So obviously,
so what we're saying, Jimmy, what we're saying is, if any of the teams out there are listening to the broadcast and are tuned into this, stop it.
Yeah, you won't get away with it.
Just stop it. You are not getting away with it. They can tell, and to perhaps give you an example of what they're going to do at that 1 second mark or the 0 mark of when you have to be at that speed, they will pause the replay. They will look at every single car and read their speed off the chart. If you're over it, you're over it. It is not something you can wiggle. It's not something you can escape. Come on, guys. Follow the series rules. This is one of those situations where drivers, of course, we can understand it from their side, Alvin. They want to milk every little second they can of speed. They want to take, the most efficient way of dealing with that time. They'll slow down at the last second to reach that time the most efficient way possible. That way they're not giving up time. They can make time on their competitors. you have to do that to race. You're a racing driver, you want to compete, you need every advantage, but they're being a little too competitive, we think.
Yeah, well, you know, and sometimes this does happen, especially with these rules. Like you just mentioned, you're trying to get that extra bit, that extra tenth of a second, but you also have to consider, is it really worth to risk 1/10 of a second on something that can be easily verifiable and easy to protest versus actually trying to race
versus a drive-through.
Versus a drive-through, yeah. And Jimmy, I think it would have been easier if you read the list of the cars that didn't get a penalty, because that was a big list, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, we a lot of cars getting their penalties there, and just to quickly go on with that point there.
To quantify that into scale, though, Jimmy, before you continue, that list of name numbers you run off could have included the entire GT field.
There you go, then. That just gives you an idea, and people just try to eke out that extra bit. And I mean, you have to look at things in the grand scheme. I understand, like, race drivers trying to make an advantage of that, because again, I can see that perspective. But that's not a procedure where you are meant to make time. And again, in the real world, where we have a lot more information sort of read to us, I mean, that's something that race control will look at and say, if you made time, you would then get even if you came down to the limit.
If you made time, it'll cost you more.
Yeah, pretty much. You shouldn't be making time. That's a safety procedure. It's not meant for you to make time on at all. So I'm actually quite for this very strict stewarding of the VSC speed limit.
Absolutely, this is fantastic stewarding from race control. We have a lot of cars onto pit road right now for all their penalties. As here, we'll show you the actual pit road as Vendaval have just gone off and everything's gone mental. I'm confused. Vendaval have apparently just gone off the track from the lead of your GTC. They've dropped the lead to Blackstar Racing. They're still with them though, so they're close. But take a quick look at pit road from the GT field, and that's pretty much the entire GT field, as I just said. Currently sat on pit road serving their penalties. Yeah, that's the GT field, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's not a...
That's the GT field.
It's really funny. Like, it's silly how, like, it comes to that, but they're all in there. I mean...
I can't handle this. I'm looking at the cars sitting on pit road, and there has to be about 12 GT cars. Good job, race control, is all I'm going to say.
Well, they're in for actual stops. That's not for drive-throughs. They're actually in for stops there. So that's your GT field pitting for their scheduled pit stop. So, I mean, that's what, 6 laps there out of a GT car?
I was hoping that was their penalties. Oh, 3 wide coming off the first sequence of corners there, with a couple of the, I think that's the Porsches. As we'll have a quick look back, it is Porsches. In fact, Bushfig Racing Red were involved in that. We'll try and get a replay of it. The 237 car was in the middle there. Piggy in the middle with, I believe, Torque Freak and a GT car. That was the 66 of Blackadder.
Virtual safety car's being called on that one, so incident there being called. We also had Fusion Racing go off, who would have been, I think, our leader eventually in their pace, but in the stop now for a long stop. So Fusion Racing, our current championship leader, in trouble.
It certainly is, and Mika Ehas is in the car for Fusion Racing after that car has gone off. They've had to tow that thing back to pit road. Heavy left side damage there, Alvin. That car is very balked, and they were our pole sitter. They led a lot of time before they had to pit for a penalty. Now they're on pit road having to try and beat those panels out. Not how they wanted this race to end, and our second virtual safety car.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks kind of like, just going down. Perhaps going to take a little bit too much speed going down, and will just hit the wall. And these cars, if there's something that they don't like, is contact. And just as a friendly reminder to everybody that just got a penalty, race control just went through the procedure again and said you cannot serve the drive-through under virtual safety car. So I'm pretty sure they are keeping an eye on that pit entry as well.
They are as well, but 2 pit stops actually happening for the actual normal pit stops. Torque Freak Racing Sunset and Team Vikings Mjolnir, first and second place overall in your field in your prototype class, both heading onto pit road to take advantage of fortuitous track placing for those guys. They were coming towards the end of the lap when virtual safety car came out. They've come in for their regular pit stops, and they get this completed under green, well, under, should we say pink flag, isn't it? Virtual safety car?
No idea.
Well,
Code 60 is the pink flag in World Endurance Championships, so they're serving their penalties under the pink flag. I'm sticking with that. Pink flag sounds awesome.
Something to mention, by the way, Rachel, I'm not sure we called it. We saw the number 8 car in pits of damage. Also, their teammate, the Fusion Racing Blue car, also had another incident as well, just coming up to the second carousel corner before that. Went wide, went into the gravel and hit the wall. So both Fusion cars in the pits of damage.
They are indeed, and well, Fusion might need some fishing happening. Well, they've had fishing happening to their cars because both of them are missing bits, and the way they wanted that race to end for the two bright green machines. More cars heading onto pit road as they arrive at it, as I believe virtual safety car is now off. We're back racing again here at the Nürburgring. The safety car of the day as we're approaching that 1 hour mark. We're going to see an average of 2 an hour perhaps, but these guys have all had little moments. They've had significant amounts of damage in this first hour, Alvin.
yeah, it is, and we are pretty much approaching that point in the race where GTCs and prototypes said big contact coming into the entrance of the pit lane. Number 11 just started braking a little bit. Work in progress racing and Samba Racing got a little bit impatient and just ran just behind them. So I know that by lap 6 most of the field was supposed to come in, but hey, come on, people, just a little bit of patience. We just came out of a virtual safety car. You're trying to eke more tenths of a second? Come on.
Let's not forget, Alvin, you were there for that iconic moment in the VLN series broadcasting here on RacespotTV and RSN Live when there was a bit of a blockage entering pit road.
Yes, I do remember that, and it was kind of like a funny moment, but at the same time, it's just one of those that, it was kind of like it was some sort of a different incident because a car was coming a little bit too fast and trying to brake, lost control of the car, but this one was a little bit different. So yeah, we are starting to see the some lack of patience from some teams in here now, and like you just mentioned, we're only 15 minutes into this, so we still have 5 hours and 10 minutes, so it's still a long race.
I believe it was the dulcet tones of Cameron Walsh that came out with the eponymous comment during that pit road blockage incident that pit road is blocked like an American's arteries, which is probably okay for him to say as an American and not for me as an English person, but there we go, I said it. I didn't mean it.
Oh, fight for P2 in P2. Oh no, there's contact again. Again, we're seeing contact, massive contact between Molnier and Team Bushfink Racing Yellow. What are these guys doing out there? It's such a long race. They're making these really silly decisions, and it's just it's not going well so far, guys.
Well, it seems as though we've got the replay up for you that the Vikings car starts to turn in to take the racing line, not even checking that he's got a car up his inside, and well, the Bushfink Racing Yellow car nowhere to go. Contact with the two of them. They both hit the barriers hard on opposite sides of the track, and two heavily damaged race cars, but they can continue. So I think we're going to have to drive around to the entrance to pit road, Jimmy, to get those cars serviced. But well, that's second and third now, both heavily damaged. And racing again whilst damaged.
It's just such a silly move, Rachel.
It was ridiculous.
It's very frustrating as a driver to watch these guys go around in what is a 6-hour endurance race and pulling off moves that you maybe save for the last lap, last thing. I mean, I'm going to put that on the Bushfink Racing Yellow car. I mean, that car's always going to turn in.
I don't think you can, because he had the line to the corner. It wasn't the best line entering the corner, but he was up the inside. The Vikings car shouldn't have turned in. I
think we're going to disagree there, because just because you have some of your car alongside the car doesn't give you the corner, especially in this case. It's a very fast right-hander. The Bushfink car is... where's the Bushfink car going to go there? There's no way it can make that... It's not even turning in at the point where the other car turns in, so... That's my opinion on that, of course. You're all free to make your own out there watching, but it's just a move that shouldn't be made with only an hour off the clock.
Perhaps the case. We'll have to disagree with myself and Jimmy Broadbent on that point, but as it stands, a lot of cars going quite slowly at this stage, and I'll talk Freak Racing Sunset in a moment, Alvin. This race is looking better and better for them. They've got a 26-second lead already, and it's widened even more now with that incident for second and third place. This puts Fusion Racing Blue up into second place, and they're 1 minute and 10 seconds back from your leader. A minute lead after the first hour. This is incredible for the Talk Freak guys.
Well, this race is it's really starting to turn into more of a battle of survival, especially for this prototype class, because I just, we just mentioned that this was perhaps the X factor for this race, this track and the prototypes, because I think, if I do remember correctly, I think this is the first time that we have seen the prototypes on this configuration, so we knew that it was gonna be really hard for the prototypes trying to go around this track, because yes, they are fast and they really want all that space, but you also have to consider that the cars are a little bit too fragile, and the slightest contact, and with so many curves that you can just take also wrong on this track. You have to be careful on that, on the HPD, especially the curves. You take just one of them just a little bit too hard, and the amount of top speed that you will lose, the amount of downforce that you will lose is so great that you can end up losing maybe 5 to 10 seconds on a track like this. So this is really starting to turn into a battle of survival, and it kind of looks like Torque Freak Racing Sunset so far. They have the patience, and well, they have been rewarded with a good 45-second lead so far.
They certainly have, and their lead is an incredible one. So we're just showing you the lead of GTC. That's Blackstar Racing GTC and Vendaval Sim Racing White. Vendaval coming back at them here on Dottingerhoe, going past the Touristfahrten entrance and exit of the track there, where you yourself could actually go into Nürburgring with your own vehicle. Not going to get past this time by as they get to the end of the lap here at the Industriefahrten layout of the Nürburgring, but actually coming through to also onto the GP circuit for the end of the 24-hour layout which they're running for this event. As looks like Blackstar Racing will head down pit road for their stop, leaving Vendaval Sim Racing White in the lead. Jimmy?
It does. What's interesting to see now is, because we've always had our GTs in for their stops, I know there's a BOP regulation, which means they are running a smaller fuel tank than they usually would. The Porsche fuel tank is, in comparison, not really limited at all, so they can go a lot longer. So we're now seeing a Vendaval GTC car up into 16th position overall, in front of pretty much all the GTs. So we'll wait until they come in. We'll wait until that pit stop comes in. But at the moment, the Vendaval is 16th overall.
Yeah, indeed, and that's definitely shaking things up that we've got GTC cars this far up your running order at the moment. As we have a quick look through our timings, prototypes now heading up towards the end of their lap. You see that gap is between Torque Freak Sunset. They've actually just completed that lap for themselves. On lap number 8 here, is they're going to go around the outside in turn 1 of a Porsche. Didn't quite make that one. They're going to have to deal with traffic there, being a little bit patient. Got a big gap, guys. Don't need to be too brave at this moment in time. That's something we need to keep an eye on, of course, Alvin. These prototype cars, they've got big gaps themselves. Focus on getting past the traffic cleanly on a difficult circuit, not rushing things. I mean, we've seen so many times in previous endurance races here at RacespotTV, leaders of prototype fields throwing that lead away in insane passes when they have a lot of time to play with.
Yeah, and we have seen this time and time again, especially with very fast cars trying to overtake slow cars. It kind of seems like they get some mix of Evel Knievel and Ayrton Senna. They see a gap and they just really want to go for it. And well, sometimes you have to exercise more patience rather than YOLO moments. And of course, now with this prototype field now being all spread out, there's really no much battling going on. Now it could be a good time to kind of get those prototypes to exercise some patience, trying to go through the field. You know, there's really no rush into it. We're almost in that. We're almost about to hit that 1 hour mark. So I think it is a good time to not only start to kind of go into retrospect as a team and as a driver how you are driving, but also how you are gonna manage the rest of this 6-hour race as well.
It certainly is. And speaking of a 6-hour race, we just crossed the line, and 1 hour is in the books here in the DGFX Racing World Endurance Championship Series, round number 2 here from the Nordschleife. Running order in your classes, top 5s are as they stand. Talk Freak Racing Sunset in your prototype division leading the way ahead of Team Vikings Mjolnir. Team Bush Freak Racing Yellow on the pits repairing for now, they're in 3rd. Unicorn Endurance are in 3rd place actually now, they'll have moved that place forwards. German Sim Racing.de's 152 in 5th. Down in your GTC category, because they're actually ahead of the GT cars now. Vindevel Sim Racing White, Blackstar Racing GTC, Sim RC Strawberry, Blackadder Motorsports, and German Sim Racing's 256. And in your GT category, because somehow they're behind the Porsches, Road Bar Stewards Black leading the way ahead of Road Bar Stewards White, Graphite Racing, Blackadder Motorsports 66, and V-Apex Racing Group GT Red. Well folks, we're going to take a short break. We're going to give you some RacespotTV fan immersion here at the moment. We're going to go on board with your race leader, Talk Freak Racing Sunset, for a period of time. So enjoy a bit of onboard footage around the Green Hell. back to coverage here on RacespotTV. That's Talk Freak Racing Sunset crossing the line here at lap number 9 of racing as we're past the 1 hour mark, getting through on the GT traffic there. Road Bastards Black, the leader of your GT field, we just saw him get past, is Jimmy. This race has taken on a very survivalist approach, as we joked almost perhaps before the broadcast that sometimes surviving can get you a podium at the Nürburgring. It seems to be that might actually be the case tonight. I'll repeat that question, seeing as I don't think Jimmy seemed to actually hear me, but I was saying, Jimmy, we joked beforehand that surviving the race might be a podium. Almost think that might be the case with what we're seeing.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we're seeing a lot of really, I don't know, impatient racing so far, which I think is very easy to do when you're behind someone. You think, right, okay, you know, I'm running 5 seconds that faster down here. I need to get past this guy. But when you're making moves, as we saw with the Bushink car earlier on, I mean that was a move. I mean, regardless of who was at fault there, that was a move that could have maybe waited. You know, could have maybe waited to a part of the circuit where it's easy to overtake. And you know, we're seeing cars who we don't really expect to be out in the field. I mean, for example, Unicorn Endurance Racing, who is a relatively unknown name to me from my last race. They were pretty anonymous, and now up into 4th place because they've kept out of trouble in the prototype field. So that might be it. I mean, we've got some people in the chat joking that we're going to be seeing a GTC winner, overall winner in this race. And to be honest, if it keeps going this way, that's not completely out of the question. But hopefully now,
I wouldn't say no.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully now that people have got that sort of impetuousness out of their systems, hopefully there's a bit more of a mature driving people out there. I mean, the likes of course, and the Road Bastards Black car, currently driven by Sven Riddell, driven a perfect race so far, has a massive gap to the nearest car behind, over 20 seconds, and it's just driving a fantastic race. Road Bastards both are black and white, leading the GTs currently.
Certainly are. Speaking of big gaps, 1 minute from Talk Freak Racing Sunset to Team Vikings Mjolnir. The Team Vikings car seems almost okay after its heavy incident with the German. Actually, wasn't it? It was Team Bushfink Yellow they had a big incident with earlier on. Bushfink actually dropping down the order as they are back on track, but it's got passed by Simatok Esports and V Apex Racing Group. Also, 4X HPD also involved in that one. So damage is a big penalty in this one, as actually the 158 is pitting for a drive-through penalty, so Samba Racing Team had a penalty there. And now they're re-entering the racetrack, so I think they're getting penalised for mistakes.
Do you remember, Rachel, we spoke about Samba very briefly earlier on about how they had a very clean race last time out and they managed to come home in 2nd place. Look where they are now. They were 10th place back when we mentioned, they're now up into 4th. So
it can happen again.
This attrition is just, it's pretty insane. I mean, I expected to see something like that out of Nordschleife so far, but not over this short space of time. Of course, still got a very long way to go yet. Still got the vast majority of the race in front of us, so anything can happen at that point. These places are by no means final, but of course you've got to be in it to win it, which I think will be the best statement for this race.
Certainly is. In it to win it will definitely be the phrase of the day, as we are seeing quite a big spread, Alvin, behind our prototype field between the classes. It's almost strange to see that there are GTC cars mixed merrily amongst the GT cars, almost without any real difference. Last time by, I mean, the lap times aren't too dissimilar. 8 minutes 14 for the Road Bastards Black, as Vendaval Racing White was as soon as the time decides it wants to show for me, as I'm having a bit of a moment, it would appear. It doesn't actually want to show me. 8 minutes 26, so okay. About 10 seconds, but not dramatically different from what we're seeing. The spread does seem on track, like they are mixed in.
Yeah, well, this is something that we always see, especially on this track, and I'm pretty sure that Jamie from the few races that he did on VLN last season, this is something really common that we see after the first cycle of pit stops. We start seeing the whole field really spread out, not really much battles going on at the moment, but as it stands right now, it's only the only battle that we have in here is it's between Simatok Esports and Unicorn Endurance. So right now on the track. They are just separated by, if my live timing is cycling correctly, it is
Not by much at all. They're right on the back at the
only
moment.
2/10 of a second so far, and this is the closest battle, and they're also going through some traffic here, so good battle here to kind of follow right now as Unicorn Endurance leading this battle. They got a Porsche just right in front of them. Let's see how they handle it. And looks like they're just waiting a little bit of patience. Looks like the Porsche just gonna give him some room, and Unicorn Racing just go right behind them, and so does Cinetalk Esport.
Nice and easy. Have to take their Porsche was aware of what's happening, pulled over to the side nice and early, let the cars through. That's what we like to see, nice clean. But there is still more traffic ahead. I've noticed that on the straights this Unicorn car is a lot faster in a straight line than the Cinetalk car, so Cinetalk either damaged or running a higher downforce. I suspect that it's more likely to be the latter. But now this is the section where the HPDs are a lot faster than GTCs. Look how quickly they come up to the back, very dependent on downforce for a couple of corners, but now in the slower speed corners the speed difference is not so much, but the Unicorn car a bit nice and patient so far. That's where I've got to the point they are now, up into 5th position, so just being nice and patient. Will they have a go up downhill? No, I wouldn't give it a go downhill myself. You see the Porsche sort of almost preparing to be overtaken there by the HPD, but we are coming up to a section now which is a lot more based on power. See if Cinetalk follows the Unicorn car through. See, that's a bit of a that's not the best place to do that there, because that Porsche's always going to go wide coming out of that corner, so that was a little bit of an impatient move by the Cinetalk car. Again, seeing Unicorn do it. Oh, Unicorn squeezing up the inside there in that fast kink. Again, a place I wouldn't really do it around here, but I think we're seeing why we've been seeing these incidents so far, Alvin. Lots of interesting places to overtake around here, it seems.
Yeah, it is absolutely. Now we are coming through this section of the track that it is not really straight, but you can really go flat out if you want, especially on these prototype cars. This is one section that you can perhaps you can be close to getting that top speed for these prototypes. Now we are going to a section that perhaps you can adapt a little bit on the brakes, but no, not really for these cars. You just kind of looks like you just keep going full throttle here. Now going into this section, coming into hard braking, into this side right-hander, and Jimmy, we're going to perhaps one of the most famous corners in motor racing here, the carousel.
Very famous corner in the Nordschleife, if not one of the world. You see just how they throw the car in. Gotta be careful though. We saw the 64 car earlier spin coming out of the carousel because these cars bottom out. The worst car to go through the carousel in the field is definitely the HPD. The other two cars have a little bit more lenience in the suspension compared to the HPD, but through there okay. And really you want to just go through there. I mean, the temptation, I've seen people try and run around the outside. I know myself when driving around this circuit in high downforce cars, I just try and go around the outside instead, because the inside on the carousel just upsets the car too much. But these guys seem to have the right setup, certainly getting through there with ease, and again that Cinetalk car just locking on to the back of the Unicorn Racing car in front.
Yeah, it is, and I'm pretty sure this section of the track here, I'm pretty sure it's really lots of fun for these HPDs, as with all the downforce, it kind of seems like you can carry so much speed, but you also have to be careful because we have seen cars that gone a little bit too fast and kind of push a little bit too much speed, get a little bit lock up on those brakes and into the fence. But these two, no problem, as they go into this big dipper here. And now this is another fun section of the track that you can go flat out, but you also have to be careful of this big jumps. But with all the downforce that these two HPD cars that these HPDs have, I'm pretty sure they are all planted onto the ground as we are coming right almost closing it into the final part of this lap. We're coming now into this mini carousel. You have to be kind of careful because it's kind of deceiving here, but these two, no problem. And now Jenny, here we go. After after this right turn, what's coming up next?
Don't know how, Alvin, one of the biggest straights in motorsport, and now this is where I'm going to interesting to see the speed of the 404 Unicorn Endurance car. Bear in mind that Cinetalk car is in the draft and is being pulled away from by the Unicorn Endurance car. That's how much less downforce they're running. 282 k's there for Cinetalk, but Unicorn doing 200, nearly 300 k's down the straight, even with the draft, absolutely no chance. And that is really making it very difficult for that Cinetalk car to get close, because through the corners there's usually one line. That Unicorn car is fast enough to defend, but then getting onto the straight where you sort of traditionally overtake, that car pulls out nearly a second going down the straight. That's how much faster that 404 car is. So interesting to see the different approaches here to setup.
Yes, Jamie. I just noticed driving by us, we're gonna have a virtual safety car coming in, but trying to finish that point while they were going down the straight. I just noticed that the Simatalk Esports on the left side, it has just a little bit of damage there, so that may be the difference in top speed that we have been looking for.
Might be that. I'm just seeing it's Bushfink Racing Yellow is the car that has caused this virtual safety car. I'm just going to very quickly find out what happened to them. They're sitting on the side of the road right now. So Cameron and Barry in the car for that one. Unfortunately, I'm not being able to get the footage of what happened there on my end. That's no. Here we go. Contact with, it looks like GTC traffic. Yes, it is. Tries to go around the outside of a GTC car, gets thrown into the wall, comes back across, more contact. Try and get that replay on screen for you in a second, but just bad to worse, that Bushfink car.
Yeah, it certainly does that. That's something that kind of, when bad luck strikes, it kind of seems that it just keeps piling on and on and on and on, and it really doesn't help when those things really start happening, and that, yeah, Team Bushfink Blue has just kind of got caught in that incident. But, you know, virtual safety car now, so everybody should be all calm now. They should be down to pit speed. So I think this is if my math is correctly, this is our third virtual safety car on the race. So we have plenty of virtual safety cars in here so far for this race, and it is a big difference from what we saw on the last race at Interlagos, where we had the safety car. Of course, if you try to implement the safety car procedure in this track, it's really gonna take forever to get that safety car procedure out of the way, especially on a track like the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Yeah,
I mean, you don't want to have a safety car around here. That's a minimum of 20 minutes you're pretty much spending there. But unfortunately for that, to see watching the replay back there, I'd say that the GTC Porsche may have benefited from looking at its mirrors there, because I think that move was quite well, sort of planned ahead by the HPD, but just coming across there and just really not going well for that Bushfink Racing Yellow car. A couple of incidents so far. This second one looking a bit more terminal, but they're going to be in the pits for a while now. But that virtual safety car negating a bit of that time, but of course it's still going to be losing out in the long run. But that's just how it is. That's racing.
Certainly is just racing. Whilst we're in the virtual safety car, folks, we'll run through your order as it stands. Talk Free Racing Sunset leading the way. Team Vikings Molnier in second place. German Sim Racing's 152 in third. Unicorn Endurance and Simatalk Esports, your top 5. Down in the GT category, Road Bar Stewards Black, Road Bar Stewards White. We have Graphite Racing, Blackadder Motorsport and the Apex Racing Group GT Red. Behind them, Black Star Racing GTC, Vendaval Sim Racing White, Sim RC Strawberry, and German Sim Racing's 256, with their sister car right behind them in 5th and 6th place in your GTC field. As, well, the field looks to be running in slow motion right now. They're not, it's actually just a virtual safety car, folks, so don't worry, we're not showing you slow-mo replays, although we could if we wanted to. But we could make the entire race look like it was running on the virtual safety car, Jimmy.
You could do. Luckily for us, that's not the case. It's coming back up to green flag now, so back to fast forward. And at the moment, it's all going Talk Free Sunset's way. At the moment, they've just had their competitors pretty much crash out in front of them in the prototype class, and now leading by quite a margin to Team Vikings Molnier, of course, who were involved in that incident with the now stricken Bushfink yellow car. So back up to racing speed. Field is quite spread out, and we knew that was going to happen because that's just the how races at Nordschleife tend to go. But now it's just a matter of staying on the track and keeping consistent. And you've got no one around you, no one to battle. The only thing you're battling is the track, and it's important just to find that rhythm, get consistent. Otherwise, you're going to end up having incidents. And of course, as we said before, got to be in it to win it. If you're crashing out at this stage of the race, then you're not going to be getting a podium at the end. So this is where consistency comes into it.
It certainly does, and consistency will win you a motor race. That's something that was always going to be a point in this one. And Alvin, these guys sometimes forget to be consistent. When they get a car in front of them, they want to try and race. They don't think about the consequences.
Yeah, it is, and certainly, especially if you are entangled in a battle like Simatalk Esports and Unicorn Endurance are right now. At the moment, they have been doing some some great passing here on traffic as they get stuck right behind an Audi going here down Ottenberg. Let's see how much space the Audi just given, and give just enough space for both of them to keep going without pretty much not losing that much speed. Now we're coming into this section now here, coming into this compression now, coming on the braking here, starting to lose that little bit of downforce as I start going slower. And now this right, that's left right hander just losing more downforce. Easy to lock up the tires here, but now onto this section, going flat out. Let's see how much they can go at it.
I'm certainly want to look at that, but also the 404 and the 707 are quite close on the track to not the fun numbers that are exactly identical backwards and forwards. 404, 704. I like numbers like that, they're even. Unicorn Endurance leading the way of that group at the moment. They're sitting in 4th place with Simitok Esports in 5th. And we've seen how battles in the prototype field have gone so far. Will Simitok Esport be more patient? No, they won't. No, patience was not the word they were going to use at that moment, as they actually get past. But they managed it in quite a good spot, Jimmy. They got that one done in a fairly safe spot.
I'm not sure if it was safe, but it was definitely pulled off very well by both of them. There was obviously Unicorn was looking in the mirrors and making sure, watching Simitok behind them, and got past in a good place. Now this is going to be interesting now, because although Simitok, as we've found out, seems to be a little bit faster in the corners, it is slower in the straight, and we're coming up now to also one of the biggest flat-out portions of the track. So I will not be surprised if we see that Unicorn Endurance car pull up back behind that 707 Simitok machine as we're coming up a little bit of GTC traffic now. Should be quite easy to pass around here. Just take the line, stick to it. Although saying that, GTC traffic wasn't quite very clear through there, but I know there is only one line. And see, doing that now, not being aware of the GTC traffic and its intentions, Unicorn's now lost that opportunity to close back up again.
Yes, they have, and that's not going to be a great one for them, of course, but as we've seen this one, we'll keep our eyes on it as they have to deal with more and more traffic as they get past the Torque Freak Porsche, the Simitok Esport. Because that livery on the Simitok car, Jimmy, is absolutely fantastic. Beautiful, very fractal design on that car.
Did you paint it?
No, nothing to do with me for once.
Are you sure?
Absolutely positive, it's not my work, I'm actually quite jealous, it's nice.
Yeah, a lot of nice liveries in this, so this is probably one of the coolest things about sim racing, in my opinion, is a lot of people get creative freedom with liveries, and we see some really cool, obviously real life inspired liveries, or maybe versions of a real life livery. Because oh, we've got a GTC car, just in front of a Simitok racing car. So let's find out who that was. It just went straight on, just didn't stop. That's a very interesting crash there. See if we can find out who that was in 2 seconds.
Well, but right now, Bushfink Blue
Racing Blue
right behind the Blackadder Motorsports 66 car here. So we've got a battle in our GT field. And this will be for the 3rd, 4th, 5th place on the racetrack. No, for 4th place, sorry, on the racetrack, as they're coming up behind, I believe, your leading Porsche, Blackstar Racing GTC. It is, Alvin.
Yeah, it is, but I'm trying to see exactly what happened to Bushfink Racing Red. It kind of seems like they just got a little bit of grass there, and, well, once you get a little bit of grass, and on that section, it's kind of like it's some sort of a fast section there. You touch that little bit of grass, and definitely the race is not gonna end that well for you. But going back to Blackstar Racing, going down the Dottinger hole right now, and let's see how much of a top speed they can get. And it's really interesting how these cars, for being the slowest car on the track, how much top speed they can get. I think they're just 10 kilometers an hour lower compared to what Simitok Esports were doing, even with that slight damage that they had. So really impressive. This Porsche 911, how they can just you know, just kind of shows you how not having downforce also does help you with the top speed. But of course, you get into that top speed, and then you have to come on the brakes, and well, you're in for a good ride.
Certainly are in for a very good ride should things go a little bit askew in one of these situations. The track doesn't give you often much room for error, as looking at Bushfink here and Blackadder. Bushfink still pushing hard. They want to get past the Blackadder machine. 2 Mercedes AMG GT3 cars here, as inside will go Bushfink Racing Blue. And they'll make it through nicely. Very well made pass there, Jimmy. Bushfink car's been moving forwards quite a bit now, of course. Qualified quite far back. And they've come through that GT field very rapidly.
I think it's the only Bushfink car that's doing well at the moment on the circuit. I mean, just watching the Bushfink Racing red car, we had the incident of getting onto the grass. Rika Esquis at the wheel there. He hit the wall about 4 or 5 times after that incident, just increasing the damage to that car, not slowing down obviously. With that car damage has then gone poorly for him, but at least there is one Bushfink car doing well, the Bushfink Racing blue car, currently driven by Craig Williams. Doing a pretty good job, and it started down the back up into 4th place now in class, and looking to obviously to improve that. And this, if you're watching now, you can see the interesting speed differential, or the lack of speed differential, between the GTC car and GT3 car in a straight line. There's not much in it at all. All the cornering performance, or all the speed of the lap is in the cornering performance difference there, and that's where the GT3 cars are just slightly faster.
They are indeed, and we're seeing the I believe that's the Black Star GTC machine between Bushfink and Blackadder right now, so going to be difficult. Difficult position to pass the car. It's only slightly slower around this track, and 10 seconds a lap difference at a track perhaps like Interlagos would be a significant speed difference, Alvin. But here at the Nürburgring, a 10-second difference is something you'll see within a single class. Never mind within between fields of cars. So for Blackadder to get past this Porsche, which is a class-leading Porsche, will be at no small order.
Yeah, it is. Like just mentioned, at any other track, you have you even have a half a second difference, and you kind of start questioning what exactly are you doing. And I'm pretty sure that's something that we're gonna see pretty close, and something like perhaps 3 weeks on the Grand Prix series, especially those guys, what they do, those close qualifying times that even perhaps the top 20 are just covered by half a second. But up in here, if you are half a second, like you just mentioned, even 10 seconds apart, it's like, okay, it's okay. But you just as a driver, you still knowing that you still are 10 seconds slower than the car in front of you, you kind of start looking into where exactly are you losing those 10 seconds. And well, there's like 180 something corners here that you may be losing a tenth here, a tenth there, and when you add all those up, well, that's where you get those 10 seconds. And sometimes trying to eat that extra 10 for half a second on a track like this, it's not a track that really rewards pushing that much, considering how long of a lap time it is. Of course, if you are a manufacturer and trying to break one of the lap times of the other manufacturer just to say, hey, my car is faster than you, but as a driver, you're just trying to make sure that you can make all those corners, and just making sure that you can get the car and onto the next cycle of pit stops, and more important, onto your next teammates.
You certainly are, as we'll keep our eyes on what's going on here with these guys in your GT field. Have a quick look around though, see what's going on down in the GTC field, right behind the car of Black Star. Vendaval White haven't dropped too far behind at the moment, Alvin. Vendaval White, they are still lurking in the background. They're actually kept with this group. In fact, with how much Black Star is kind of holding up the Bushfink machine, they're actually catching this group.
Yeah, Vendaval Sim Racing so far, they started on pole position, but kind of looks like something started happening right there in the throughout that first thing, that they just drop a little bit back, but now they are definitely just getting that almost on the back of that Black Star Racing Porsche 911, the number 76, driven by Kim Erickson. So I'm pretty sure, and as we got a nice safety car and more contact, Black Star Racing just got caught off by
huge
that
moments.
They just got up by the calling of the virtual safety car, and they just ran just behind of German Sim Racing.de. So I'm pretty sure that Race Control may have a look into it, but our GTC
actually
leader just got
this
caught
was
into it.
Alvin. This was the 152 car. German Sim Racing slows down for the virtual safety car called elsewhere on the track. Unfortunately, jams on the anchors right in front of your GTC leader, and the Porsche basically goes for a submarine underneath the prototype, and that catches the Blackadder car from your GT field right in it. So that was insane. Jimmy, a prototype car slamming on the ankles like that in front of traffic, a car that can stop, that's twice as light as the rest of these guys, that can stop in half the distance. Whacking on the anchors in front of the GTC leader is a little bit on the dumb side.
It's just been, that's a really good way to sum up this race, unfortunately. A lot of people just not thinking. Stuff like that, I mean, you may be trying to get to that limit, but you can't put in front of another car, especially in a prototype which has this fantastic agility, to then put in front of a GT car which is nowhere near that same amount of braking power, that downforce would slow you down as well, of course, from speed. So to do that, and then, I don't know, I'll leave it to the stewards. I don't want to comment anymore. I've really said enough bad things about these so far.
Well, we might have had our own opinions on that incident, but that was, driver penalty for the 73 car, who I'm going to work out for you right now, is Team Vikings Molyneux. They are going to be getting a penalty. That's a separate incident. I believe that's for the one involving... That is actually the one involving the team, as I try and look down my climbing and scoring list, because this is so mixed up right now, it's crazy. That was the incident, of course, involving the Bushfink yellow car earlier on, the two-car incident there in the prototype field. And now we have a second one as well, so another incident, and that was whilst they slowed down for the virtual safety car. This isn't a difficult concept. They get a good warning to slow down. This is not a case of you must jam the anchors on now or receive a penalty. That was complete unawareness of the surroundings, Alvin.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes you kind of do forget that, especially if you are on a prototype car, that your car has definitely the better brakes compared to the Porsche 911, of course, and you just slam on the brakes. But sometimes it's just that instance that you just want to avoid any penalty, because that teams and race control are also looking into it. Although I'm pretty sure that race control can consider if you have something just right behind you,
green flag out again,
as we got the green flag back in the air. And but it's just one of those that I'm pretty sure that you have on your mind that you don't want to be caught speeding, but I'm pretty sure that race control can consider under those circumstances, hey, he had a car just right behind him, so it's not like he can stop right there on the dime, otherwise he would have get run over. And well, that's pretty much what we saw.
Could not have said it better myself, as Alvin gives us a perfect definition of what we just saw right there. But there's going to be a lot of debate amongst the drivers and viewers, of course, as to what actually happens in general in these races. But endurance racing is about survival, as we talked, and never is survival more important, Jimmy, than the Nürburgring. This is the third time we'll mention the subject, but surviving this well is a fantastic one for you. The likes of Unicorn Endurance, as we mentioned, and Sambra Racing Team, both climbing up the running order significantly quickly here, as they're actually in a bit of a battle. Okay, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, folks. We're just having some minor technical problems. We will join you on the other side. Stay tuned.
iRacing is the most accurate online racing game and simulation available to the general public. The iRacing service allows you, the race fan, the real-world racer, the race enthusiast, the gamer, to race virtual replicas of real-world cars and at real-world, world-class racetracks. iRacing laser scans all of its content to millimeter accuracy, which gives you a digital replication of that car or track. Whether you want to race for online championships, race your buddies in a league, or test for an upcoming real-world race, iRacing has what those sim racers, gamers, race fans, and real-world racers are looking for. Unparalleled accuracy with loads of fun wheel-to-wheel excitement. Because of the solid community that iRacing has built, along with that attention to detail, iRacing has been able to form official partnerships with renowned motorsport organizations such as NASCAR, SRO, IMSA, V8 Supercars, and others to develop professionally sanctioned online racing series for our members to participate in. This is unique to iRacing.
When we started iRacing, we kind of fundamentally wanted to take a different approach with licensing and treat them more like partnerships. You know, for instance, NASCAR was one of our first big partners that we brought in, and it's a great way to market your product. There is a growing sense that the virtual space is a great way to interact with the fans of your real-life series. Simulation in itself is just becoming more and more popular in the real racing world, and it's natural to think that to be successful in the real world in these racing series, you're going to have to be up to speed with simulation at this point, because it's the only way that you can actually get any testing done.
One of the things that we've realized in partnering with iRacing is that it allows us to expose the sport to a much broader audience than we've ever had the ability to reach out to. Not many people have the opportunity to drive a race car. iRacing breaks down those barriers and lets you do that. So for us, we're able to expose racing in general and the sport of NASCAR to a much broader audience from that standpoint. It engages people in NASCAR in general. So they like iRacing. If they don't want to become a professional race car driver, they get a feel for what the sport's all about. They're more apt to either go to a race or watch on TV.
iRacing's ever-growing global online community is very appealing to IMSA and what we're trying to do and grow our product as well. Clearly, iRacing is a leader in sim racing and logical and attractive partner for us to be with. For sim racers who have not been exposed to IMSA before, this is a great way to entice them to come check our product out on television or attend our events in person.
At this point now, we're actually getting contacted by racing series and tracks and manufacturers because they want to be involved in iRacing, because they see the value of having that sustained exposure to key demographics for them. Over the last few months, we've done partnerships with the SRO, who is the sanctioning body for the Blancpain GT series in Europe. IMSA, which is obviously the sports car series here in the US. They're two of the newest partners that have gotten on board with this idea that there is a way to kind of bring their brands into iRacing and create these virtual series that have real meaning to consumers of our product and fans of their series.
Next to the traditional ways of promoting the championship through TV, through media, through all forms of internet, we appreciate the growing importance of gaming. iRacing offered a very realistic platform where high-level players can get the nearest to the specificity of our type of racing.
Companies like NASCAR or Blancpain Series or IMSA don't just partner up with everybody. They see how authentic we are, how realistic the racing is, how much effort we put into making things real and fun and exciting for our members, and that's how we get to work with these companies. It helps us both engage our existing customers. It's more exciting to race when you're racing an actual NASCAR series versus just a stock car, and it also helps us reach new people, because new people, they follow these series in the real world and they want to get as close to them as they possibly can. One of the things we love about iRacing and what they've created there is that it really emulates what we do in real life in NASCAR. You have to work your way up, you have to train, you have to become better at every single level in order to make it to the very top. iRacing was the perfect partner with the technology that they had to offer, really the best of anything that was out there, and they created the most authentic racing experience that anybody could find. Short of getting in an actual race car, you're not going to find anything close to real life than what you'll find in iRacing.
Welcome back to the GGFX Racing Series World Endurance Championship from the Nürburgring. Round number 2 here. Rachel Wyford, Alvin Nieves and Jimmy Broadbent in the booth, bringing you all the action currently in hour number 2. We're back from some minor technical faults. The viewer told us reverse the polarity on the deflector array. We modulated the warp field, we flipped the deflector array around, and I think we caught a few Klingons. But we've fixed it, we're back live, and it is fantastic. And we even managed to gain some dilithium crystals. So, without further ado, back to the motor racing, and we've had a little bit of content, Jimmy.
We did while we were watching. I was watching the WR Racing prototype go around, the number 917. Coming down the hill, just pretended that a GTC Porsche was not there. Contact off, and that Black Adam Motorsport number 69 car is heavily damaged and now trying to get back to the pit. So, won't be surprised to be getting another virtual safety car coming out soon, but nothing as of yet, as it's back on track and seeming up to a okay speed, but yeah, still limping around.
Still limping around, indeed. We'll have to see whether they can get themselves back recovered. They are in a very odd place on the lap, though, so we'll have to see if that can be dealt with properly. Running order in your classes is actually... Oh, Team Vikings getting past a Porsche. That's not an issue. But running orders overall. Talk Freak Racing Sunset leading the way in prototype with Team Vikings, Molnier, second place. German Sim Racing's 152 in third. Down in GT, it's Road Bar Stewards Black and White with a 1-2. And Graphite Racing in their Audi in third. GTC, Vendaval Sim Racing, Black Star Racing, and Sim RC Strawberry in third place. Black Star Racing just before the break, well, they lost that lead after basically going full submarine underneath the back of a prototype, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very silly move. We discussed that already, so we'll try not to go back into that too much. Of course, this race has been a little bit full of controversial incidents so far. I'm sure we'll see the stewards. I'm glad that we are the stewards, because they're very busy at the moment, I can tell you that.
Oh, absolutely. The stewards have one of the hardest jobs in all of sim racing. So much to review, so little time to do it, and they do a fantastic job in this series. In fact, they're very strict on what they enforce, to the point where they will make examples of people, and I quite like the way they do that, in my personal opinion. But we are, of course, here just to provide you with the coverage and what you want to watch. And right now, it's a battle for the GTC lead, Alvin. As we said, they went full Das Boot underneath a prototype earlier on, but Black Star Racing are catching up to Vendaval Sim Racing. We've got a battle on our hands here in hour number 2.
Yeah, it is, and I am pretty surprised of how much damage that Porsche can take, because that contact with that prototype while going on under the virtual safety car, I'm pretty sure it wasn't the lightest of contacts, and we saw it here on the broadcast, and it was really hard. Now we're seeing here an example of how the Black Star Racing just being right behind them. The draft is really not helping much into trying to catch up to Vendaval Racing. But although we also have to consider that, yeah, they have some damage in the front, Black Star Racing, but these cars really are not that downforce dependent compared to the GT3 and the prototype. So this kind of shows you how much slipstream on this Porsche really doesn't make a big difference. It's a car that if you want to make a pass, you have to get a better turn exit compared to the car just in front of you.
Certainly is, and we've seen a driver swap getting in on the 73 machine, Team Vikings Molnier, and I'm going to have an attempt at pronouncing this one, as Jimmy just challenged me, and I think it's going to be Erling Balmer. I think it's Balmer, because I think iRacing and it's understanding people's names is missed a letter somewhere, but I think that's going to be Balmer, I hope. Otherwise I might have just called him a completely different name and possibly offended a Viking, which is not something you want to do, folks. Looking at our running orders, Simitok Esport got past Unicorn Endurance. They're up to third place now, with the Vikings in the 73 car, of course, back out on track in second. Their gap to the leader is 2 minutes 30. Of course, the leader still needs to make a pit stop, but still, 2.5 minutes is huge. Simitok Esports, they are another minute behind second place. Fourth place, about 30 seconds back, as Talk Freak Sunset, they're heading around about the first third of the lap here, so heading down towards the descent into the valley, Jimmy. One of the trickier sections.
It is. all of this circuit is tricky in my opinion, apart from the GP circuit, funnily enough, because you've got lots of space to make mistakes there. The Nordschleife itself is definitely not that. It's not a hand-holding track at all. You get thrown in and baptised by fire, and usually the barriers around here. I'm just noticing on track now, we had our 11th place car, which is in overall, which is German simracing.de car, is currently over 5 minutes behind our leader in class at the moment. And being 5 minutes behind usually is 2 or 3 laps, but here you're still only 3 quarters of a lap behind. So it's really weird trying to adjust to that as a commentator, trying to see these gaps being so big but they're not being a lap down. There's no benefit though.
This is why we normally have the VLN crew here at RacespotTV. They're a specialist group of commentators trained in the art of the 7-8 minute lap. And they do fantastic coverage as always. And you can catch the 2017 VLN series for iRacing on RacespotTV and iRacing Live. Well, with the likes of Cameron Walsh, Alvin Nieves, Paul Smith, of course, and the rest. Bobby Sisko and Randy, I'm going to guess. The dream team of Nürburgring commentary. We've got Alvin with us today. We stole him from them. This is his pre-season training, isn't it, Alvin?
Yeah, it is, and I'm pretty sure we are getting ready to that. And also, let's not forget our fabulous cameraman Hugo Lewis, which always does a fantastic job, and I'm pretty sure he is getting his fair share of training to what I'm pretty sure is going to be another fantastic season of VLN 9 rounds around the Nordschleife. Of course, one of them is going to be a 6-hour race. I think it's around June, July. I think that's when the 6-hour race is going to take place, as we got the overall leaders, the Torque Freak Racing, coming into the pits right now.
They are indeed. Torque Freak Racing Sunset onto pit road from the lead of this motor race. This will be a pit stop without them even losing a spot. The gap is so big. As they'll come past the still repairing cars from Fusion Racing and Fusion Racing Blue. And this is Torque Freak into their pit box. Jake Robinson in the car. And he hops out as Sasha Lamp will get into that number 181 machine. He should be taking over for the next stint.
Be interesting to see Sasha getting up to speed there, of course. Bear in mind, a new set of legs, a new set of eyes and ears going onto the circuit now. And it's very easy for Jake, for example, who's in a very good rhythm there, and then having to get out of the car, and now Sasha has to get into that same rhythm. It's Nürburgring is daunting at the best of times. When you're handed the car that's 2.5 minutes in the lead, even with that massive gap, you're still very much aware that you're leading the race. So let's see how Sasha deals with that pressure.
It certainly is. As you guys going to try and complete a fan request whilst we just talk about some generic things to keep him free for a moment, Alvin. But at the moment, this is really turning into a race of attrition from what we've seen so far. So far, we're averaging 2 virtual safety cars an hour. At the moment, we're on 4 as it stands, which means by the time we reach the end of the race, we should be on 12 virtual safety cars, which would be huge. But so far, we're losing way more cars than 1 per virtual safety car. Guys having some big issues here, and they're proving very difficult to resolve, because we actually now have Vendaval Sim Racing, your GTC leader, I want to make that clear, the 3rd class in this race, running in 12th place overall, ahead of your entire GT3 field. That is highly irregular.
Yeah, it is, and you know, this is something that we have seen throughout. This is something very common that we see here in the Nürburgring Nordschleife configuration. Track is so big, and there's so many places that mistakes can happen at any point in time. So many little things that can go wrong. So many curves that if you look at one of them wrong, it can throw you into a tailspin. And these walls, they really don't forget it. Even though that there may be grass in here, and some people may say, well, it's not really a street circuit because the walls are not right next to the white line. Well, it is a street circuit, unfortunately, because normal cars use it in real life just to get from point A to point B, and just because the barriers are a little bit far in comparison to what a typical street circuit may be, like Long Beach, for example, yeah, those walls, they really don't forget, and anything that can happen here will happen, and the slightest thing that you get wrong, it can really spend end of the day for you, and consider how long a lap around here is, trying to get into the pits with a car limping. Good luck with that.
Certainly will be a very long day for you in that sort of situation. So we'll keep our eyes on this GTC lead. This is one of our interesting ones. It's been going for quite a while, as we mentioned. And, well, we've not really seen that resurgence, Jimmy, from Black Star since they reenacted the Hunt for Red October. That car was very strong in the first hour and a half. Now, really not able to get past the Vendaval machine.
I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter so much about being behind, as long as they're in contention, of course, and still staying on the circuit. But the mindset, of course, of the race driver is that I have to be in front of the guy in front, as that prototype's very close to the back of the Vendaval car. That could have been. So again, we're seeing a bit of impatience in the prototype here. There's you have to respect the races in this instance. I mean, this, for example, this is the lead for GTC, so this is effectively a battle for the lead of this race for these guys here. The prototype is sort of just saying, well, caution to the wind, me getting past you is far more important than that, which is just not the case at all. And then finally actually waiting for the straight to do so. But for Kim Eriksson, the Black Star Racing car, it's just about being in contention. That Vendaval car is in sight, and also running a little bit slower down the straight line, it seems, if your eyes to be believed back here. So as long as he's here at this point, he's ready to jump on any mistake from that Vendaval machine. So I think no rush for Kim at this point.
Certainly is. In fact, Juani Lopez in the Vendaval Sim Racing car leading the way ahead of Kim Eriksson, as Jimmy was saying, as one of the prototypes was shuffling their way through at that point. That was 4X HPD, piloted by Peter Vidra, as he gets through on this one, as the 4X machine heads up towards the end of the lap and on to the GP circuit now. Complete lap at number 13. Now you're heading to pit road. So 4X HPD heading down pit road for Peter Vidra. We'll expect to see him possibly make a driver swap at this point. 7th place running prototype here.
Virtual safety car's been called.
It has been. This is a fortuitous opportunity for some guys, as we'll do our best to work out what's gone wrong here for a driver.
There is a Porsche on its side at the carousel. David Barraclough in the 381 car. I don't know what's going on here.
We'll have a quick look. This is right in the carousel here, as I'm just Torque Freak Racing's Porsche. I'm not seeing what's happened though.
Somehow there may be an incident with another car. We're seeming to get replay of that. Unfortunately, having some technical issues there myself. But the end result was that car was on its side at the carousel and just in the way basically. So no option but to call a virtual safety car. That car has now been towed back to the pit. So unfortunate development there for Torque Freak Racing radio on car. So just have to see what's going on. We're getting a replay on the screen at the moment of that incident.
It certainly is, and we'll try and get that for you on the screen to see what happened to the Torque Freak Racing machine. And, well, they're going to be heading back to pit road to repair that car, as we're now under our 5th virtual safety car, Alvin. They keep piling up.
Yeah, it is, and we have seen that just getting the replay right now here, and Torque Freak just lost it just a little bit going into the carousel, and they just got just the slightest of taps there from German Sim Racing, and well, now they are turned, and fortunately they looks like the car is turned on the driver's side, so driver is trapped.
I'll have to try and flip that machine over to get him out of the car so we can be recovered to pit road there. That's not exactly where you want to be. I mean, being on your roof's one thing, but being on the side's a bit different. As our entire field now under that virtual safety car whilst they work on the Torque Freak Porsche. Running order as it stands: Torque Freak Racing Sunset, the sister car, up in the prototype lead. Team Viking Molnir in 2nd and Unicorn Endurance in 3rd. GT is Road Bar Stewards Black, White, and then Graphite Racing. And in your GTC category, Vendaval Sim Racing, Black Star, and German Sim Racing.D's 256 car. They've just come off pit road having made a stop. Vendaval and Black Star, well, they're still out of course, as the Road Bar Stewards have in fact been getting some service. A few prototypes also in, Jimmy. Everyone taking advantage of this to run past pit road to make a quick dive down and get a service in the safety car.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you are scheduled to have a pit stop here, you effectively get a free pit stop. You know, a lot less time spent in the pits compared to the rest of the field when everyone is under the virtual safety car. So, for example, we saw a couple of cars coming. Just I mean, the 4X HPD came in just as that was called. So for him, he's just gained that car has just gained a lot of time, just being in the right place at the right time. Of course, people who are midway through the circuit, as we go green now, would have lost out there. But back under green now, thankfully. So it's nice short sessions here, and we have a maximum of 3 minutes for virtual safety car. We just heard there is a regulation in the rules here that you cannot tow your car without permission from race control. However, if it's like that, if you're under virtual safety car and you're just sitting, you can't do anything about the car, then you are okay to move the car then. But that's why the car was there for so long, stationary. It had to get permission to get the car out of the way.
It certainly did indeed. As having a quick look here at Samba Racing Team, trying to work their way past some GT traffic in the first section here of the actual Nordschleife, getting past a very damaged Mercedes there. Samba Racing filtering through in the 158. Doing this very twisty technical first section, Jimmy. That car picked a bad spot to get through, but he did just manage it. These guys still being, even at this stage after how crazy the race has been, still being very, very overzealous with their passes.
It may be just a case of lack of experience. I mean, we again, talking from the perspective of a prototype driver, with a short circuit, you sort of know every corner, know where you can pass, etc. All the scenarios you can run in your mind a lot easier. When you have to extend that to the length of the Nordschleife, it becomes very difficult, and sometimes you're sort of making up these passes as you go, which is why they're sometimes a little bit sloppy, a little bit dangerous, and sometimes we have, well, in this race we've had the incident, but I think as time go on, it will get cleaner, hopefully, of course, for the sake of people in the race, but like I said, Nordschleife is still one of those unique circuits that you really can't plan for unless you really go out there and just do it.
It certainly is indeed the Nürburgring, a very unique circuit in motor racing. And, oh, there we go, Samba trying to make a move there on, that's the Road Bar Stewards black car, the leader in your GT category. Don't want to be sticking your nose in on the GT leader. That wouldn't be looked on too kindly by many people. Samba Racing do focus through. Get themselves past, of course. They're sitting 5 minutes back from your leader, as Alvin mentioned earlier on. Difficult place for them to be in, but Alvin, it's very impressive. And they are racing with 4X HPD. They aren't too far back.
Yeah, it is, and you know, at this point in the race, you know, there may be some battles here and there, especially with all the things that have been going on. But here's something interesting: during the last virtual safety car, Blackstar Racing decided to come into the pits and get some pit service, while Vendable Racing White just stayed outside. So as it stands right now, the advantage is 27.5 seconds, give or take. Vendable Racing will have to come into the pits at the end of this lap for sure. So just because Blackstar Racing decided to come under the virtual safety car, that means that when Vendable Racing comes into the pits and do their full service, not only Blackstar Racing will be on the lead of this race, they may have almost a 50-second gap in this GTC field.
It certainly could, but let's not forget that following is always harder than... following is always easier than being on your own track like this, and that'll be a tricky situation, of course, for Blackstar. But they have dropped back from Vendaval. The gap is widening between those two cars. That's something they'll have to be aware of. It's about the 7-second mark right now. We'll take a quick look at your GT field. Road Bar Stewards Black have pulled away from their sister car, the White Machine. About 25 seconds between those two. Graphite Racing in third, sitting quite a long way back. Stephen Reddell is Sven Reddell, sorry, behind the wheel of the Graphite Racing machine. Bushfink Racing Blue and Black and Motorsports are down in the 4th and 5th places at the moment in the GT category. As Miguel is Road Bar Stewards. Okay, never mind. As we are looking at the wrong timing sheet, it would seem. Down your GTC field, though, this has been quiet behind the front two, really, Alvin, for a while now. German Sim Racing on their own, both those cars. Sim RC Strawberry also running on their own. The only cars we ever had together were Black Star and Vendaval, and it's always been a battle for the lead, so it's always been somewhat artificially dramatic.
Yes, it is, and well, you know, this is one of the many things that we see not only here in the Northland, but this is more of one of the consequences of endurance racing. Having these long races, you know, you got so many strategies. There's no one unique strategy that you can follow in order to win the race. It really does depend where you are on the track, when is the ideal time to come into the pits to lose the least amount of time on track, because yes, you lose time coming into the pits, that is a given, but you also have to service the car, so it's more of a question on how much time you can avoid losing while trying to go around traffic. Especially on a track like this, a lap that is so long, you really have to time it, because if you decide to come into the pits one lap later, that may be the difference between coming into a clean racetrack or perhaps losing 15-20 seconds dodging all that traffic that you will encounter in just one lap.
Very much so, and of course, the ebb and flow we get in multiclass racing, Jimmy, of within 4 laps we tend to see the GT cars being lapped by prototypes. It's kind of dragged out here to a few more than just 4 laps, and by the same vein, the number of laps we see after they all go filtering through to the next grouping up is also longer, so we should really see the field start to really congregate, if you will, in about the next 3 or 4 laps really in the Nürburgring, so in about 25-30 minutes, and we'll start to see something really different there. But as it stands, the field is running largely per class, and I still can't work out how the Porsches are largely ahead of the GT field.
I think it's just a strategy so far. That Porsche can go so much longer on fuel, it seems, so the GT is just losing time in the pits every time it has to come in, which is obviously interesting from our point of view. There is a close-ish battle on track, but right now it is down in the GTC field. It's down quite far down in the standings between KPR Sim Racing 2, I think that is, and the Bag Cactus Racing team. Both cars seem to have a little bit of damage on right now. Gap is about 2 or 3 seconds so far of IVRA at the wheel of a 95 car, so some for us to keep an eye on. But I wanted to make note that we did have Unicorn Endurance up to 2nd place for there to pit, then they pitted in, so Team Viking Molnier back up to 2nd, with Simatop actually up into 3rd place now, so Unicorn down to 4th. So that Simatop car, which has been sort of just going around nice and consistently, it's now up to 3rd place on a podium now, as I said before, so cars that we wouldn't necessarily see on the podium are now up in that position right now, just because of how difficult it's been so far. We'll just quickly just notice that the GTC leader is in, and as is Black Star Racing again. Did they not come in beforehand, Alvin?
Yes, they did. However, I got here information that they got a drive-through penalty for the avoidable contact, and I think it had to do with the virtual safety car procedure that they ran just behind that German sim racing car. So they were just found guilty of that incident. So they had to serve a drive-through, but still they are driving into the lead. But that means that the lead that I said that they will end up having of perhaps 50 seconds, well, it's gonna be cut down now to just under 5 seconds.
But still, Alvin, still with that, I mean, you're still seeing this gap. I mean, these guys were running about 3 seconds apart when with Vendaval being the leader at that point. But that's the advantage there of pitting under the virtual safety car. Even with a drive-through, that car is now 3 or 4 seconds up the road ahead of the number 9 car.
Yes, it is, and like we were just talking about, just because they decided to pit under the virtual safety car, that definitely made the time that they will lose a lot less, because if they would have pitted with Vendaval Sim Racing right now, we could be talking about perhaps a 25 to 30 second gap now as a result of the drive-through, but because they decided to pit under the virtual safety car, the amount of time that they lost is so much less that they even came up with the advantage of it.
It's interesting to see that as it pans out that way, but of course it does mean now that we do have a little bit of a battle on the track for us to watch, which is of course the GTC Blackstar Racing and Venderville for your lead in the GTC division at the moment. There's a little bit of a gap now with a little bit of that traffic in front, but for your lead the gap is up to about 5-6 seconds now, so not a big gap obviously at this stage of the race. Again, still a very, very long way to go before we can think about talking about positions. But Juanio Lopez is now the one chasing, and interesting because Venderville have been pretty much leading this entire race. First time they dropped down to second place, so I'm sure they'll be eager to try and get back in touch with Blackstar Racing, but at the same time I'm not too worried because they have a long way to go yet.
Now it certainly seemed to be the way, of course, for the guys from Venderville Sim Racing. They are still, of course, in contention at the moment. We expect to see them get back towards the front very quickly. They did drop that spot to Blackstar, but it is a very small lead. Unicorn Endurance have certainly been the ones that have impressed me so far today, Alvin. That car, well, they started in 17th place overall near the back of your prototype field. They're in second place. Dmitry Linev, in a moment, behind the wheel of that car. These guys were never considered a threat. Unicorn Endurance right now, though, proving to be very rare indeed.
Yeah, it is, and you know, it does show that on a track like this, when you have patience and you decide to time your passes and all that, it does show how much patience and using common sense it will definitely, you will get rewarded. And I think we were just mentioning that if during one of the breaks that if we had a chance to actually do a race here, because of the nature of how this race is, and we know that this track is really a tough track on only drivers but also cars, that perhaps if you go, instead of going 100%, perhaps you go 80%. Perhaps there's even more of a chance that you get a good finish rather than going 100%, and knowing how hard this track is, you may not even get to finish.
It's a very real possibility here, of course. Not even being able to finish is what's happened to a lot of drivers in this very race. And it's a major problem, Jimmy. They have had big incidents, and we've seen some major retirements so far. The likes of 49 Motorsports taken out under a virtual safety car. SimRC Mellon out. WR Racing Team Bushwink Red. We've also lost, of course, the pole sitter. Fusion Racing and their sister car both were taken out in incidents, as are at this point Bushwink Yellow, Berlin Simsport LMB, Hammerdown Racing, German Sim Racing, AG Motorsports, Puffin Racing, and others, to name but a few. Many have fallen. How many more?
Just lots of attrition. I mean, we spoke before the race, of course. Before we come onto the broadcast, we always have a little sit down and talk about what to expect, and we're sort of in unanimous agreement that there was going to be quite a bit of attrition in this race, and it's just showing through now. Obviously, now the drivers that are capable of keeping on the road at sort of 85-90% level, as Alvin was just saying, are the ones that are now starting to profit from this situation. We had a couple of instances. Of course, it isn't fair just to say people have fallen off, but some people have been caught up in other people's mistakes. That's a big thing around here as well. Of course, the traffic, we mentioned that a lot around here. Very narrow circuit, very hard to sort of just drive past someone on one line, and you always get into this age-old discussion really between the prototype driver and a DT driver as to who it falls on to get past to safely. The sort of general rule is it's up to the faster car to make the pass, but that doesn't mean that the GT car can just do nothing to assist that. For example, I mean, let's say for example you're coming up off the end of a straight, you have a prototype just behind you that isn't going to quite be past you before this next series of very fast corners. The easiest thing to do there, if you have the time, just to lift off a little bit on the GT, let that prototype get through, so you haven't got to deal with it in the corners. You know, it's thinking like that which sort of helps longevity in this race.
Certainly can help longevity, as we've just gone past the 2-hour mark into our third hour of coverage here on RacespotTV and iRacing Live for the DGFX Endurance Series here, of course, presented by Sim Experience. You can find them at simexperience.com. Drop the E from the experience, and that's the address you want for that, of course. And they are, of course, heavily involved, Jimmy, with not only AccuForce we talked about before, but also SimVibe.
Have their own sim vibe on there. Like I said, this is presented by Sim Experience. Go check out their website, as Rachel said. But the sim vibe is an advanced multi-dimensional audio-based feedback software that utilises 1 to 8 bass transducers, better known as butt kickers to you or me, or bass shakers, to provide the correct physics-based vibrations at each corner throughout your simulator. Think of a very cheap motion rig. Think of it that way. Check it out at simexperience.com.
There you go, simexperience.com. It wobbles your bum. On that note, we're going to go for a bit of fan experience here on RacespotTV. In fact, as he's dealing with traffic, we'll take a little. Actually, no, we'll have a look at a GT car this time. We're going to go on board with your road bar steward's black leader. He's just crossed the stripe. You get to see him deal with the GP circuit in the first section of the Nordschleife. Have fun, folks. ladies and gentlemen, to RacespotTV's TV's coverage of the DGFX Racing World Endurance Championship presented by Sim Experience. Here on RacespotTV TV and iRacing Live, Rachel Whiteford, Alvin Nieves and Jimmy Broadbent here bringing in the action. We're into hour number 3 of coverage here. 2 hours and 16 minutes in the books, 5 virtual safety cars, a plethora of fallen vehicular warriors on the side of the racetrack here, as the Nürburgring has not been conquered today. Jimmy, I'm trying to think of other ways to describe this, but they are falling like flies.
They are indeed. We still do have some battles on track, luckily for you guys, of course, with the 256 and 255 German sim racing DE cars. They're glued together right now, the 256 leading from the 255 currently. This will be interesting to see what happens in terms of pace here. Will the 256 get out of the way and then let the 255 through, or will it be a case of hold station and race, McLaren style, go out there and race properly instead of pantsing around your teammate? But we'll see what happens. It's coming up now to the second sector. Now this very long uphill sector here will very much benefit the following car up here. I mean, Alvin has touched on it a couple of times, of course. These Porsches don't have the most downforce in the world, and therefore they don't have the most slipstream in the world. They don't punch as big a hole in the air as, say, an HPD does, although you'd think it would do given its size. But here we go then, so up now, uphill. This is all uphill now. It's sort of deceiving sometimes when driving. You don't think it's as uphill as you think it is, but when you start seeing the speedo struggle, you realise just how much gravity is against you. And Marvin Hankey there in the 255 car just pulling up high and just getting off the throttle, being very careful around his teammate, of course. We've seen some interesting overtaking attempts so far, guys, so hopefully this will be a clean one if it happens.
Certainly will be, of course. Teammates, you're not expecting them to do anything too crafty at this point, but running together for the majority of this race so far. I have no doubt they will continue to do so for the rest of this one as they are heading towards the front of the field. As those two teammates of the German Sim Racing.de team third and fourth at the moment, respectively, for the two cars, with the 256 leading from the 255. His orders were reversed at one point though, so clearly they know how to pass each other and they are communicating, Jimmy, which is a vital skill for these guys.
It's not uncommon to see that, obviously, cars entering, or teams entering more than one car, and that usually, from what my experience is, that they'll all be in one sort of radio channel together, and they'll all be in constant communication with each other. And at any point the 256 car, or the 255 car I should say, sorry, feels like it's being held up by the 256, they can relay that information and say just let them pass in a place which won't lose too much time, and that can be beneficial for the race. But right now they're running third and fourth. They are a ways behind the Vendaval Sim Racing white car, which is currently in second place in class, so nothing really to push for at the moment, of course, but it's just about being keeping the car on the road and that longevity in the moment, which we've not really seen so far from the teams, having the sort of the long game in mind. But this is where German Sim Racing.de maybe could differ from the rest.
Certainly could be, of course. German Sim Racing have had a pretty good one so far. They've really been involved in a couple of accidents for some of the cars. There's a number of them entered actually, maybe 4 or 5 cars entered from that team. So the leaders from your GT field, road bar stewards Black, heading down pit road to get themselves service. This will be their third pit stop, I believe, as they'll head down to their pit box and get serviced. Road Bastards White, who's in second place, heading up Dottingerho at the moment. We'll see whether they dive in as well. This could be a team orchestrated stop here, Jimmy, to get them both in.
Could be the case. I mean, usually you want to try and run teams with different strategies, usually, as the 256 car goes a little bit wide there, just so you can have as many chances as at the race win as possible. If you're running everyone the same strategy, then you're just basically just giving them the same race, which I
they're running 1-2, which is not a bad position to be in as well. Have a quick look at the Robust Stewards white cars that will come up towards the final sequence before the pit entrance. So leader is already on pit road. The second place car, the white machine, looked to also be going down pit road, so that was in fact what they were going to do. They're running 1-2 with a significant gap behind them back to Bushfink Blue. It was about 2.5 minutes back, so 1 and 2 teams are in a great position here, Alvin.
Yeah, in a sense, certainly, in this race of attrition that we have been seeing in here today, especially on all over the field. This is something that hasn't been exclusive of the prototype field, but also the GT3 and GTC field. The Road Bastards, the black and white, pretty much have an incident-free race so far, and well, that pretty much is showing right now on the results. Right now, they're going 1 and 2 as they're both exiting the pits now. So just 3 hours and 41 minutes to go on this race, and those two they have a relatively safe race to go. Perhaps they may not even fight it until, let's say, just 30 minutes left into the race. If they're still this close to each other, then they may see who is the best team. But as it stands right now, it's just a smart strategy to just run 1-2, no rush.
Certainly is, as Blackadder Motorsports 66 car heads down to pit road. The lead once again closing in with your GTC field. Venval Sim Racing White, piloted by Juani Lopez, chasing, I should say, the car of Kim Eriksson in the Black Star Racing GTC car. The driver I knew quite well from driving the Corvette C6R in the Proto GT series last season. He is now leading the way in this Porsche 911 Cup car. Although Lopez is running him down, Alvin. The car looking very rapid. These two have always been about the same pace, and to see a battle for the lead within a second after 16 laps around the Nürburgring, that is impressive.
Yeah, and this pretty much this battle has been going on since the drop of the green flag. Bendable Racing and Black Star Racing, these two have been really going at it, except for some instances here and there where they have been separated, where it's by virtual safety car or pit stop cycles or anything. These two have been pretty much going toe to toe throughout this race, and with the amount of time that's still left, 3 hours and 40 minutes. I am pretty sure this is not the last that we will see, except if something really extraordinarily happens. I'm pretty sure this battle will go on until the end of the race.
I certainly hope it will do, because it will give us some great excitement to follow in this one for the majority of this race. Of course, these two cars have provided us a great action for the duration. Looking a bit further forwards, that's one of the GT cars. No, it's actually a lap down Porsche ahead of them, so try and get an angle on whoever that is in just a second for you. But your leaders in class heading up to lap one of their own class. This will be one of the first times we've seen lapping within a class, Jimmy, so far in this one. Other than damaged cars, this guy doesn't look damaged at all. It just looks like attrition.
It might just be just the pace, of course. We've seen a couple of cars not being as fast around it, or the Black Star Racing and Star GTC. Oh, there you go. It's the Bushfink car we saw in trouble earlier. So one of the cars that was damaged just being sort of wrapped there. So
437, I believe it is.
Yeah, but that was a scary move by the 76 there. Just sort of slid through on the inside. I wouldn't like to be in the shoes there, of course, but I'm sure that the 76 is very much aware that it's being hunted down by Juani Lopez at the moment. Of course, we said before, I don't think this position matters so much at this particular moment in time. Of course, you have to be in the lead when the flag drops, not now. But of course, if you can get in front and pull a little bit of a gap, that's always going to help. So I'm sure Juani Lopez is maybe looking to try and get in front of this GTC car before the end of this hour.
Certainly is, and we'll see if he can do just that over the next hour, as Jimmy mentions. Have a look back at Samba Racing in the 158. Heading up the Dottingham at the moment on their own. They're in 4th place. Team Vikings Molyneux in 3rd now, as Simitok Esports up to 2nd place overall. Huge leap forwards. Julien Riblou behind the wheel of that machine. The Vikings right behind him, so a battle is coming here, Alvin, as the Vikings seem to be counter-attacking.
It is definitely, and I'm pretty sure this battle here for the overall lead between the 707 Simitok Esport and the Team Vikings Bjorn, number 73. Kind of surprised that with all the things that have been happening on the prototype field, that we still get to see some battles here and there, and especially this battle for the overall lead. Well, we got something to look into as they go into the last chicane just before they join into the north slide portion of this track. And from the looks of it, it seems like, well, yeah, I'm trying to look at my track map to see how much they may have to deal in terms of traffic, but track map being so big and having everything in here all close together, it kind of seems like they may be going in for it as, yep, they got a Porsche just right in front of them. So let's see how they start handling this, because traffic and these prototypes, well, it's always fun to watch.
Certainly is. Traffic always very entertaining in this circuit in particular. It's actually Hugo telling me the Vikings are a lap down now. That's interesting. I didn't think the Vikings were, but that could be a different car. I think Hugo's timing is confused because they were, Jimmy, running in second place initially. Simotalk Esports are showing us directly ahead of them, am I correct?
Yep, that's right. And in the gap I'm seeing on my screen is the Vikings are now just under 2 minutes behind our leader. So still in the same lap from what I can see on my end.
So basically, Hugo's wrong and we should shoot him and put him out of misery.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, we're replacing Hugo then, folks. Sorry about that. Fortunately, no more Hugo Luis on cameras for RacespotTV, as he seems to have lost his marbles.
Does mean that we've got a fight on track.
It does, yes. There is still a fight on track, as we now realise they're not a lap apart. They're on the same lap. It's less than a second gap, and that's Erling Barlamer chasing down Simotalk Esports Julien Ribley. And we'll see whether they can get anything on now. It's actually Samba isn't too far away.
Seems so far at the moment that Team Viking are lapping quicker at the moment, so they are the faster car chasing that 707 car. I'm curious to see if the gap has come down to the leader by about 50 seconds. I mean, we were looking at about 2 minutes 40 or so from first to second, and not so long ago now it's down to a minute 50. That might be because of pit stops. Might have been some people taking advantage of the virtual safety cars we saw with Black Star. But that gap has definitely come down. It's worth watching. So the 181 car, again, not really under any pressure at the moment, but should be keeping an eye on the gap.
Certainly should be, and we'll see them do that indeed. As Alvin, your GTC field, that gap is still closing in between Vendaval and Black Star, and this one seems to really be on.
Yes, it is, and pretty much right now that that gap between Black Star and Vendaval just opened just a little bit. You know, it's just that they're pretty much going back and forth, and as they are starting to get around the circuit and completing just another lap in this in the North Life.
Oh, Alvin, sorry, we've just got breaking news, but rest in peace, Black Star. We have no idea what just happened to them. They were in front of Vendaval for a second, and then they disappeared. So we have the Bermuda Nürburgring, apparently. We've lost them. Black Star have had technical issues. They've gone.
Yep, kind of seems like it, because they were really close, and then all of a sudden, poof, like they just disappeared. Like some.
Yep, there it is. Like we've had confirmation. Technical failure for Kim Eriksson. That car will be scored as out for the time being. We'll see if they can get that thing back on the road, but fortunately, Black Star just fell into a black hole.
Yes, it is. It kind of seems like, you know, it was going all good. It was a fantastic battle, and just a magician came in and a little swing, and they just disappeared.
Absolutely. Next, we need to see a rabbit pulled out of the hat as Road Bastards Blue are running. Damn it, I meant to say Road Bar Stewards Blue. I actually finally said their team name properly on air, which I shouldn't have done. Fighting with the Fusion Racing Black car at the moment down in the GTC field. As we do actually have a battle on. This is down the order a bit. It's still within the top 10 though, Alvin.
Yes, it is. And, but pretty much what we have seen so far, as especially on this Porsche field, it's been a really fun field to watch in today. Especially this being perhaps the first race that we have seen these cars actually going at a actual race pace, going around this track. Yes, we did have during the when the Porsche 911 it was introduced into iRacing, we had those time trials that they always do for especially when they introduce new cars and whatnot. And we saw some people, you know, just having some fun there, and but as it stands right now, very fantastic racing, and we just getting word that there's gonna be a virtual safety car, and it's active right now.
It did just do
it's
that.
Unicorn Endurance. Unicorn Endurance. They're on the roll hoop. They're upside down. Dimitri Linev in the car there. See if we can get a replay of what happened, but just came back to their completely. That's them out there. Gone back to the pits, towed already. So Unicorn Endurance, who are doing so well to be consistent, now out of contention. It seems.
It seems exactly that way, as they're in a pretty awful position, as the Unicorns were doing so well, and it seems as though they've just lost that spot at the moment, folks. We're also trying to have an update on what's happened with Torque Freak Racing. They're in pit road as well. Torque Freak Racing on pit road with no rear bodywork. Leaders are also out. Drama at the Nürburgring. We're going to try and find out what happened just then for that one and try and get you a replay of their demise. But this is big stuff, guys.
Not out just yet, just to make sure, to clarify that they are still in the race, but out of contention likely if that damage is severe. Again, we're trying to get some replays up on our end now, so sorry for that, folks. Bear with us on our end so we can explain it to what happened there. But that's really does play into Simitok and Team Viking Molnir's hands now. That's like a 2-minute gap there. It's going to come down to
I see
naught.
nothing with what's happened, unfortunately, to Torque Freak Racing. I'm not sure if we could find it. But at some point, off our screens, there's been a major issue for them. You go. Oh, we got it on the screen for you now. As did anybody in the booth catch this?
Still looking, unfortunately.
Oh, we actually have something here. I'm going to try and see what we got from the replay situation. I think it was around the Bushfink Racing blue car could have been involved in this moment, judging by what we're seeing on the replay, as well, your leaders and the 4th place runners both at this time are in serious trouble. That's pushed, of course. Sorry, Jimmy, for a little bit of confusion up here in the studio, but we've had some major confusions in terms of replays for us on our screens, and we haven't been able to see what you guys have seen at home, of course, but you just got to see what happened to your leader, Torque Freak Racing Sunset. But to have two cars that were running so well, Jimmy, in the top 4 have incidents, and this has now got Simitok, the Vikings, V-Apex and 4X up into your top 4.
Something to remember as it keeps happening, as this place bites, make a mistake, and it will. This happens. Torque Freak, of course, are now in the pits. Have been in the pits for the last 6 minutes or so, so they're going to be way down now. Virtual safety car just ending, going back to green flag now. So, which for Simitok has come at the worst possible time, because they're now just coming into the pit lane. They're going to try and get a pit stop out of that, and maybe try and jump Vikings in at the same time, so that they had to pit there, which is unfortunate for those guys, meaning they aren't going to gain any time on that pit stop. So for the sake of our battle for lead, it's going to be very close. Now our lead in the prototype is now down just only a couple of seconds.
Very much so, and Alvin, this one has gone from bad to worse for a number of teams already, and leaders in 2 of our 3 classes have gone out within 10 minutes. This is absolutely unheard of.
Yes, it is, and this is something that definitely especially a track like this, we always have this really a battle of who is the last person up here, and to kind of have an idea sometimes how teams in real life are approach a race like this. I recently had the opportunity to go to the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and during Thursday I had the honor of talking to one of the engineers of Racing Competizione. Don't ask me how I got that conversation to get going, but I was fortunate enough to get to talk to one of them, And one of the things that he talked about me about an endurance races, it's not about who is right, it's about who is left. And when we kept talking about it, he did have a point. It doesn't really matter if when you're involved in an incident, okay, yes, you were right, you had the car inside, and so you had the line, fine. Is that gonna give us the car back? No. So definitely it's all about using more common sense rather than just being right for the sake of being right. And definitely this is something that we need to see more of from these teams in here today.
That's a fantastic point, Alvin. It's not who is right, but who is left in endurance racing. And we are seeing a key example of that in today's event. There is no doubt. We've definitely seen that to happen today. And, well, it's a key example of just surviving is points, Jimmy. And there are so many teams here who are doing just that to try and get back out for points. 49 Motorsports, they are back out on track. They said they will come back out. They want to get 22 laps, I believe they said, in to score points. And, well, that car is in a very sorry state, but it is back on track. And when they said they were rear-ended, they weren't kidding. That car looks horrendous.
It does. It's good to see him try and get back out on track, though, of course. It's going to be going around the end of the race to pick up any points. We saw, of course, we had I think Dexter in here earlier with the 49 Motorsports car. They said they're over an hour of repairs, and they said they are out there doing their thing. But they've got to do, I think, what they said, about 20 laps or so, 22 laps to count for any points. So they've got to get out there now and do as many laps as possible. They're currently on their 7th lap, so they've got a long time to do it in. But I'm sure they'll be just trying not to hit anyone else this time, or try and get involved in any more incidents. Just to clarify, the incident at the start of the race between those two was just under virtual safety car, where another car did not slow down, ran to the back of Dexter Castro's 49 Motorsports car, pretty much straight into their race before it even began.
That's unfortunately the way it happened. And that's put them in the position they are in now, but they're not the only team in that spot, as we'll see whether the Black Star car got back in time. Well, they are down the order, actually. They're down in 5th place, because it's Vendaval Sim Racing White now, German Sim Racing 255, then 256, followed by Sim RC Strawberry in 4th, with Black Star Racing GTC in the 5th spot, as Justo Hitala is in the car now for them. Vendaval Sim Racing still Juani Lopez behind the wheel of that car as they head to the carousel. Simatok Esports, your new overall race leader and prototype class leader, piloted by Emmanuel Galnier. He is doing a fantastic job. His last lap was a 9 minutes 56, so nearly a 10-minute lap there, Jimmy, but they're playing it safe for Simatok. This has been a very consistent race from them. That car is spotless.
Do what I do, just go out there and be nice and easy. Just keep going with it and then hope that you stay out of trouble in this case. So we'll keep an eye on that, of course. Molnir isn't too far behind though, so it's not going to be too much of a mistake for 707 to be reeled in by a 73 car. But it's nice now to have 4 cars within a minute of each other on this lap, so it's nice to have that close-ish race coming back to us again. As you said, ebb and flow in endurance racing, so just starting to come back together again now.
Certainly is at the moment, as well, the race is unfolding in quite a dramatic fashion. We're on, I believe, 6 virtual safety cars at the moment in our first 3 hours of the race. So if we don't get another one for the next 20 minutes, that still maintains an average of 2 per hour, which is surprisingly low for the Nürburgring, actually, Jimmy. I thought it might actually be higher, but in the grand scheme of things, we've really not had that much carnage.
Not so much right now, although saying that, we are now looking at the battle on screen now of our 3rd place in the GT field, and bear in mind that we still have a Vendaval Sim Racing White in the GTC class still actually ahead overall of our leading GT car, so just goes to show just how much that fuel is coming into play. And we're just seeing now Matthias Magnussen, that Blackadder Motorsport 66 car, just take a little bit of a tow from the passing HBD and drive past the Apex Racing group car on the right. Nice clean pass there, just taking things nice and easy. Apex, I'm sure, will maybe come back at them coming into the second half of the circuit, although just not really staying in the slipstream, pulling over now at last to do so. Not sure why it left that long, maybe a gearing issue there, didn't want to run into the limiter. Maybe a matter of keeping fuel as well. But here we go. They're now coming into the stadium section. It's a very difficult section here. These little sweeping rights and lefts. It's very easy to get caught out under braking because you really don't want to hit the brakes when you're turning in this sort of car. So you have to make sure you try and brake and straight line as much as possible when coming up to this last section. Of course, when you have a draft and you're coming close behind someone else, it makes things even more difficult. But there you go. Change of position. That's Blackadder Motorsport 66 up into third place. Keep our eyes on this as we go then, as the 57 car of Apex Racing Group, currently piloted by Clark Archer. I'm not going to let this Blackadder car get away with it as easy as that. We'll just latch onto the back and I'm sure try and get into a position where they can be close again, maybe to turn that overtake around, going very aggressive lines there into the just going downhill now to the hairpin. So that pushing Yellow Racing HPD coming through as well. Nice to see that car back on the field again. That's another car that got caught up in an incident early on, so it's nice to see the pushing Yellow HPD back in between now our third and fourth place in GT. Meanwhile, just I wanted to make a mention that we did have a reconnection for the Black Star team. Unfortunately, they have also come back in quite a few laps down after that, so they'll be looking maybe to try and just consolidate now, try and maybe gain some points in this event, but of course having a disconnect at any point in this event is always going to hurt you. So they are still racing, and they are actually still up in. They're only in fifth place. They aren't too far back. They have lost obviously a bit of time, but to disconnect and still be in fifth place is still a decent running for those guys.
Well, actually, and I have to say, going back to that technical issue that Black Star Racing had, just because of where it happened just as they were entering the Dottinger hole. Because it happened right there, the amount of time that they actually lose by getting that tow is a lot less than if it would have happened right at the beginning of the lap. So in a way, they just got lucky, to say the least. And with 3 hours and 20 minutes to go in this race, there's a possibility that with some virtual safety cars and some clever bits of management, they may get close to Bendable Racing White again and perhaps go for the win.
Possibility, of course, and we've seen already that there is that strategic mind on the Black Star Racing team, earlier gaining about 28 seconds or so on Vendaval just with clever pitting under the virtual safety car. So again, something for us to keep an eye on as that progresses, as Team Viking Molyneux, they're taking a drive through there. The 73 car, that is right, can confirm that was a drive-through penalty there for the 73 car of Team Viking Molyneux for an unsafe rejoin on lap 17. So at some point they've come back on the circuit, not really looked to tip their nose and maybe cause an incident, meaning they have to take a drive-through penalty, which sort of leaves, takes a bit of pressure off Simitok Esport, of course, but our leader was the Apex Racing Group purple car, who's now coming to the pits for their stop, so the leader's gone back to the Simitok Sport car for now. Samba Racing still running, so they're going to come out actually, Apex is going to come out just in front of Samba Racing. This is going to be your P2 battle for third overall between the 158 car and the 33 car. So let's see what Baz Winkle has now in this Samba Racing car. Let's see if he has the pace to get onto the back of this Apex Racing Group purple car. Because I'm not sure about you, Alvin, but I've not really seen much of the Apex Racing Group car, so they've been sort of anonymous this race, so maybe not quite too hot on pace, so maybe it's a nice cheeky chance here for Samba to move up into a provisional podium.
Well, and judging by how this race has gone, I wouldn't be surprised if the Apex Racing Group Purple has taken more of a conservative approach to this race, knowing that this race has a high rate of attrition, and that is something that we have seen throughout this race so far. So perhaps they are going through the conservative approach, and as we can see right now, it's really starting to pay off that approach. They are running in third place, as Samba Racing just going for that third place and last podium step in that prototype field. But it could just be that they decided to just take more of a conservative approach, and let's see where they end up at the end of this race.
We still have a battle on track between our 57 car and the 239 car. So these guys still close at the moment. Hoping that they stay close for our sake as broadcasters. We don't like to sit around and sort of watch people just manage gaps, but these guys are still going as it is.
Certainly is, Jimmy, and well, the race is reaching its halfway point right now. 14 minutes and we'll be at that halfway point in tonight's 6 hours of the Nürburgring. Well, it has been a very exciting race so far. 10 cars remaining on the lead lap, of course, and well, we're nearly getting to the point where we'll have a GTC car in the top 10. That should tell you everything you need to know about this race. It has been a typical Nürburgring race. Alvin, it's tough. This track is hard work.
Yes, it is, and it does seem like this is a battle not only for everybody up here racing in today, but it's also been a battle for us here at Racespot. You know, trying to make sure that everything is working properly, because the track is tough, not only on drivers but also on us, and we up here we also haven't been exempt of having some issues here and there, but like always we make our best to make sure that we bring you the best racing possible.
We certainly do. And Nürburgring, not Nürburgring King, didn't say that. Nürburgring, of course, incredibly tough on the racers and our cameras, so we are doing our best. Let's have a quick look actually right now at TNT Racing Gold in the 007 being chased down by Graphite Racing in the 292. They're very, very close in the racetrack, trying to get past the Torque Freak Racing Porsche. And Hugo Preto in the TNT Gold machine is really struggling to clear him as he nearly chopped the nose of the Torque Freak Porsche there. That could have been a disastrous moment, but they just about escaped that one with a bit of a twitch towards each other, Jimmy.
Again, this is a case of maybe the TNT racing car sort of knowing there's coming under pressure from the Graphite car behind and making moves that maybe are not quite the cleverest thing to do right now. Of course, Torque Freak Racing Porsche can always be as compliant as it wants to, but through here, of course, this is a single line to the Casper Decourt, and the Graphite Racing car is going to be sort of sitting there, just waiting for a chance to overtake. We've seen a couple of cars trying to overtake down into this hairpin here, not quite close enough. Now, the issue is the GT and the Porsche here are actually very similar in acceleration. You're seeing that now on your screen, and it's just through cornering performance where the GTs can maybe come back, and you're seeing this is where Casper is starting to lose out now, because the Audi in front of the TNT 007 car is not having to put up with waiting now, and it's just having to, Casper's having to be very patient now. We might see him try out the inside of the kink. Some people do that here. I wouldn't recommend it in these cars, go 2x2 through here. There you go, the Torque Freak Racing car sees it coming, gets off the throttle, makes it easy, and they go now both through without incident.
They certainly do, and we'll keep that in mind as Viopix Racing Group Purple leading the way in your prototype field. Simataki Esports in second, Vikings Monnier in third, Samba Racing Team in fourth, Forex in fifth place. Still a big battle for position in our prototype classes. Well, the gaps are 11 minutes, 6 minutes, and then, well, seconds, sorry, 11 seconds, 17 seconds, then up to 1.9. I was being a little overzealous perhaps with my units of measurement there, as 11-minute gaps would be absolutely stonking, Jimmy.
And not something that I don't think is out of the question either. We may see that come just yet, but I'm noticing this gap now between the 007 and the 292 car. That's the difference there traffic makes around here, and now the 292 is encountering another lapped car, 007 is encountering another lapped car, and it's now going to get slowed up. And through this section here, this last section, which is very much based around cornering speed, sort of mid to low cornering speed, this is where it's going to be very difficult for the Audi here to get past this Porsche in front, because although the Porsche is a lot slower under braking, I think mid cornering speed is a lot slower as well, the acceleration isn't that different, and that's what you need to get past out of these corners. You need to have the nice run out of the corner to get alongside and get past for the next set of corners. And right now, Hugo Preto on that TNT Racing Gold car is having just to wait, and that's going to kill him inside a little bit.
It'll certainly kill him inside, but Hugo Preto, a very patient driver, sitting there in that TNT Gold machine. He's only one that can hold himself back when he needs to, and hopefully will do just that with this car up ahead of him from the our Porsche team. Just trying to see the number is contact there with a prototype that slung his way in there. I believe that's a 64 car AOD Racing HPD. Comes sliding in, tries to go sneaking up the inside the corner, and nearly bins it himself for his troubles.
Oh,
this
does it again
patience,
there.
Jimmy.
Dives in there, got no regard at all for the car in front. And that 64 car is a car that's been in trouble multiple times and is a lot of laps down at the moment, and still thinks it's okay to do that sort of move. I think that sort of thing is just very disrespectful. And look now, I mean, that aside for a second, look now, again, this gap has come right back down. 007 and 292 together, and the 292 is going to have the luxury of the draft on the straight, so I think we're going to see a change of position down the bottom of the hole.
We certainly can see that, as we'll have to keep an eye on what's happening with Graphite Racing and Casper Delcourt behind the wheel of that one. Hugo Preto in the TNT Gold car. Can he hold him off? That'll be the question. We don't think that he will be able to. There is a Porsche ahead of him that he can use as a draft partner, we think, but we're not sure if we'll see that. That's the Fitzy Motorsports DGFX car, driven by Jam Fitzpatrick. So he is, of course, running down, I believe, in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place in your GTC field. It's going very well.
Just go back then to our 292 017 team. See what does. The 292 now comes into the pits, which probably explains why he got off the throttle a little bit. I was going to say he was just saving fuel, it seems, behind the 007 car, but just comes to the pits now. Now, at other circuits, we sort of talk about how people will save fuel and then maybe try and do an extra lap. That's not really a thing around here for obvious reasons. I mean, saving a full lap's worth of fuel in a stint is saving, you know, over 8 minutes worth of fuel for a GT car. So it's just not something that's on, I think. Even if you're coasting, you're slipstreaming, there's no way you're going to save a lot of fuel, as Casper gets out of the car for Graphite and Frank gets in.
It certainly does, and that'll be a drop of drivers for them as we get rolling once again. Fuel and tyres taken on for the 4th time here as we approach that 1 hour mark in this race. Sorry, the 3 hour mark in this race, the halfway point of our race. I seem to have forgotten nearly 2 hours there, Jimmy, as we moved to that point, but it is very quiet, is what we can say, I suppose, and Alvin, to you too. We talked about attrition, we've talked about the difficulty of the circuit, and those are key components of any event at the Nürburgring and endurance racing in general, but of course what these guys are having to contend with is that there is so little of the track you can see at any one time. So you are racing the clock as much as your competitors, and when you do find another car, sometimes, especially an accident scene, can be out of sight completely. You forget that these corners are largely blind in a lot of places.
Yeah, it could be, and certainly this point on the track, it kind of this track kind of shows the hot lapping nature that we have known the Nürburgring to be for years now, especially when you are so spread apart and you really are not racing anybody right in front of you, or you don't have anyone behind you, you know, being a race for position. Then it kind of you as a driver kind of go into kind of like that hot lapping mentality. And this track, yeah, sometimes it does seem to be more of a hot lapping racetrack compared to all the other racetracks here, not only in iRacing but all over the world. So right now, it seems like all it's pretty much spread out. So drivers kind of, perhaps some of them taking a little bit more relaxed, or some of them, you know, trying to see if they can get those extra seconds here and there, and see where they are standing after they do their last pit stop.
Based on what we've seen from fuel numbers so far, Jimmy, the last pit stops will be somewhere in the kind of 5 hours and 20 minutes mark, as fuel is here lasting maybe 40 minutes, so it's a bit less than we'd see at somewhere like a regular racetrack.
That'd be the ideal stop, and that'll be what teams are shooting for, of course. But it's it never really works out that way. Of course, those virtual safety cars come into the mix. Of course, a lot of people having incidents, be it with damage or just caught up with other cars, and that's something that the teams are going to have to sort of apply to their strategies as the time goes on. I mean, at the start, you have your own fixed strategy that you try and work towards. As I'm just watching the Fusion Racing number 8 car unlap itself from the Samba Racing team car. So that's interesting to note. The Fusion Racing number 8, it is a lap down, but it's making its way back through the field now. So the speed of that 8 car, so I just need to go back to my point in a second. That number 8 car, I think, if it keeps up a decent speed, there's enough time for it to pull back that the gap to the front if there are issues at the front. Now, so back to strategy, as I was saying before. I mean, every team goes in. I mean, again, back to my own personal experience, we have a team spreadsheet that we have with the times of the stops, etc., how long it should take, when we're going to do it. And of course, it very rarely goes to that plan. There's always something that comes into the mix, be it a safety car or what else. And then you have to amend it as you go. Otherwise, you end up getting to the end and then coming short by maybe a lap or so. And that's something that you don't want to do. You don't want to splash and dash necessarily. You want to try and go as long as you can at the end, because that last minute pit stop will cost you a position.
Certainly could do, of course. Pit stops absolutely vital to get right in a race like this, and making them look too late is exactly what you don't want to see happening. Simontok Esports at the front of your prototype field right now. Vinifar Sim Racing White at the front of your GTC field, and Road Bar Stewards Black at the front of your GT field at the moment. Those two are actually running technically next to each other in the actual overall positions in 12th and 13th place for your two leaders in the GT classes. But inverted, GTC ahead of your GT leader. And Alvin, this is something we've been talking about multiple times, but the Porsches, as we say, Jimmy mentioned earlier, just run far longer on fuel. They are actually competitive, it looks here, with the GT3 cars.
Yes, it is, and the way that they were set in terms of the BOP on the BOP adjustments that just before this race started, the GTC cars and the Porsche 911, they should be able to go around 6, maybe 7 laps. Although trying to go 7 laps may be a little bit more difficult in a car like this, compared to the GT3s where they were adjusted to where they can go 5 laps. Although GT3s do have more options in terms of in-car adjustments that perhaps they can make it go to 6 laps if they wanted to, but sometimes it's just best to go flat out and just go for the 5 laps, and yeah, that may mean that you will have to do an extra pit stop, but also because of that, because you are having shorter pit stops that perhaps you may have if you were running on a full tank of fuel, there's also the possibility of double stinting tires, because instead of running an hour and an hour 5 stint, you're running now 40-minute stints. So there's also that possibility of pit strategy to try to double stint tires. But on a track like this, it may be a little bit tricky, but I wouldn't be surprised with a car being lighter. There's also that possibility of trying to double stint tires.
There it is, and we'll have a good look at Torque Freak Racing Rodillion in the GTC class right now, racing with the Screw Loose Motorsports in the 26th car. This is down outside your top 10 in GTC. They've got a prototype behind them who's being a little on the impatient side. That, I believe, is belonging to the team. It's not one of your Fusion Racing teams. I think it actually is. I'm looking at the wrong car numbers now, so this is always making it easy for you when you're trying to go through your orders in the track, working out who is who.
I think it's Bushfink Yellow, I think it is.
Bushfink Yellow, there we go. Jimmy's putting me out of my misery. But struggling to find cars in this list. Camera angles somewhat make it odd to see the numbers, but the prototype will get through there on the Screw Loose Motorsports machine. And I think that is the 208 car, actually. I was seeing the prototype there as I'll order my list of numbers. And that was the NAB Racing entry, piloted at the moment by Alwin Klusterman. Alwin Klusterman, there we go. I should have just read it for a second first and then pronounced it rather than pronouncing it and then going, oh crap, I can't read this. But anyway, I shall go back to being my terrible, but pronouncing European names English self. And we'll look back towards your prototype field. Samba Racing up in 3rd for now. The Apex Group Purple down in 4th. Behind, of course, the Scimitar and Vikings entries in 1st and 2nd. AOD Racing is in 5th place. They are on pit road right now, getting further repairs after yet another donk, I think, Alvin.
Yeah, man, it kind of seems like another man bites dust there, and this race has been kind of going from back to worse to so many teams in here at 49 Motorsports. Not the exception, of course. They were caught in that lap 1 incident as well, and you know, just looking at throughout the whole field here, and so many cars that have been caught in incidents here and there. It's kind of silly to kind of try to imagine. At this point, we are trying to see what cars have not been involved in an incident, and it's really kind of hard to point out at this point.
Certainly is, of course, and well, it's becoming, as we mentioned, and we've been saying throughout this one now, then, that this is a game of survival, and teams that will be there at the end, regardless of how many times they have to fix that car, they'll be the ones that get the reward from this, and it's almost a case of stick it out, suffer through, and you'll get the payday. We're seeing just that, of course, from the likes of 49 Motorsports, who are still trying to work their way forwards and gain some laps. They've only 10 laps in the books so far, and they're back on pit road getting a few more repairs. The car obviously not in fit state to drive right now, but we do expect we'll see them actually gain some spots soon. They're only a lap behind a competitor in WR Racing, who are currently out of the race, and then Hammerdown Racing 3 laps ahead of them, so at least a couple of spots they can make. So it is a case of get out there and actually get that car moving. You can still get stuff.
It is absolutely, and especially if you are going for a championship. These are the races that can really make or break your championship. Because yes, you are way down in the field. It may seem like race over. You know, there's no point in really going out there, but just trying to get those extra points that you can get here and there, and yes, it will come to a point that when you look at the lifetime and you're like, okay, we pretty much have made all the all the positions that we have with that we could possibly make. There's really no point in going out of the track. But if you end up winning that championship and you look back at all your race results, you may look back at this race and say, good thing that we went out there and we kept clawing our way back, because just because of that, those extra points that we got, that meant the difference between coming in first and coming in second place at the end of this championship.
It certainly has, and every single point means prizes in a race. Championships have been won and lost over a single point, Jimmy. We've seen more than once a single point separating many different positions.
Exactly, and again, just to continue on Alvin's point, it's important just to maximise every opportunity you have, even if you are caught up at the start. Get the car back up there and get running, you know. But part of the endurance racing appeal to me is that anything can happen, you know, and at any time pretty much. So if you are one of the unlucky guys, you know, like I actually mentioned earlier, I wanted to correct myself on the subject actually, that AOD Racing is laps down. They're actually not, they're up into 5th spot after the start, so they've come back pretty well. And this is an example again of that 64 car being able to have an incident at the start, then come back strong for the end of the race, and maybe they'll come back and still podium yet. There's still so much time in the race that it's hard to make any calls at all.
It certainly is. Well, folks, we are at the halfway point of this motor race. We are going to go for a quick commercial break. Stick with us. We will be back after that, and we'll do your halftime race report. So join us soon.
This is Circuit de la Sarthe, known around the racing world simply as Le Mans. Since 1923, this track in western France has been home to the world's original 24-hour endurance race. Coupled with the likes of the legendary Indianapolis 500 and the Monaco Grand Prix, the 24 Hours of Le Mans is widely regarded as the world's most prestigious endurance race, and it forms a part of motorsport's Triple Crown. The first race was held on the outskirts of Le Mans back in 1906 and was called the French Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix of its kind. It was run on public roads, with one lap of the circuit stretching just over 103 kilometers. Then, in 1922, the secretary of the ACO, Georges Durand, was given 100,000 francs to facilitate and devise a new race for the region. Durand took this as an opportunity to stage something completely unheard of, a 24-hour endurance race that would push the modern race car to its limits, where manufacturers would prove their worth to the world. Durand's original Circuit de la Sarthe stretched 17.2 kilometers and was entirely comprised of public roads. It ventured into the city of Le Mans and stretched to a tight hairpin before venturing on to the 8-kilometer long Mulsanne Straight. In 1929, the hairpin was bypassed due to safety concerns with expanding town suburbs, and safety was always a thing that changed and progressed the racetrack over the years. In 1932, the track as we know began to take shape. That was prompted by the construction of a new 1.5 kilometer bypass running from the start-finish area to the new entrance of the Mulsanne Straight, the now infamous Tête Rouge corner. This section featured the fast first curve that remains today, and what would later become the location of the famous Dunlop Bridge. Now, back in 1923, it was a field of 33 drivers that competed in the inaugural event, and their average speed, 57 miles an hour. By 1956, the field had increased to 49 cars, and they were running at nearly twice the average speed, at 104 miles an hour. As the cars became quicker and the competition rose, the track continued to evolve. For example, in 1972, the final section of the track was completely reconfigured to bypass the dangerous Maison Blanche kink. This included the addition of the Porsche curves and the revised Ford chicanes to slow the cars on the run from Annage corner to the start-finish line. These features remain today. One of the then traditional aspects of the race was the Le Mans start. Drivers would stand across to the track where the cars were parked, and then at the drop of the French tricolour, they ran to their car, climbed in, fired the engine, engaged first gear, and pulled away in a cloud of exhaust and burned rubber. Not surprisingly, this was discontinued for safety reasons, as drivers would either rush to buckle their seatbelts, they didn't even bother buckling them at all. Dan Gurney, who together with AJ Foyt won the 1967 race, famously recounted using his knees to steer his Ford GT Mark II on their opening lap at speeds well above 200 miles an hour whilst he fastened his seatbelt. Since 1971, Le Mans has reverted to the more traditional rolling start used throughout endurance racing today. Le Mans will ever be known as the proving ground for car manufacturers and a lifelong dream for drivers. It continues to rank as the pinnacle of endurance racing that inspires similar races to take shape around the world. Things like the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, or the 24 Hours of Spa, or the Rolex 24 at Daytona. But there will only ever be one Le Mans. Experience Le Mans on iRacing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the DGFX Racing World Endurance Championship here on RacespotTV and iRacing Live. Rachel Whiteford, Jimmy Broadbent and Alvin Nieves bringing you all the action. And after half of the race, 3 hours are in the books. We have new leaders, we have a whole different shaken up class structure at the moment. This has been a wild ride here at the Nürburgring in round number 2. Out front, Simataki Esports, Team Viking Molnir and Samba Racing in your prototype classes in your GT field. Road Bar Stewards Black and White with Black Motorsports in third. Down in GTC is Vendaval Sim Racing White, RC Strawberry and German Sim Racing 255. Things have been very topsy-turvy. We've lost leaders, we've had accidents, we've had incidents under the virtual safety car. This has been one nobody is going to forget anytime soon. This race has been very, very lively. We've had some fantastic racing on track, of course, and some fantastic and controversial incidents off the track as well. So stick with us for the next just under 3 hours to see the conclusion of this one. Who will make it to the end? Who will make it the next hour? We surely don't know, do you? Tell you what, Jimmy, this has definitely been one that has been a very different racing experience for us, at least in the booth. This track is tricky at the best of times, and seeing cars of these classes going around here is a little bit on the unusual side for us, but it's also been eye-opening, really, to see just what these prototypes are like, because I think this is the first time I've ever seen prototype cars racing on the Nordschleife.
I mean, there is a reason they don't race here in real life, of course, but it seems here the HPG are a lot more durable than you think it would be around here, of course, having to deal with things like that. And we're being told that the leader is into the wall. The leader of...
We aren't sure which leader, but there is a leader in a wall somewhere.
It was our overall leader.
Yep,
they're just coming out of the carousel and just went wide and just grazed the wall there. Very close. We're talking about this race being lively, and there another sort of string to that bow. I think that car is okay. It's looking to be maintaining its speed okay on the straight. If anything, it might be a little bit down, maybe a little bit of front right damage there, but Emmanuel getting away with that just about.
Oh, last lap from Simataki Esports was 7:38. We'll see what it is this time by with the time they lost there. We've only got 13 seconds to the Vikings Molnir team, and will we see them actually hit the pit road? We will not. And they're going to continue, so we'll see what this lap time will be from Emmanuel Galnier. Numerous cars on pit road getting repairs this time by 33, so 12 seconds slower. That could just be the track, though. That could be nothing to do with the incident there, Jimmy, of course. 12-second variation in lap time. That's just traffic in the Nürburgring.
It could be traffic, it could be an incident, could be a pit stop, of course, as well. And we do see some interesting lap times when the virtual safety car comes out as well. It's basically lap time plus 3 minutes for those who have not been involved there. But it does mean the gap has come down at the front now. It was about 14 seconds, now down to just under 7. 3 seconds faster on that lap was the Team Viking car, the 73 car currently. And which means soon that similar top car will be in sight. As a driver, for me personally, again, speaking from my own experience, when you can see the guy in front, it helps you just, it will be shorten that a little bit more and just makes catching that a little bit easier.
Certainly does, and Alvin, things have been very topsy-turvy in GTC at the moment. Seems up and down, left and right, sometimes underneath.
Yeah, and it kind of seems like things has, since the incident, since the issues that Black Star Racing had during the last hour, it kind of seems like things are cooled just a bit down, and in the GTC field, only battle here that we have on track right now is the two German sim racing .de teammates, the 255 and the 256. They are just over 2.5 seconds apart from each other, but I'm pretty sure that being teammates, that they are just trying to keep some distance here and there. However, as it stands right now, the Black Star Racing has made their way up to 5th position, and they are just 35 seconds behind Vendaval Racing White, so things definitely starting to get slowly but surely starting to close that gap. So we will see what the end of the race does bring us in terms of this GTC battle.
Certainly does, folks, and don't forget that this series is sponsored by simexperience.com. That's Sim Experience without the E in the experience.com. And they are, of course, stockists of AccuForce driving systems, unparalleled realism and the most advanced tuning features on the market. The AccuForce Pro steering system is the only complete plug-and-play direct drive force feedback wheel for sim racers. Check it out, of course, at simexperience.com. They also stock SimVibe. SimVibe by Sim Experience is an advanced multi-dimensional audio-based feedback software that utilizes 1 to 8 bass transducers, basically vibration units, or butt kickers. These provide the correct physics-based vibrations to each corner of your sim rig, and you can get the exact same feeling as a motion rig for a fraction of the price. So check them out at simexperience.com. That's experience without the E because they're cool. Back to the on-track action, of course. Simotok had a bit of a collision, Jimmy, and it hasn't really affected him much. The car's still going very well.
They're lucky to get away with that one. That's one of those tricky ones that could be, because it could have been a lot worse had the car hit the wall in a slightly different way, but again, lucky just to get away with that. No issues for them there. Still running strong, of course. The 73 car, I think, is running a little bit quicker right now. That's the car behind them, the Team Bike and Molnir car. But it isn't. The gap isn't such as we can see the car in front of them. They aren't visibly on the same piece of tarmac, which again would be better for Simotok guys. But this is a thing that's quite difficult to do, especially if you're running in the lead and maybe you're not used to being there, like the Simotok guys. Maybe what aren't cars a car we expect to be at the front. Is that going to be looking at the timing? Well, I would be if I was in the car. I'd find it very difficult not to keep an eye on the timing, especially if I was leading, and that can cause mistakes, especially if you've got one eye always on that relative screen. Of course, those who maybe don't know that iRacing features a black box of relative screen that shows you a sort of live gap to the car behind you in front. And there is a chance, of course, that maybe taking an eye off that for a second might cause you to run. But seeing we might have a three-way battle forming at the moment between the 64, the 152 and 208. Alvin, have you got a camera on that?
Yes, I do, and 64 is leading right now in 6th place over German Sim Racing .de in 7th place and NAB Racing in 8th place as they just got inside the Nordschleife portion of the Nürburgring, and it kind of seems like they may have a relatively easy time for the time being as the car that farthest. Nope, they're just gonna get into the 088, the Bad Cactus Racing green team. We're gonna approach it right now, and let's see how they can manage the traffic here as they're coming into a portion of the track that should be relatively easy to overtake some traffic here and there. Now they gotta be really careful as they approach this portion of the track, but the downforce of the HPD won't allow them to actually go airborne as now they're trying to go and flashing the lights and going just a little bit outside of the track. And Jimmy, you know what happens when you flash the lights? That means get out of the way.
I've heard from reliable sources that flashing the lights does actually give you more horsepower, which is why you see the HPD drivers do it so often around here. Of course, the real intention of the lights in iRacing is just a warning, just to say, I'm behind you, please be aware of me, etc. But we have seen it used for different purposes in more of the official races, but we won't get into that just now. But that was German Sim Racing.de got cut a little bit of a break there going downhill, but the gap still remains to the car in the front. So, but it's that AOD car has been doing a good job again coming back through the field after its earlier incident. So it's overtaking the Sim Racing.de car earlier this lap. So it's done a good job of things so far, and it's starting to pull away as well. So. We'll keep an eye on that, of course. The NAB racing car that was a bit closer as well, was also falling off the back, so it just seemed not quite running on the same pace as the 64 and the 152, but still in contention.
Yes, it is, and if there is something that we have seen in this race, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you want to win the race, you have to be the fastest guy on the racetrack. It really does mean that if you want to be in contention to at least get a good finishing position, you really have to be patient. And the 2A, you can see it right here, just taking its time, trying to go through traffic, and You know, I'm really surprised for them to be running right now in 8th place, and you look at their car and it seems relatively clean compared to other cars that we have seen so far in this race, and even some of the prototype teams that may be right in front of them that may have a bit more damage, but kind of surprised that them perhaps taking a more of a conservative approach, running in 8th place right now.
Yeah, I mean, we had this discussion earlier on about maybe running around at 80, 85% and just being a little bit more chill with the car, trying not to push too much, not trying to hit every apex, not trying to extend the track as much as possible. But you know, that's the way to keep the car alive. Around here there are curbs, quite vicious curbs, that if you touch they will throw you to the inside, especially if you are in a HPD, for example. It's a very low slung car, depending on the downforce. If you hit a curb and sort of break the downforce, you end up having this horrendous scary slide when you have all the grip is just suddenly gone, and again that's something you have to keep an eye out for, especially in these high downforce cars.
It is. Right now we got on screen the battle for 4th and 5th place between the V8 and big incident there with the number 230, as they were involved in a battle with the Black Adam with the V-Apex group GT Red, and kind of seems like trying to go around and just got a little bit of grass. And Jamie, this is something that we have seen throughout this track that doesn't really forget. You take just that bit of grass here, and with these cars having the ABS, it kind of goes a little bit wonky, and it kind of thinks that it wants to lock up the brakes, and it doesn't really let you brake, and boom, into the wall.
The thing you get with these cars, of course, running traction control as well, is you get onto the grass and you are actually a passenger. Traction control is trying to stop the rear wheels from spinning. You're on the grass, you have no grip, and therefore you have no drive. You just sort of end up slipping off there. It looks like it's just a bit of a clumsy overtake by Blackadder Motorsports, or just a clumsy encounter by both cars, with unfortunately Kim Selverson in the Team Viking Midgard car coming off worse. That car is damaged. There doesn't seem to be any suspension damage, luckily for Kim. And the car does seem to have some severe bodywork damage, so we'll see if that affects the top speed in the straight. Likely it will, which may mean an unscheduled pit stop, but that car was running on a provisional podium in class, and now it's down to 4th and maybe more after a suspected pit stop.
Yes, it is. Right now running in 5th place, Team Vikings Midgard with Team Salvesen. After that incident, we're gonna have to see if after having that big time contact, see if they have to come into the pits to get some service, because sometimes we have seen that, especially with these GT3 and GTC cars, that even they can sustain lots of damage and they can still keep going at a decent speed.
I mean, round here there are only really a couple of high-speed sections. One, of course, going up the hill where aero doesn't play as much of a part because you aren't really getting as fast as you would on the back straight, and of course second is the back straight. So you can still be pretty fast around the circuit, even with a little bit of lost a little bit of top end speed, because a lot of the speed in this circuit is made up in the corners. So if you're fast in the corners and the car's still okay there, then maybe it's worth waiting until your pit stop to get that damage fixed. But if it is severely affecting your lap time, then you have to sort of do a judgment call there and say, do I come in now, get it fixed, and then have a safer car when I'm out there, or do I just try and put up with this damaged car and try and just limit damage in that in the aspect of time? So we'll see what Kim does. He's just coming onto the back straight now, and we'll get a good look at his top speed. Now, I think the top speed we want to be looking for is about 265, 270 k's for these GT3 cars. So we'll see how close he gets to that, and see if he is damaged or not. So here we are then.
Yes, it is, and just trying to making a quick note here. The previous lap they just were into the pit, so this incident just happening on the first lap of this stint. So kind of unfortunate they have to come into the pits. And looking at the top speed, they seem that they cannot go over 257. So definitely some big time damage, and this car perhaps it's because of some serious downforce, or it could also be that they are trying to take it a little bit easier because they can have some wheel damage as well. So now they are coming in into the end of the lap. Let's see if they peel right and come into the pits, and yes indeed, they're coming into the pits, so definitely major damage in there.
Yeah, I mean, the car wasn't so... It was a little bit down the straight line, not massively, but Kim, I think, just taken the option of just getting it fixed now and getting back out there. Maybe a driver swap as well. Maybe it was a mistake from Kim. Obviously, being in the car for a long time around here can be very tiring, especially around the North Side. It's just a constant assault on your senses, this circuit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him come in, but that's that sorted out now. So the battle for the third is over for now in GT3, sorry, with Mark Torres and the Black Adam Motorsport coming out the victor for now in the 66 car. Just wondering, I'm going to check in with Black Star quickly in GTC just to see where they are on the circuit. Black Star, earlier on, if you were not watching, were actually our leaders in GTC, but had an unfortunate technical issue which forced them, I think, to lose about half a lap or so, putting them down to 5th in class. So they're still in 5th. And if you look up the circuit, actually, the next car on the circuit from Black Star Racing is the number 255 GermanSimRacing.de car, so it is gaining on the 4th place in class. So the recovery drive is on, and then not too far ahead of the 255 is the 256. So if the Black Star car can just put a couple of laps together here, we might see them back up to 3rd place in class.
Yes, it is, and just to make a quick note, we actually have 2 GT3 cars in front of the whole GTC field, so perhaps some order being restored here. Now, looking at something really interesting here, since we've been talking about strategy and all that, and with what happened to Black Star Racing and all those technical difficulties that they had, I'm looking at the live timing, and we have noticed that the most GTC field they have been able to go on one tank of fuel have been 6 laps. There is a possibility to go 7 laps, but you have to have good fuel management. And from what I can see here, Black Star Racing, they are on their 7th lap on this stint. Perhaps they're going for a strategy that towards the end of the race, if they're able to go 7 laps until the end of the race, every single stint, that means they may have to do 1 less stop, and that could also mean that they can close that gap to Bendable Racing White, which at this point right now of the race, it's standing at around 33.6 seconds.
Oh, damage, contact. I knew this was going to happen as soon as you watched it. Commentator's curse again. It looks like, yeah, a prototype comes from very far back and just makes a mess of it once more. Another prototype. I don't know what to say about that. That's another disgusting move by a prototype, and another race that has been affected by prototype impatience. So I didn't quite catch which prototype that was. I'm going to quickly just check through now. It was our 4X, ironically, HPD, which caused the incident there. I don't know what to say, really. Just another occasion of driving standards maybe slipping.
Yes, it is, and this is something that has been really unfortunate that we have seen up here today. Yes, we know that this track kind of does provide a little bit of has some hot lapping nature onto this track, and sometimes when you are not battling for position, you kind of go into this rut that you just want to get laps done and try to go as fast as possible, and sometimes you kind of seem to lose respect for the slower cars because you think that just because you are on a hot lap, you don't want to lose that momentum. And sometimes we have seen that, unfortunately, these things just happen, as we got the overall leaders of this race coming into the pits right now.
Yeah, and just a very quick update on that before we move on. The Black Star Racing GTC has had to tow to the pits because of that damage, so obviously a very badly damaged car there. But at the end, at the head of our prototype field, the 707 car comes into the pits, overall pits. I think that also Viking Team Molnir in as well. So they're both in the pits. It's basically a battle of pit stops here. It looks like Simtop's going to get away first, unsurprisingly, as you hear the Viking Molnir car not far behind though. That gap has come right down. That was about 6 seconds or so before they came to the pits. It's now down to just over a second. Let's see what that 733 car for all. This will be for the overall lead of the race, ladies and gentlemen, between 707 and 73 car. Both on the fresh tyres, I assume. I wouldn't not want to take tyres around here. So we've got to get those tyres up to temperature and then back to battle. But the lead of the race hotting right up, just with 2.5 hours or so left to go.
Yes, it is, and it's really interesting with how this race has gone. The ebb and flow, and sometimes the field does spread out, and sometimes as the race goes on, we got some battles, and now we are blessed with having this battle for the overall lead with the Sigma Talk Esport and Team Vikings Moiner. So now let's see how things go. But as it stands right now, the Sigma Talk Esports pulling just a little bit of a gap, 1.5 seconds in front of the Team Vikings number 73. Now let's see, once they get out of this Grand Prix section of the track, let's see if Team Vikings perhaps have a little bit more pace compared to the Sigma Talk Esport, and see if they can close the gap.
To wait and see, of course, and we'll get to have a nice look at these guys coming back onto the north side proper now. We're always interested to get a driver's eye view of this sort of thing, as he's still running very close to our overall lead. We also have a battle on track as well between 71 car and the 152 car, which is 4X again, and the German Sim Racing.de car. They're both coming down the back straight now. I get a view on that. It looks like the 4X car has pulled out of the slipstream, so purposely not chasing down the German Sim Racing.de car, maybe just not thinking it's worth it at this point. But that car has lost a couple of positions there. I imagine it's probably damaged from its incident earlier on in the race. It's seeing it just can't keep the straight line speed up. It's struggling to hit 270 k's there, where the HPD should be hitting that easily on their own, and going uphill and not downhill. But there you go, in comes, I think it's AOD Racing, sorry not AOD Racing, German Sim Racing.de, and in comes 4X HPD as well, presumably to repair that damage. We'll go back to the head of our prototype field for now. Just has someone asked in chat if they are switching drivers. Yes, iRacing does have the functionality for driver swap, so this league we have teams, I think, of 1 to 5 people taking part in each race, where one driver will drive, for example, 2 hours, do his stint, get out, the other driver will get in, do 2 hours, and they'll sort of share the load. I'm not sure about you, Alvin, but I don't like the idea of driving 6 hours on my own around here.
Well, you know, we have instances of having drivers doing a whole 6-hour race, especially on this track, and we saw it last season during the VLN, and I'm pretty sure we will see it this year as well. Some road warriors that will go through the whole length of the race. But going back to the overall lead of this race between the 707 and the 73, as they snake their way through traffic, the 707, a little bit of patience there, which is always good to see. And just fretting the Neil, the number 73, going there. They really don't want to lose time, but now it kind of seems like well, it doesn't really seem, because we have seen these two teams perhaps having some patience throughout the whole race, but 2 hours and 30 minutes to go, it's really starting to they are starting to lose that patience.
I'm not sure how many more crashes have to happen before some race controller gets involved, because that there was an incident there actually. That one, the overtake with the HPD was a little bit silly, I'd say there. But the 14 car of Puffin Racing James Home actually lost the car on his own after that, going into the hairpin, hit the wall, and collected one of the GTs there. So a little bit of damage all round. The cars behind stopping though to get out of the way of that, but that's a big shame there, because that Puffin Racing car was running okay. It's running down the field, but it's running good laps, and you saw the replay just there, just lost it on his own. But back to the head of our field again, and still running close at the moment, and at this rate the Viking 73 car is going to have the slipstream up the hill of the 707 car as we come up behind a bit more traffic. There you go, yeah, just coming up to the carousel now. Not quite enough to gain, but now coming up to the carousel. Let's see if there's differing lines through there. Now what you want to try and do is really feed it in and let the banking of the carousel just bring the car around. See both cars just towards the bottom there, trying to get out as quick as possible. Nicholas a bit quick on the throttle out there. Risky to do that because the rear end does slide a little bit, but at this point it did give Nicholas a bit of an advantage.
Yes, it is, and just to give you an update on the incident that happened with the number 71 of 4X Racing and the number 76 of Blackstar Racing, the number 71 has been given a drive-through penalty. So, yeah, something that we were expecting now, and as a result, the number 76 also got another drive-through because they had an unauthorized tow into the pits, and going back into where to tow back into the pits or not, something that we haven't seen, and I think I'm kind of afraid to mention it, but let me see if I can find a piece of wood here. Yes, I have one. Wait. We haven't had a virtual safety car in 1 hour.
Oh, Alvin, why did you say it? Why did you
Hey,
say that? Alvin?
I knocked on wood, so that should give me a safe pass here. Okay, so going back into the overall lead here, the 707 and the 73, just the gap just less than 1 second. Just a really slow car. The 381 as the 707 tries to go off track, trying to avoid any contact, but seems like they both are gonna be stuck. Let's see if the Team Vikings kind of can take an advantage, but they decide no, it's better to just take it safely and go right, and here we go. Duttinger Ho. Let's see if the 73 can take advantage here using the slipstream.
We'll keep an eye on the speed right now between the two cars. Get a good idea of what the slipstream like. Looks like Nicholas is actually deep into the slipstream. He's gaining in a straight line, little by little going down the straight, getting up to 280 kilometers an hour. That will increase slightly when we go back down the hill over the rise here under the Bilstein Bridge. Here we go then. Just in the toe again, so just dropping down a little bit now as we gather speed, and then we'll just under the bridge. It's a very difficult thing in a road car through here because the car wants to slide. No effort whatsoever in these aero cars though, just straight through flat. Does gain up a little bit of time. Not enough to be close enough for a move into the stadium though, but of course maybe close enough to move into turn 1. No, I said don't think so, not here at all. But here and T1 are fantastic places to overtake. That's another lap led for Simmertop Esport with Team Vikings now right on the back of that 707 car. It's only a matter of time, I think, before we see a challenge for the overall lead of the race.
Yes, it is, but I'm also pretty sure that there's the factor of because of how much damage some cars have sustained here, and even though the 707 and the 73 they look relatively clean up here, we've also talked about how sensitive these cars are to the slightest wrinkle that you can get in this track, especially the North Life portion of this track. With the curve being so high, sometimes you are in an HPD and sometimes you think that you are running a GT car and perhaps you can hop on those curves as if you were on a GT car, but on this car you really cannot do that.
You can't. I mean, that's a big difference really. You have to really think about how the car's going to react over these bumps. And I remember seeing, of course, also available in the iRacing, the Nissan GTP-Z, I forget what it's called, basically the Group C car, which has been put into an IMSA series, and saw someone really able to attack the curb in that despite the downforce. So there are some cars that like it better. HMD is not one of them though. So, and of course, the sort of flatter curbs on the GP circuit are nice and friendly, but as soon as you get into the Nordschleife, they become pretty much 90-degree banks. So it's a very interesting transition.
Yes, it is. Now, here's something interesting, Jamie, because we have completed pretty much three and a half hours of this race, and so far we have done only 26 laps. And 26 laps completed on a 3.5 hour race, it kind of seems like, okay, so what's the pace that they are doing? But hey, this is the Nordschleife, and a track being so long, 26 laps, and sometimes you, as a driver, you have been going on and on and on, and you still know that you have 2.5 hours to go, and then you look at the scoring.
Oh, sorry, there's been another incident between a prototype and a GT. This time it is the Team Vikings Molnier HPD just coming through the flue-plats, goes up the inside of a GT. I don't know if the GT didn't see them, or it's just a move where the GT's got really nowhere to go there, unfortunately. It's already turning in, already committed to the corner, and it's then just rocketed out to the side, and that's another GT. It's had their race ruined by a prototype.
Yeah, really unfortunate, but going back to the point I was trying to make, you have been 3.5 hours, and you look at the timing and scoring, and you only see that you have completed 26 laps on a track like this. Yeah, 26 laps. So, how you as a driver does that play to you on your mind? Knowing that, oh God, only 26 laps, and we have been here more than 3.5 hours. How does that feel?
Oh, I'm lucky enough not to have been in that situation, but I can imagine it's pretty difficult. We were going to have a battle, but for GTC second place, but SimRacing.de dives into the pits and sort of relinquishes that to SimRC.de Strawberry. But to get back to what you were saying, Alvin, about looking at laps, I mean, the lap counter isn't really it around here. Of course, you do sort of look at the laps and go, what, I've only done 26 laps? But then you realise the laps are like 8 or 9 minutes long. So, you know, you sort of think about that in the car. I mean, the real thing I always think is about looking at the timer when you are in the position that you want to stay in, for example. Let's say, for example, you're in second place and your third place is catching, you think, right, I've only got to hold him off for what, an hour? Like, and then that's when you start getting annoyed at the clock. But otherwise, you don't really pay attention to the drive. You just sort of just get on with it and put the blinkers on.
Yes, it is. Now, keeping an eye on this battle here for the overall lead in the prototype. It's still close between the Team Vikings number 73 and the Simatalk Esports, the number 707. Just over 2 seconds after that incident that the Team Vikings were involved, so that should give just a little bit of breathing room for the Simatalk Esports team. Perhaps knowing that the car right behind them, they are running with damage, so they can take it a little bit easier, perhaps try to save some fuel and see if they can go on that extra lap towards the next cycle of pit stops.
So, maybe keeping an extra lap on the pit stop round here. And we said earlier maybe a lap round here is a big deal in terms of fuel, because 8 minutes of fuel you're saving. But it's interesting. We'll see what they do around here. Of course, the biggest capacity for that is probably the GTC Porsches. Bear in mind they have the biggest fuel tank at their disposal, of course. So maybe if you have an entire fuel tank of fuel save, you might be able to eke out an extra lap. But at what cost of pace? That's what you have to think about, of course. That's when keeping that fuel in reserve is something you want to try and do in the last stint. Maybe not so much now.
Yes, it is. And now Simatalk Esports trying to running into some traffic here. We got the unicorn and runs right in front of them. Let's see if they can make it easier. But it goes just out a little bit outside. But you know, they made the pass happen. Now going into the 49 Motorsports here, which definitely having a race to forget for them. But you know, being out on the track and trying to get as many points as possible. As the Simatalk Esports car clears all the traffic for now and trying to open that gap to the Team Vikings number 73. Let's see how they go through this section now here. Going all good, and so kind of seems like having this little portion of clear track. On a race like this, especially a track like this, there's not so many chances that you get to have a clear piece of track right in front of you that perhaps you can kind of floor it, kind of go for it, and also trying to open that gap. So whenever you have those chances, you really have to take advantage of them, because you don't know when you will get the advantage of getting a clear track right in front of you.
That's right. Got to make sure you are driving as fast as you can be going. It sounds silly to say that, but as fast as you can whilst being comfortable. I'm thinking maybe, I'm just going to watch the top speed of the Viking car. No, there isn't damage. I thought there may be damage there after that incident with the TT car, but they're running at a decent top speed, so they got away scot-free, it seems, from that incident. But the gap has eked out a little bit to the Simatalk car, no doubt traffic involved in that. But we still do have a pretty close battle for our lead, with just over 2 hours to go now, only about a second and a half, 2 seconds in it, which I think is pretty good going for this length of time.
Yes, it is, and as we complete just one more lap here, the overall leader, Simatalk Esports, just completing lap number 26 and lap number 27. They're gonna start lap number 28 with the Team Vikings number 73 just right behind them, 2.5 seconds, and then you got a big gap.
Sorry, Alvin,
Yep.
you just had a moment. Work in progress racing red 23 just went for a wobble, and this was down towards the first third of the lap or so, just ahead of the Samba Racing Team car. Lost the back end of the car. That's the number 23 car. Slams the barrier and runs on the grass. Is going to be able to drive it onwards here, so we're not going to see a virtual safety car again, but Another car making a mistake around the Nürburgring. This is something we're seeing more and more often. It seems like the majority of the incidents we have seen tonight are all self-inflicted.
Yes, it is, and I was just gonna talk about Samba Racing because they were running in third place, and just as I was gonna mention, then boom, here they go. We are talking about them being involved in another incident.
I wouldn't say involved, Alvin. They were near it.
Well, near it, but certainly something happened there. So I wouldn't say that. Well, the line between near and being involved here definitely has been blurred, especially on this race. But the number 23 just seems like they will be able to make it back into the pits a little bit sideways, but you know they're just gonna be able to make it and not be able to have a virtual safety car. Which, Rachel, I was just mentioning to Jimmy, it's been more than an hour since we've had a virtual safety car, so let's just keep it that way.
Certainly so. I believe we are on 8 though overall, unless I've lost track of my calculations.
Nope, we've only had 6 virtual safety cars so far.
Wow,
so
okay, so I'm counting 2 extra.
Yep, because like I told you, it's been more than an hour without a virtual safety car, so this race has been partially free now for the last hour, perhaps hour and a half. So that's always good to see as the number 23 just made it into the pits.
So that's 6 virtual safety cars in the first 3 hours of this race, and none in the second half so far, as we are about 13 minutes from the 4-hour mark. And the downward slope, shall we say, towards the end of this motor race. In a moment, Simitok Esports, Team Viking, Molnir, Samba Racing Team in your prototype class, your top 3 down in GT. Road Bar Stewards, Black and White 1-2, with Blackadder Motorsports 66 in 3rd. GTC, Vendaval Sim Racing White, with SimRC Strawberry and German Sim Racing WE's 256 car. Although they do swap with the 255 car somewhat regularly. Oh, a car just slams the wall, and it's again right in front of the Samba Racing Team car. It's the number 11, I believe, or it could be the... I'm thinking it's an 11. Yes, Work in Progress Racing Blue has just had an incident there in front of Samba Racing Team. And if I recall correctly, it was another Work in Progress car that had it before.
Yes, it is.
It was Work in Progress
so
Red that had the incident in front of Samba last time, and now Blue. I think Work in Progress are making killing Samba their Work in Progress.
Well, that's I don't know how to respond to that, Rachel, but yeah, it kind of seems like
Feel free to laugh. It was meant that way.
Yeah, both Work in Progress racing teams have been involved in incidents right now, so really unfortunate for them to. Especially with how relatively well their races have been going, you know, 2 teams that have been relatively quiet so far in this race. They have been just minding their own business, and now with a little bit more than 2 hours to go, being involved in perhaps what could be a race-ending incidents.
Very much so, and something they will be hoping not to repeat, but those Porsches really started to suffer on this track, whether it be wear and tear or simply running wide in corners. Not looking quite as happy in the second half, as both the Road Bar Stewards cars managed to get past Vendaval, so in this stage of the race they have filtered back ahead of the GTC leader. So we actually do now have prototype, then GT, then GTC, which makes a difference to having prototype GTC, then GT3. That is something we've been talking about, of course, Alvin. The fuel system state has been a huge factor in this one, because the GTC car is just able to run so much longer. That's really made things very, very interesting in terms of strategy and simply dealing with traffic, because they're coming across them far more often because they aren't going in the pits as often. So the GTC cars in general are just on the track a lot longer than any other class.
It has been the case so far. For them, it's relatively comfortable to go around 6 laps. They are able to go to 7 laps, but it really does depend on some strategy, and also does depend who is driving the car, because as you know, some drivers prefer to be more on the throttle than others, and some drivers also don't really know the art of fuel saving, because it's really an art. It's not something that you can take for granted. It's not that easy. Some people can make it look easier than others. For some people it comes more natural than other drivers. So saving fuel can also help you, especially on a race like this. That if you know that there is a possibility that you can make a whole lap on one stint, especially on a track like this being so big, having the confidence to make that extra lap can really make a difference, especially towards the end of the race. It could make the difference between perhaps doing 1 or 2 less extra stops.
Is that, do we think, possible, Alvin? Do we think we can see perhaps a whole lap of fuel being saved around this track? Of course, this is 16 miles. Are you saying through fuel saving? Of course, we do know there are 170 corners here, which is a lot. But are you suggesting that over a stint you could save a lap of fuel?
Well, the way the fuel tanks are set up right now, for sure you can make 6 laps. But I'm pretty sure that there is some fuel remnants there that for some teams there may be that remote possibility of trying to eat that extra lap. We saw that with the Black Star Racing with after their technical issues that they had. The previous 2 stints, if I do remember correctly, they were able to go 7 laps. So there is that possibility that you can go 7 laps. It's just a matter of, if you know that you can make it, then you really have to commit to it, because once you start that 7th lap, there's no going back. You have to go for it, and if you fail, well, it's gonna be a long tow back.
It certainly is. In fact, I'm looking at my timing and scoring right now, and it does look as though Black Star have been just about getting the 7 lap mark. It does seem possible for that team, but they have been in the pits now for a while. That car not looking too healthy. They are 4 laps down, 2 laps below their competition in their class. So, having been class leaders, that's a disappointing situation for them. But these things happen in motor racing, Alvin. To quote you again, it's not who's right in incidents in endurance racing; it's who's left.
Yes, it is. And if we also look at the lifetime in the SimRC.de Strawberry and German Sim Racing.de, the number 255, they are trying to go 7 laps on this stint. They are just about halfway done through this lap. So as you can see, yes, it is possible, but you have to commit to it. And at this point in the race, with Vendaval Sim Racing White being just 30 seconds ahead of this whole field, perhaps this could be the strategy that for Sim Racing.de Strawberry and for German Sim Racing.de, perhaps this could be the strategy that can make the difference towards the end of the race, to perhaps have that chance to battle for the win or just settle for 2nd place.
So, of course, if you want to save fuel in this sort of situation, Alvin, you're saying it's not a case of simply getting halfway through the stint and deciding I want to go 7 laps and saving fuel. You have to commit to saving fuel from leaving pit road after the previous stop.
Absolutely. As soon as you get out of pit road, that is a decision that you have to make. Do I commit to going 7 laps or not? And that is something that you as a team, you really do have to discuss, because that is not a decision to take lightly, especially on a track like this. And if you're gonna do those 7 laps, then you have to discuss where are the best places to save fuel. And of course, the Dottinger Hole is not the best place to try to save fuel. Absolutely not. But there are many places up in here that perhaps you can lift just a little bit more, and how all the corners connect up here, especially those left-right complex, you can just lift just a little bit and try to get on the throttle just a little bit later and lift just a little bit early, and instead of getting on the brakes, just using that momentum that the car has to actually navigate through most of these turns. And yeah, that way perhaps you can save some fuel here and there, and that definitely can help you get that extra fuel that you need to complete that 7th lap.
Certainly is. And having a quick look right now at SimRC.de Strawberry, and behind them, that is German Sim Racing 255. These guys in a bit of a fantastic situation here with a good battle going on and working well to try and make this one quite the entertaining race. And one of the first battles we've seen really on track in quite a while, so it's good to see some on-track action from the two Porsches. German Sim Racing have actually been catching. Last time by for them was an 825, sorry, and an 828 for Leonardo Corti from Sim RC. So Marco Briesche looking like he has the faster car slightly, Alvin. And in this extra track, they're in the uphill run still at the start of the second half of the lap. Where do you make a move?
Well, it's really difficult, especially on this Porsche being a driver car. So to the portion that they're coming into the track, they are just close to ending this lap. So they should be after this mini carousel, they should be coming into the dot in your hole. But on this car, it's really hard to use the slipstream. So if you want to have a run, this portion right here, you have to get a better run than the car in front of you if you want to make a move towards down this dot in your hole. But seeing that perhaps they may be in some sort of fuel saving mode, perhaps, but looking at the top speed, they are over 280 miles an hour, so perhaps they just noticed that, hey, I think we have to just save just enough fuel that we can go full throttle through here. But now they're just lifting just a little bit more, so perhaps they just noticed, so okay, we can go fast, but we may be cutting it close to making those 7 laps. So try to take it easy, get into the pits, and I'm pretty sure that after they get back into the Grand Prix section here, they should be coming into the pits, and yes, they both are coming in right now.
Well, this was 7 lap stints for these two cars, so this will definitely be a pit cycle for them. Interesting part will be which one will leave first. Of course, quicker pits entry there for German Sim Racing. They were in a little bit shorter. In fact, they're both pitted fairly close together here, actually, either side of the scrutineering bay at the Nürburgring GP circuit. That blue box you see on the pit road, that's the entrance to the scrutineer's bay. Cars currently going under their service. They're filling the tanks first, of course. We'll fill the fuel tank, and once the fuel tank is disconnected for safety reasons, Alvin, that's when they'll take tyres.
Yes, it is, and this car starting to see a trend here in iRacing, especially with the endurance type of cars, and German Sim Racing just out. So I knew that if I do remember correctly, the SimRC.de, they had a driver swap, but judging by how the pit service is done here, fuel first, then tires. It shouldn't take that driver swap shouldn't take that long. So perhaps something happened in there that the German Sim Racing just were able to just go ahead.
They certainly were. And German Sim Racing back out on track ahead of the Sim RC Strawberry car, who's just now leaving pit road. So perhaps a few repairs there, Jimmy, on that 798 car, because that was a considerably longer pit stop than we saw from them.
Yeah, last time I saw the car on track, it did look a little bit bent at the front, so maybe just getting a hammer and just hammering out those little dents to get back on circuit and get back up to speed. But they are back out, of course, and they have lost that place. I guess they lost both places to the German Sim Racing car, so back down to 4th in class now, but still in contention, of course, so still something to keep an eye on as the race progresses, as Osterkamp is very wide there coming down to the hairpin. Interesting to see, Rachel, we still have a nice battle going on at the front of the field. I'm just seeing the Simitrop car being held up a little bit there by the GTC cars, but the gap still out at about 3 or 4 seconds there between the front of the field.
Certainly is, and the gap is within touching range, I'd say. It's certainly something that we can see come down over the next 2 hours, as we do actually now hit officially the 2 hours to go mark. We're officially on that downhill slope now towards the end of the race. And this is where guys are really, well, they should have been thinking about their final pit stops from the start of the green flag, but of course this is really where that strategy you've tried, strategy you've played, any perhaps should we say, off-the-ball calls you've made, Jimmy, to take advantage of virtual safety cars. This is when the strategy starts to become very clear, and you see where you're going to end the race.
Speaking of virtual safety cars, I think we've just had one called. Here it comes. I'm trying to find out what that was for, so... Oh, I found it. It is for Force Sim Racing, the number 27 car. It's one of our GT3s. Let's just see if I find the incident there on my camera. But it looks like having an incident and then being stuck on one of the curbs at the side of the road. Something very easy to do here, very high curb. So when the car gets beat, you have no option but to wait there and wait for approval from race control to get that sorted out. Yeah, I'm just seeing it now. It's like braking, coming to the corner just before the carousel and just getting it wrong and looping in the curb. I'm going to replay it up for you guys shortly.
Lewis Anywell and
there it is.
There you go. Replay on the screen of that incident happening just as Jimmy describes. But one thing I'm noticing a lot, Jimmy, is a lot of Porsches with bent rear wings, which seems to be a common trend for them somehow to have that damaged.
Well, I won't throw in my 2 cents to why I think that is, but I'm sure you guys can imagine what I'm going to say. But now this is an interesting point now, because HPDs who are a bit further down the lap, this could benefit Samba Racing if they choose to pit now. If they choose maybe to get a little bit of fuel, they're in third place currently in your P2 class. They're just halfway down the Nottingham Hoe. I'm not sure that they'll actually get into the pits in time for the 3-minute safety period. About 30 seconds of that already elapsed now. So, but if they can get in the pits there and get a little bit of a splash of fuel there, they're going to gain a lot of time. I think as a rule, every time a virtual safety car comes up and you're near the pits, come into the pits and top up on fuel and get back out there. Because all that time you're spending in the pits topping up on fuel is pretty much negated by the fact that everyone else is going around their pit limiter. So we'll see if that 158 decides to do that, if it gets to the pits in time.
We certainly will, and they aren't quite close yet, but they're approaching the pits, which, as Jimmy says, is a great time to deploy that strategy. Depending on how long we leave this virtual safety car out for, of course, we'll find out. The gap was only 30 seconds to AOD Racing HPD behind them in the 64 car, so that'll be one to keep an eye on. Do they get that chance to pit now? Because that will be a bigger advantage. VAPEX Racing Group Purple in 5th place. Just ahead of a Porsche there. The number 69 car. That is, I believe, piloted by Bushfink, possibly. Unless I'm misinterpreting. No, Blackadder Motorsports 69 car. So that's the Blackadder entry with Carl E. Janssen behind the wheel. The Apex at the moment in 5th place of Dimension. That's piloted by Jermaine Alfanador. My pronunciations are terrible. I do apologise, folks, but I do try my best.
Samba's staying out, by the way, and probably a good idea because I think Race Control is about to come up with the green.
They just are now. Race Control calling the green flag as we speak.
It's really interesting actually, because I was just watching Samba there, and when green flag was called, their car was parallel to the entry, so they would have only just got into the pits and they managed to come in then. So a good call there from Anatianos at the.
They've almost been the worst situation, Jimmy.
Yeah, that's one of the worst times to come in, really, to come in there. I mean, it'd just be a green flag stop at that point. I mean, if anything, you might gain a little bit of time because everyone's going slowly, but obviously not as much as if you're taking the stop fully under the virtual safety car. So everyone back up to speed now. Something to keep in mind, I think, when getting back up to speed after this is that your brakes are going to be pretty cold when you first get on the loud pedal again and get to a tighter corner. So I think it's a good idea on the virtual safety car just to drag the brakes a little bit, just towards the last half a minute or so. Just make sure there's some temperature in the brakes so when you get to the next corner, you don't go straight on.
Certainly not. And Samba have been the target of what seemed to be a concerted effort against them recently, Jimmy. The work-in-progress Porsches in GTC, both have had incidents in front of the Samba Racing prototype. First the blue car, and then the red one, so it's almost one of those too funny to be true things of motorsports where you see two separate cars belonging to a team have, unforced errors in front of the same other team car, so it's made things quite amusing on the track from those guys. As I mentioned to Alvin, perhaps taking out Samba was their work in progress, but it didn't seem to work.
No, I've been in that position myself. You always feel like someone is out to get you in that case. But we did have a battle on track, I think, between Fusion Racing and the 153 car. It looks like I think the Fusion may be the car to pass because they are having a bit of a charge come back through the field. Saying that, Fusion goes wide, spins it. It's a very careful rejoin there, but the Fusion, that was good by him. Sort of slow down, checked his mirrors. And Philip Nicholas goes back through again, so our battle is back on. So easy to do that there, because the car is slowing down, the downforce comes off, and the grip of the car transitions from being aero grip to mechanical grip, and that can catch out some drivers sometimes, as in that number 8 Fusion car.
I must say that is possibly the corner I hate the most here at the Nürburgring, Jimmy. It's the one where you arrive at the corner and you know that sequence of corners is coming, that chicane almost, I'll call it, on the track. You know it's coming, but you think it's always a little bit further ahead on the track than you remembered. And suddenly you're coming up that crest of the hill and it's right in front of you, and it seems as though that happened to Fusion and Neil Andrews, because he braked very heavily, and that's why the back of the car seemed to break away from him and he went wide onto the grass. So maybe a little bit of a lapse of concentration from him at that point.
Possibly. I mean, my personal least favourite section is the one we've just gone through, the downhill left off camber and then the uphill right, because off the off camber left you go down there too fast, the rear end is constantly just trying to escape you. It's very easy to get sideways up there, and then the uphill right, you have to just completely ignore what your brain is telling you to slow down and just nail the throttle, and then believe that the gravity, like the hill itself, is going to slow you down enough to get around the corner. It makes it so difficult, but it's what makes the North Side so challenging. That's just 2 of 100 and I think 160 corners, something stupid like that around here. That's just 2 corners of this circuit, and they can catch you out. 150 odd to go, you know. It's just makes it a fantastic drive and a fantastic satisfying experience when you do get it right. But Neil Andrews actually coming right up now to the back of the the German simracing.de car now. The German car goes defensive, comes off the brakes in the braking zone, and then Fusion goes into the back. That's a bit of a weird move there by the German simracing.de car. A little bit unpredictable, I'd say, if I was the steward of those races. But luckily both cars still going, and then not taking the
very broad line there by German on the carousel. Perhaps
I think you're right though. I think that maybe Philip understood that he made a bit of a mistake there and just took the alternate line of just not taking the carousel and let Fusion back through again. Maybe just doesn't want to have another contact with the rear end. But that's that one, I think, resolved for now, unless Fusion go off again. But Fusion making an okay recovery. The thing is, being a lap down around here isn't like being a lap down at Interlagos. She were at about 8.5 minutes down at that point, so it's a frustration still for that car, but still going, and that's what's important.
Certainly are, and as things stand, they are the first 2 cars 1 lap down in this position. Just off the lead lap, in fact, to Simatoki Sport. Fusion Racing, let's not forget, Jimmy, were leading at one point. They qualified on pole today, and they were leading for a portion of this race until they took a drive-through penalty, and then later on had an incident. So not been the best day for them, and they qualified very, very well. But here comes German Sim Racing back at them, the 153 car, as they're trapped behind a Mercedes GT3 car. The battle could be resurrected.
There's just something, right? I've just noticed that the number 73 car has been black flagged. Maybe there is, I think maybe he's not served. He was giving a stop and hold 15-second penalty, and I'm not sure if he's come in to take that yet. Just to those maybe unfamiliar with the process, you are given a penalty by the live stewards. You then have 5 minutes to appeal that penalty. If you don't appeal it, you have to then take the penalty, I think, over the course of the next 3 laps or so. And Nicholas has not done that. He's been black flagged now, which means he has to come into the pit lane or risk disqualification. In he comes now. I'm wondering now what sort of percussion this will have. Looks like he may have even sped into the pit lane there as well.
And that could make things very awkward for them, of course, as they come into the penalty box there in front of the scrutineering garage. And we'll wait on the naughty step of motor racing. And the stewards here at DGFX are fantastic, Jimmy. They're very, very quick and firm on decisions. They're consistent with the decisions they're making, as he will pull out of the pit box there and get on his way. Like I said, they're very consistent from what we've seen in terms of their actual scrutineering and their adjudication of situations. It is fantastic to see that. And, you know, I have unfortunately been in races where I've seen stewards start using that penalty box very, very loosely, and the slightest thing and you're in there. But the guys here at DGFX seem to definitely be very consistent in the way they're applying stop-and-go penalties, and there haven't been many, to be fair.
I mean, that's something we all really want as drivers. And just to very quickly clear up, the black flag was given because the penalty was there assigned, so it wasn't actually Nicholas avoiding the penalty. That's the drive-through penalty being assigned just over the radio there. But yeah, to go back to that point, Rachel, I mean, again, speaking from the experience of a driver, and even as a motorsport fan, what you crave is consistency from the stewards. I mean, there are various real-life series that I'm not going to name that are, famous for their inconsistencies with penalties, etc. It's one rule for one driver, one rule for another, and that's something that I think is really unfair. Because
that would never happen in motorsports, Jim.
No, never at all. But motorsport is just that, it's sport, and you have to be sporty in doing that. And having correct marshalling is part of that, and correct stewarding is part of that. And just saying that now, just watching Samba come into the pits, 158 car, for a scheduled stop. From what I can see, no penalties to be served there at all. So Nacho Jonas didn't actually have that much further to go after the virtual safety car was done. But in he comes for a scheduled stop, 2 minutes behind the leader at this point.
He certainly is, and a podium position looking likely for Samba at the moment, which will be a fantastic result for those guys, as this is a scheduled stop with 4 hours and 12 minutes completed. And from what we've seen so far, Jimmy, we'll take a look at the laps we've seen in the race. The prototypes are getting an average of about 5 to 6 laps, and it's looking more commonly like 5 with an in-lap. So it's
doesn't sound like much, does it?
Close.
When you say it like that, when you
No,
say
it
it's 5
doesn't.
laps,
Of course, the
but then-
Porsche's struggling, well, getting 6 and can fuel save over the whole stint to get 7, whereas it seems that the prototypes are consistently getting 5 laps every time. So considering we're on lap number 31 now in the last 4 hours, 30 laps in 4 hours, welcome to Nürburgring. But it does seem as though in this situation there isn't much fuel saving to be had in these prototypes. They're going into the corners so fast, they really aren't able to kind of lift and coast the way you might see a GT car do, or carry momentum through the corner. These cars brake so heavily and so efficiently that they are slowing down quickly, which means they have to accelerate, and the downforce means they have to apply more power to regain that speed, and they aren't seem to really vary that lap count much at all. We've seen the GT cars manage to go a lap either way. The prototype's not making any difference, so 5 laps is all they get, it seems. And with a pit stop now, I don't think they'll make it to the end on one more stop. They're going to have to make a splash and dash if my math is correct. That's why I've been waffling for the last 2 minutes. I've been doing the math in my head, and yeah, they're not going to make this on one more stop.
Here's something interesting, just while we digest that forward, is that the Samba Racing team have been given a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact a couple of laps ago. Now, we didn't really caught that on the broadcast, but that's interesting. That'll bring the Apex Racing Group purple car back into contention, I think. They're currently about 30 seconds or so behind. The timing there is a bit skewed because they crossed the line at a different point. But it's interesting to see. Also, Rachel, again, just to continue on with Samba just for a second, is that I had a quick look at our standings just to see what would happen. And if Samba came third, they would be then put into the lead of this championship despite not winning a race in the first 2 events. So again, endurance racing coming into effect there. But
fantastic consistency from Samba is what we can say.
Yeah, we can do. So they got to get to the end though before we can say that about them. So we'll leave that comment on the sidelines for now.
We don't want to apply the RacespotTV commentator's curse, do we?
No, as we did earlier with the GTC car of Black Star. I mentioned them, and 2 seconds later they were battered off the track. So don't want to be doing that. Yeah, feels interesting around here. I mean, we said before, these HPDs really don't have much of a margin. It's, you will do this amount of laps and then come in. And I'm wondering why those we're seeing less fuel efficiency from these cars than more, for example, because a lot of the time we're seeing, say, behind Porsches, behind the GTs, that is times you're not on the throttle, you're lifting, etc. You're sort of coming off the throttle. So maybe just being a bit more aggressive in the lower gears to get past. I also wanted to say, just while my mind's on it, looking at, I mean, so for the standings right now. Our top let's see where it is. In 13th overall, we have our first GT3 car. In 14th overall, we have our first GTC car. So that Porsche fuel tank is really bringing it up the field. So I won't be surprised if we see maybe some BOP for the next event, because bear in mind that GTC is meant to be the lowest class in this event.
It certainly is, and what we've seen consistently actually is the GTC cars up and amongst the GT cars because of that fuel strategy and the fuel tank size, Jimmy. So in that case, it means that, you know, there were several times where we had 3, 4, 5 GTC cars ahead of the GT field. That's not meant to work under any circumstance. They're never meant to be ahead of those cars. But because this is such a fuel-dependent race, they've been put in that position, and the Porsche simply has been better at saving fuel. Do remember, of course, out of all 3 cars in this race, the Porsche is on the best tyres, because they are using iRacing's latest tyre model, and it's the first car to do so. And that is, for those who are either fans of iRacing, users, or even just interested, iRacing has done a lot of development on their tyre models, and I'm just going to use this opportunity to go promote iRacing a little bit, because I've been here for many evolutions of those tyres, Jimmy, as have you, as has Alvin, who's back, and we've seen them change. We've seen iRacing hunt for that perfect tyre, and they've come close several times, but they've then drifted away. But they have discovered things working on this project that's coming called for Dirt, obviously fully simulated dirt racing. They discovered something, and what they've applied to this Porsche is absolutely fantastic. The car handles so well, and this car is on those new tyres, and perhaps, I mean, I don't think you're currently in it, Jimmy, but Alvin, could the Porsche's better handling, better grippy tyres that behave better over a stint, be a factor in how much fuel they're saving?
Yeah, well, it's something that can really be debated, as we just shown a replay of the number 153 just had a big incident, and they just lost it just a little bit and hit the wall, and I'm pretty sure they got major damage, so they're gonna have to come into the pits and kind of get to repair that. But going back to your point about the newest tire model, and I'm pretty sure this is something that has been debated now for, I guess, since the inception of iRacing all the way back to 2008, the all so-called tire model, and all through all the various iterations that it has gone through. So it's really, it's something really interesting that we have gotten to see throughout the year so far, how the different tire models and the new things that it introduces, and how the tires interact with the car and the racetrack. Because as we know, if there is one thing that is always in constant contact with the track, is the tires, and good tires can make or break your race. Well, not only your race, but also your overall experience here. And what I have experienced so far in my
Alvin, just one moment.
Yep.
We have just had a lead change as Simatoki Esport were in the pits for their scheduled stop. We have just seen Team Vikings Molyneux take the lead of this motor race now for the first time this evening. So new leader 73 car in your prototype field, and do continue.
Yes, it is. So going to the point of the newest tire model, from what I have seen so far, you can push the car more compared to the previous tire models. At least that's what I've been able to experience. It's like you can go a little bit deeper into the braking zones with the Porsche 911 and its newest tire model. And even if you even if you get caught in a slide, it's a lot easier to recover from it compared to the previous tire model. And if I do remember correctly, there should be some cars that during the next build, they should be getting that new tire model just in time for one of our newest Pro Series in here in iRacing.
Certainly will be, of course, and well, from what we've been told, that's what will happen in terms of the tyres. We can't confirm or deny that, but one perhaps theory in my mind, Alvin, is the difference, of course, I think in the tyres is the way they lose and gain grip on the road now. And gone is the, you lose grip, bye-bye, it's gone. And when you regain grip, it's like an instant, oh hello traction, my old friend. We're back in a situation now where it's a little bit more fluid, where the tyre loses it more slowly and regains it more smoothly. So you can actually countersteer, you can correct, and you can actually wheel this car hard. But at the same time, I think that allows certain fluidity with the slip angle of the tyre on the road, which allows you to carry more momentum through corners more consistently and thus be more smooth, saving fuel. And how this applies, of course, to GGFX is that, well, the Porsche does have a... Well, all the cars have limited fuel tanks, of course. The GT cars limited to about 70%. Porsche also limited number, and escapes me though. That, as you say, may have to come down. Oh, contact! Race leader! Contact with the 81 GT car of... Looking down my numbers list, the 81 was multiple laps down, I believe. As I'm looking for him. He was, I think, the Sweet Spot Racing car, the BMW, and just closed the door on your race leader as he was coming through the, of course, Vikings machine, and contact made twice. Both cars actually leave the incident facing forwards, but as you can see there, a double tap from the Sweet Spot Racing car on the Vikings Molnir car. A little bit of a blind-sided incident, Alvin.
Yeah, kind of. I really don't know what to say about it, because we've had so many between prototypes and that. It's really just come to a point that trying to assign fault to whose fault was it. It's really there's really no point in trying to assign blame, because you can assign blame and drivers just gonna keep doing whatever they want to do. So at this point, it kind of seems like it's kind of like you know what? Just forget common sense. If you see somebody and you don't trust them, just let them go. Just forget it.
I certainly would be along that sort of case, but you'd think experienced GT drivers by this point would have learned to expect, in case of HPD, leave gap, because unfortunately this seems to happen repeatedly with different cars and teams as the friction sports car will go sliding past on the Fusion Racing, not friction, think of a different team entirely. The Fusion Racing car will slide past the line of GT cars and move his way forwards. They had another penalty, of course, that's dropped them down the order. Fusion running just outside your top 5. They're running in 9th place at the moment. Just within the top 10. Only car 1 lap down. German Sim Racing 2 laps down, as are Road Bar Stewards Green and German Sim Racing 151. 8 cars remaining on the lead lap, Jimmy, at this time, as the attrition is starting to pick up again.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to get now into the last parts of the race, in terms of endurance. I think you see an hour and a half left on the clock. You're right, okay. That's 1 or 2 stops left now till the end of the race. It's just a matter of trying to make up as much time as possible. Of course, that can all be very, very quickly taken away. As I'm listening to Nicholas go around the Viking Molnir car, one that's just involved in the incident, he's short shifting quite a lot. So maybe trying to save that extra lap of fuel, maybe trying to do something different to the Simatop car behind them at the moment. Simatop car doing quite a bit of traffic.
It doesn't even look possible. I've looked at other teams as well, and nobody's gone more than 5 laps.
Maybe they're going to try and do that, but we'll see, of course. All we've got is what we've seen so far. Maybe they're going to do something different, who knows. But there's going to be a lot of saving to do, as some GTs going off to the left there, watching as Simatop goes through. One of these Z4s gets a little bit wrong, and then just finds itself caught up in the barrier on the outside. I think just running again now. So
that was Sweet Spot, the car that had been involved with the Vikings entry.
Not having a good lap, the old Sweet Spot car. Hopefully still everything is still connected in the right way, but we'll see. Basically, we'll see that how they are on the straight.
We certainly will. And Simatop Esport have filtered through to the front once again after that pit cycle completed. and we are expecting a couple more stops at this rate, and at least 2 I think for the prototypes, and possibly also the GTs and GTC. And I think our GTs have gone the longest, no, GTC have gone the longest so far, and that's not quite an hour. So with the way the situation is running, a lot of cars for splash and dash, Alvin.
Yeah, there could also be that possibility of seeing some splash and dashes, because as we've talked throughout this broadcast, because the cars have been limited in terms of how much fuel they can run. There's also that possibility that they can also double stint the tire. So the possibility of perhaps doing double stints or doing just a splash of gas without having to change tires, the possibility is down there. Now, this track being so long, it also you also have to think about doing one whole lap. Well, actually doing a whole stint, which in case could be 5-6 laps on an old set of tires. You also have to think about that, because on a track like this, it is a long track. There's so many turns, and anything can go wrong at any point. That, well, you really have to think about it.
Watching back now, we had a little bit of a report of the pit entry for the 81 Sweet Spot racing car. Got very wide in the way, and nearly actually collected the wall on from the Grand Prix circuit pit there. So very interesting in the way there. Just seeing it on the replay. So obviously that Sweet Spot car definitely not handling well, and the pits at this point is the best place for it. But they're now in the pits getting their surface done, as Team Viking Molnir are still following up, it seems, from Simotok Sport. It does seem that Molnir has come into the pits, I should say, sorry. They're now in second place. I think there was actually a maybe a driver change there, but now apparently showing as being ahead of Simotok despite not being there. So I think maybe there was a penalty there, so we'll come back to that when we know for sure. But meanwhile, Samba Racing team coming to the pits again. This seems a bit early for them. They were in the pits recently. I think maybe for that penalty they had. They had a drive-through penalty a couple of laps ago assigned, and yet it's going straight through, so that drive-through penalty is being served by Samba, and they're actually at risk of losing that place to the V Apex Racing Group purple car, which is coming down the start-finish line now. The Samba comes off a limiter at the end of the pit, so not quite close enough for the position to be changed, but that Samba car is now in the sights of German Afanador in the number 33 car.
It is definitely, and something that we are starting to see now, that the prototype scenes are also starting to push those 7 laps, something that we have seen with on the GTC field, going for 7 laps. Now the prototype class also trying to push for those 7 laps, as one of those teams that I've seen that they have gone 7 laps in number 152, German Simracing.de. They make their way into the pits right now. So yes, the prototypes definitely they can push those 7 laps if they feel like it, and we're starting to see it right now, Jimmy.
We are, and it's just that bit of clean air we've been talking about. That happens every now and then. We get a bit of clean air, and the prototypes can get out there and just sort of do their laps unhindered. But obviously be careful, you don't want to be getting too far into that. It's very easy to sort of go into a blinker zone and wait to get faster and faster and faster, and before you know it, you're facing backwards at the carousel with the rear of your car missing. But none of that so far at the top. I want to say a special mention to the AOD Racing HBD, who's made a good comeback of things. Had an incident at the start of the race causing our first virtual safety car, but they're now up into 5th spot in class and only 2.5 minutes off the leader. So not a bad comeback there by that 64 AOD Racing team.
It is definitely now with Samba Racing team. They just got out of the pits, as we were just mentioning. They were saving their drive-through now. The V Apex Racing Group Purple, the number 33, just a bit under 8 seconds behind Samba Racing. Let's see if they are able to catch it, as the number 33 also going for that 7 lap stint. So really interesting. Now we are seeing the prototype teams are going for that extra lap. So at this pace, at this rate, if I am not mistaken, all the prototype teams, they should have around two more rounds of pit stops to go. They should be going around, if they are able to go around 6 laps, and they are doing around 7.5 minute laps, so we should be talking about somewhere around 45-minute stints that they are able to drive at the moment. So 45, so two more cycles of pit stop. So we may be seeing the possibility of teams trying to save fuel now to avoid that last splash of fuel, Jimmy.
It's a matter of trying to get the strategy right. We spoke about it earlier on, of course, and how things like the virtual safety car and crashes and just incidents on track can obviously interfere with that strategy. So the guys back on pit wall will be there with their calculators and their notepads, no doubt, just making sure they get the right numbers for the end of the race. Worst thing you want at the end, as Alvin says, is that sparkling dash, especially if you are fighting for position with someone on track. You don't want to be having to come away to get that pit stop fuel, then have the position settled on track. That's the thing you don't want as a driver. As much as it's exciting to watch as a commentator, you want to have as nice, carefree, incident-free race as you can. No, you don't want to be embroiled in any battles. You don't want to be having to put in fast laps. You want to just go out there, be consistent, put on comfortable laps, and somehow take a win from that. That's the goal, and that's how strategies and cars are set up to do. Of course, when you start having to have these battles and start having to push, that's when mistakes come, that's where the car starts to wear a bit more, you use that bit more fuel, that's when the strategy becomes difficult, but it's more interesting for us to watch, so I really shouldn't complain, really, should I?
Yes, absolutely. Now the Apex Racing Group are going on that 7 lap, so I'm pretty sure they are having those up and running. They're trying to make sure that they can make this race on only just two more stops instead of going for that last splash of fuel. So going now through the field, and I think that's a class that we haven't really talked about that much today is the GT field, and that's because they have been a relatively quiet race so far. But one team that has been leading from the drop of the green flag, the number 993 Roadbusters Black, they have been pretty much dominating this whole field, and not that far behind, just under 10 seconds, as the 993 just coming into the pits right now to do their own pit service. So relatively quiet race that that the GT3 have had so far in here, Jimmy.
It's been good. It's been a good race for these Roadbusters cars, black and white, coming into the pit stop at the same time here, as you can see. So their strategy is still bang on, despite the fact we've had those issues earlier on. But what we're looking at now, of course, is they have a dominant. But both cars have a dominant lead on anyone else. The closest car to them in the GT field is the Black Adam Motorsport car, and that's a lap down on both of these guys as Marcel Unger gets in the car. For the 992 car, driver swap there. I don't think it was a driver swap for the top one, although Marcel Moses in the car at the start of the race. He was the one that started the car and put that into position. That was nice and sort of big, comfortable, big cushion behind him. So he is now in the car to the finish with an hour and a half to go. And it's looking very good for the Roadbusters guys at the moment. So it's going to take an instant to knock them out, and of course, Alvin, get your wood ready. Of course, we don't want to see that. We don't want to see these guys having an incident, of course. But anything can happen, and it has happened so far in this race. So don't count the victory until you got it. Yeah,
with an hour and 30 minutes to go in this race, I'm pretty sure anything can and will happen. So no lead is secure for sure, and no position is secure until you cross that line after the checker flag. So you really have to be on your toes in here. So now going back into this battle for the GT3, now they are out. Roadbusters Black just over 30 seconds ahead of their sister team, the Roadbusters White. So those two teams definitely having a nice race up in here today. I'm pretty sure that you as a team, as a driver, that is what you want to see. You have to have a clean track and try to have the least amount of incidents possible, and you just want to make sure that you can just execute your strategy as best as possible without the least amount of incidents.
You just want to be anonymous. That's the perfect race to have no attention drawn to whatsoever. Just go around, smashing the laps, and then be in this position now where they're both cars 1 and 2. So no doubt there'll be big celebrations if they manage to pull that off. Of course, they have a while to go yet. Back in the GTC field, there's still Venderville Sim Racing White leading this race. They did have a bit of opposition early on from the Black Star GTC team, but various incidents unfortunately have meant that that's out now. That's out of contention. That down the field. But behind them is Sim Racing D 256 and 255, and they've been together for most of the race. These guys, as well as Sim RC.D Strawberry, who I think actually has just taken the place. He's now up to 3rd place. So a change there as Rene Osterkamp goes into the provisional 3rd place.
Moving back up to our prototype field, of course, at the moment. VFX Racing Group Purple were catching AOD Racing's 64 car. However, they've just come on to pit road for their second to last stop. Apex Jimmy looking like they're in the right sequence here to make this on one final run to pit road. Their strategy seemingly set perhaps correctly here, unlike some of the other teams who might need a splash. But they've been doing this one quite well. In fact, looking at their laps, going a little longer than some of the other teams here. Germain's last stint was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7
sorry,
laps.
Rachel, we were just watching the battle for 3rd place there. Sim RC.D Strawberry and German Sim Racing D256. That's hard to say very quickly. The Sim RC car loops it coming onto the north side. We've seen a couple of cars do that today. Luckily, they managed to stay out the wall, but that's now put that back down into 4th place and out of contention for the podium for now. So Rene with it all to do all over again.
Certainly has, and that's not a great situation for them. He'll have to go and catch up all over again and break up the love affair between the two team cars. The German Sim Racing 256 and 255 have been together since the start of this race, Alvin. Those two cars have basically been running as a tandem.
Yes, they have, but as it stands right now, there is a 30+ second gap in between them. So it kind of seems like both of them have been running a little bit off cycle when it comes to pit stops. But those have been two cars that have been running comfortably together throughout most of this race. Yeah, just trying to do different pit strategies, see what they can do to catch that number 9 Venderville Racing White, because as it stands right now, if they don't try anything different, this will be a race win for the number 9.
Certainly could be, and that's the way it is looking at the moment. And I think the 9 has this one pretty much locked up, Jimmy. As Alvin was saying, they've been flawless, other than their one threat today, which came in the form of the black.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was the Black Star Racing.
Black Star
car.
Racing. I
Yeah.
completely had a brain at that point in time. I apologised profusely to everybody. I remembered the team and I thought it begins with B and it's black, and the rest escaped me. But Black Star Racing, that's the one we were looking for. I kept thinking Black Hole Racing. No. They were the only real threat we've seen so far for Venderville, but they obviously had their incident, no longer involved in this motor race. And speaking of people who are no longer involved in this motor race, unfortunately, not meeting Talk Freak Sunset driver Jake Robson at the best of times. Jake, you guys had this one locked down, a very secure lead for your car until tragedy struck. What has happened for you guys?
Yeah, ever since we had the initial impact, the car was never really the same as it was originally. There was a bit of steering damage and a bit of error as well. We tried to keep it going for as long as we can, but we're struggling to see the point to continue going at this point. You know, we were 4 minutes behind Bushwing, who were the next car, and the rest was many laps ahead, so especially around here it's pointless.
Not the best situation for you guys, unfortunately, but a strong showing at a very difficult track from the Talk Free Racing Sunset car. qualified in third, of course, and very optimistic showing perhaps for the rest of the season. A good omen.
Yeah, it was looking good. I don't know how we got 3-minute lead, but I'll take it, I guess. Yeah, it's difficult around here. It's tough judgment, I guess, for the rest of the season. I expected Fusion, both their main team and the blue team, to be a lot stronger, but with them crashing at the start, I guess that opened it up for us and we could run away. We'll see what we can do at Suzuka, I guess.
Certainly will, but from what we've seen in the comments, you've certainly been involved in explaining some strategy calls in a moment, and as one of the prototype team members, we'd like your insight on something actually, because we've been questioning fuel saving around the Nürburgring. Just how possible is it in the prototype? Because we've not seen many teams, if any, going past the 5-lap mark.
It is possible, however, it's difficult to do it on a green flag run due to, well, traffic, and you're pushing all the time, especially with the guys at the front now with a short gap. I doubt they'll save any fuel. VSC, when that comes out, that definitely opens it up. You can save a lot of fuel. I don't know how much it is exactly, but you probably save about enough to get to the other lap. You need 6 or 7 kilos, I think it is, which is not far off a full lap anyway, to go to the next one, but it's difficult, but it can be done, as some teams demonstrated, I believe, at the start.
There have been a couple that have managed it, but it has been around, as you mentioned, the virtual safety car periods, and we did have a very busy first half. We've had 6 in the first half, 2 per hour, and none since. So, or maybe we might have had 1 since, but it's been a very quiet second half. We have noticed the Porsches, and we know you guys, of course, at Talk Freak have got a Porsche entry. That car has been very, perhaps, comparatively easy to save fuel with. The guys we're seeing more regularly getting 7 laps off that rather than 6. Are you communicating with your Porsche team?
Well, the Porsche team was now out, but I do remember talking before the race, and they said it was relatively easy to save fuel, especially around the traffic, having to lift off all the time to let the GPs through, or the GTs, but after their issues at the start, I guess it wasn't that difficult. Yeah, apparently it's relatively easy, but I'm not 100% sure. I've never really driven that car around here.
Thank you for the great insight there, Jake. And that's, of course, Jake Robson from Talk Freak Racing Sunset. Unfortunately out of the race today, but strong contenders when we head to Suzuka. Jake, any sponsors you want to give a shout out to?
Shout out to you guys on the broadcast. Good job again. Shout out to all the guys doing the, all of our guys on the setup and stuff, all the work that we put in, and yeah, that's about it, I think.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Jake Robson from Talk Freak Racing, and hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to you next week in far better circumstances, or next month, I should say.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you.
We've also had a chance to chat to Sam Fitzpatrick. We'll have a quick word with him in a second, but Samba, Jimmy, I believe, had a bit of an off.
Yeah, it seemed they had a small off-track incident there. Nothing too bad for their race, it seems at this point. So they're okay, they're alright, but obviously a little bit scary, especially at this point of the race, and they are still running in third place. Well, that gap backwards to AOD Racing HBD is coming right down now. That gap was up at about 30 seconds, it's now down to 5 seconds. And I was just seeing in the chat, we had someone from AOD saying that they are actually quite the other end in terms of setup. They're in quite a low downforce setup, so it seems to be working for them at the moment, and they're coming back from the field very strongly after that initial off.
Yeah, they certainly are. And right, we have a quick second interview to get a chance to chat to somebody from the Porsche field. That is Sam Fitzpatrick from Fitzty Motorsport in the number 77 machine. Guys currently running in 6th place. Sam, how's it going for your team?
Yeah, it's going brilliantly right now. Unfortunately, we had a issue where one of our teammates had an issue with their PC, so I had to do the first 4 hours non-stop. But Jack's doing a brilliant job now, hopefully bringing it home in 6th place.
Hopefully it will be indeed, and we just spoke, of course, to Mr. Jake Robertson about the fuel in the Porsche. Of course, you've been driving this car. The fuel situation with the Porsche. One thing we've noticed very obviously is that even though your cars are not as fast as the GT cars, the front runners in the Porsche field have been ahead of a lot of the GT cars purely on your stint length. I mean, is it that dramatically different? Is it, as Jake said, a lot easier to save fuel? Is this something you guys are doing more easily, and is that how you managed to leapfrog a faster class?
Well, I'm not sure what the GT3s are like, but the Porsches, yeah, it is quite easy to save fuel, really. It's not that much of an issue. I think it's 8 laps we have to get to save about half a lap of fuel during the stint. It's not that difficult to get to the hour mark, really. So yeah, it's not too bad in the Porsche.
Oh, that's absolutely incredible insight into how that class is working. It's probably the first time we've actually seen a lower class be ahead of a higher class in a multi-class endurance race, so it's at least my first time I've ever seen that happen, so quite an interesting subject to perhaps break down and analyse post-race. But you guys, of course, 6th place at the moment, good points on the table for today. Is Suzuka perhaps a track you're relishing returning to a sane track, maybe?
Well, personally, I love this place, but Suzuka, it is a good circuit, but really our whole team never really done any races around there, so it's going to be a bit of a new experience. But yeah, of course here it's just a attrition rate race. Like, if you can keep the car on the circuit, you can get a good result like we are right now. So Suzuka's going to be very difficult, but yeah, we're certainly looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well, of course, is Sam Fitzpatrick from Fitzsty Motorsport. Any sponsors at all you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, Mentor 360, really been there from the start, and just if any guys of Fitzsty Motorsport are listening, just cheers to you guys for racing with us.
Well, thanks for joining us today in the RacespotTV booth. Sam Fitzpatrick from the number 77 Fitzsty Motorsport Porsche. Thank you, Sam.
Cheers.
Oh, Jimmy, interesting insight there into how the Porsches have been doing, and you know, this track is pretty hard work, but these guys are all using absolutely top-notch equipment. And speaking of incredibly top-notch equipment for sim racing, Sim Experience, the title sponsor of the series, has 2 assets in their inventory that you can improve your sim racing with.
That was very smooth, Rachel. They do indeed. First of all, it's about the AccuForce for those looking for maybe a new wheel. I mean, with the AccuForce, unparalleled realism and the most advanced tuning features on the market, the AccuForce Pro steering system is the only complete plug-and-play direct-drive full seatback wheel for sim racers. So check it out at simexperience.com, as we always say, drop the E. And they also produce the Sim Vibe, which is an advanced multi-dimensional audio-based feedback software that utilises 1 to 8 bass transducers, better known as butt kickers or bass shakers, to provide the correct physics-based vibrations at each corner and throughout your simulator. Again, check those out at simexperience.com and drop the E.
Sim Experience, drop the E. Don't drop the E, folks. Definitely don't drop the E. Back to motor racing. Simatoki Sport currently on top in the prototype class. Team Vikings Molyneux in 2nd place. Samba Racing in 3rd, down to your GT category. It's still Road Bar Stewards 1 and 2 with black and white. Behind them it's Black and Motorsports in the 66 car. And your GTC, Vanilla Sim Racing white, with German SimRacing.D's tandem effort of their 6 cars total, the 255 and the 256, on 2 steps of the podium. As we look down the running order, things have been quiet, Alvin, recently. The race has dropped back into a kind of an ebb and flow. We are somewhat kind of nervously watching the fuel situation for a lot of these teams. We've not had anyone run out yet on a stint trying to save fuel. Everyone's managed it successfully if they've made the call. But it's starting to get to the point where people are going to have to risk it.
Yes, it is, and you know, it's now it's coming to the point now. Most of the teams are trying to get out those calculators and trying to make sure that they can make it on just one more stop without having to come in at the last minute for an extra splash of fuel. So it is definitely something that we have to look into, as this battle between the number 87 and the number 991 is kind of like the closest battle that we have so far on the track at the moment. But Yeah, like just mentioned, now at this point, you should know whether you will make it on one more stop or not. So now it's just a matter of, have you been doing your homework since the drop of the green flag? That is the main question that these teams have to answer themselves. If the answer is yes, then yes, they will find themselves in a good position. Then if not, it seems kind of late trying to make those adjustments. Still possible, kind of depending on where you're standing. But if you're trying to make those adjustments out with an hour 50 minutes ago, well, you're late.
Sunny is, and well, you never want to be late to your own motor race. That is something these guys have to keep a very close eye on. Make sure their cars are in exactly the fuel situation they need for this one. But as it's going, Jimmy, that's literally the word on everyone's mind at the moment. Fuel, fuel, fuel. And it's almost as though people are dialing back the pace. The prototypes have all dropped off the pace they were doing by around 10 seconds. And as we're seeing this fight getting closer and closer here with the 991 and the 67 car, Road Bar Stewards and Blackadder Motorsport here going at this one. This is actually pretty exciting. In fact, no, Blackadder got past, and they want to get back past them again. And here comes, I believe, the Strawberry car, but they're a lap ahead, so that's not in this fight, but they are faster. So
it's the 87 car, Rachel, and the 991. So the 87 car is the one currently ahead. The Berlin Simsport car, the 991 chasing at the moment.
Oh, I thought it was the 67. I'm blind.
And you see Strawberry there, just making its way past. They're a lap up. They're not in contention here. I'm wondering why. Well, now he finally moves across. Stefan Walter there in the Road Bastard blue car just pulls in behind the Strawberry Sim RC car. Just that extra little bit of toe in the straight, but yet seems to be lifting a little bit. I can swear I can hear a little bit of a lift coming off there, just trying to save again, maybe lifting that fuel. But this is the fight here currently for 7th in your GTC. So we are a little bit further down the field, but of course every place counts, every place means more points. So I'm sure that Stefan was here in the Road Bastard blue car is looking ahead and looking for that extra points for the that Road Bastards team. But at the moment it doesn't seem to be. Well, it seems at the moment that the 991 car seems a little bit stronger through the midsection, not so fast from the straight. So we may see him pull back in again as we get through the GP circuit, as the car in front, as the Berlin Simsport car goes wide a little bit there, a little bit. See the Strawberry car desperate to get through again. That car is a lap up. So I don't think there are any sort of strict blue flag rules in this event. You have to just get out of the way in your own time. But I'm sure the Strawberry car is starting to get a little bit frustrated behind the Berlin Simsport car there.
Certainly is, and Berlin Simsport are getting out of the way. They have no inclinations to move over right now for the SimRC Strawberry machine, even though they are a lap up. His attitude is, if you're faster than me, pass me. Which is a completely legitimate attitude to have, of course, but always makes things a bit more enabled, as it is done, in fact, as SimRC get it through. Keep an eye on Road Bar Stewards Blue, though, because they are definitely closing in. They dropped back to let SimRC through, of course, but the gap is coming down into the Berlin Simsport car. And they've actually been very quiet, the Road Bar Stewards car. They've had an incident, but they are pootling along rather nicely. They have made their way forwards now. In fact, this is going to soon put them into, or they are in, I should say, 8th place. They want 7th.
Yes, it is, and you know that for some of the teams, they just decided to take like I'll say the quiet approach to this race. Instead of trying to go full throttle and see how fast I can go, they decided to go through the quiet, conservative approach. Perhaps go 85% of their ultimate pace that they know that they can do, because they know that at the end of the day, this race is really hard, not only on drivers but also on the cars itself. So it just goes to show you that on a race like this, especially on endurance racing, it's not really how fast you are, it's really how long can you sustain those lap times. How consistent can you be on a given setup, because you can be fast on one lap and there's no taking away that, you know, but how can you hold that pace for 50, maybe 2 hours itself? Because sometimes we have seen teams going more than 2 hours, perhaps even 3 hours. We have seen some races where drivers can go 3 hours. Rare instance where drivers can go 4 hours. We have seen that as well. Kind of rare, but we've also seen it. So trying to sustain that a consistent good pace for a certain amount of time, that is really the difference that endurance racing is compared to Grand Prix racing, for example, right? Which is kind of like a sprint format. As soon as the green flag drops, you just go for it.
I mean, you do find, again, there are different mentalities, and rightly so, between the endurance and sprint formats. Again, of course, I can speak from my own experiences. I drive in endurance leagues, and there are times when regularly you're in the car for 3 hours at a time or so. It just becomes, as you say, Alvin, it becomes getting into a rhythm. It sounds like a very cliche thing to say, but you get into a state of mind where your braking zones are nice and clean, you're nice and smooth in the throttle. You want particularly taxing the car, you're keeping the tyres nice and alive at the same time. There's definitely a difference between a qualifying lap and sort of a race lap. A qualifying lap is you're taking everything out of the car, you're giving no thought to the condition of the car, you're just trying to make it go as fast as you can. Whereas in an endurance setting, you're thinking about the tyres, thinking about the fuel you're saving, thinking about the possible damage you could do to the car by maybe having a small off that you wouldn't really think about in qualifying. And it's that mindset, I think, which will then separate the people who will maybe go fast in the first couple of hours and have an off, to those who maybe a couple of seconds of the pace over the course of a lap, but they're still doing that pace lap after lap after lap, and that is what you want to be as an endurance driver.
That certainly is what you want to be as an endurance driver, of course, and, well, it is all about that. It's getting to the end of the motor race, and, well, folks, we're nearly at our final hour. Nearly 1 hour to go. 5 hours nearly completed here at the Nürburgring, and it's been a very emotional ride for everybody involved, especially for us here in the booth and hopefully you at home. But we're going to have a quick fan immersion for you as we get wired up for that final 1 hour run. And you know what? It's going to be a 9/11 immersion. We're going to go on board with the Road Bar Stewards Blue and their chase of Berlin Simsport. Berlin Sim Sport there, pulling off onto pit road behind Sim RC Strawberry as the road bar stewards Blue will go past. Will eventually take that position, although we expect they'll have to make their own pit stop shortly. Going around the outside there, the GT3 Mercedes on the GT field, who will actually have to try and pass that Porsche now. Based on what we're seeing from the time, we suspect these could be the final stops from our GTC field. We are positive, but it's looking as though it could be for some teams.
I'd hope so for those guys, because again, that would be a very slim splashing gas at the end. The interesting thing is, of course, with the extra lap of fuel out here, it's a big difference. It isn't just a small couple of litres, you know. It's what I think we had Jake in here for HPD saying it was about 7 or 8 kilos of fuel to come in there. So it's quite a big difference in the HPD. I'm sure it's sort of similar in the Porsche. But what that means is that Stefan's going to have a shorter last stop than the Berlin Sim Sport car. So although he actually the Berlin Sim Sport pitted in front of this car, when Stefan comes in, if the stop is shorter because of fuel, he may well just jump him just on that alone if he has a good lap here. So this is where maybe sprint mentality comes into a bit more, because we can, right, okay, now we're now going to go for one more pit stop and then to the end, and then it's just down to the track. In that last stint, I always think, okay, it's okay to think like a sprint driver, because that's what you're effectively doing now. If you still have the energy, of course. If you've been driving, as we had Mr. Fitzpatrick in here earlier saying he drove for 4 hours earlier. I don't know how he managed that around here, but if you still have the energy to go for a sprint finish after that, then all power to you, but it might be what Stefan has to do to take that 7th position.
Certainly could be, and Alvin, the GTC field is very, very split up at the moment, but we are discussing, of course, their fuel runs to the end. Do we have any numbers on exactly who has pitted yet?
Yes, we do. As it stands right now, we've had so far in the GTC field, having a quick look here, once I get my filter for the live timing on. Yes, here we go. Now I only got the GTC cars in my screen. So, stands right now so far, German Sim Racing.de, Sim Racing RC Strawberry, and Berlin Sim Sport. They have all come into the pits for their last stop, so it should be really close for them in terms of where they will make it on just this last stop, because it really does depend when you get the white flag, because as we have seen, they can go 7 laps, but definitely impossible to go 8 laps. So we'll be really close when they get the white flag, and that will show us if they want to go that extra flag. Or you can also use that strategy if you don't want to run out of fuel, of looking for where the overall leader is and let them overtake you and just finish as soon as they get that checkered flag.
So you just have the leader coming to the pits, our overall leader, the Simitalk eSport car. Now I think, Alvin or Rachel, either of you may be able to answer, I think that is too early. I think that's too early to go to the end. I think they're going to need to come in for a splash, which is really interesting. Something else that happened just then as well, which we may have missed on camera, is that Fusion Racing actually unlapped themselves. They've been a lap down for the entire race. They're now on the same lap as the leader, albeit they are 6 minutes down or so. But all drives up as well for Simitalk. So Julian will really take the car for the end of the race. So I think there's going to be a splash for Simitalk, which could be interesting in the fight for the end.
They will do, from my calculations, if they are correct, for all the HPD teams, in order to make it on just one more stop, it's gonna have to be around 50 minutes. If they can make it up to 7 laps, it's gonna have to be 50 minutes. Anything more than that, you're asking them to do 8 laps, and we have seen that no team has been able to go 8 laps so far in this race. So anybody that's coming into the pits right now will definitely have to do one more stop. Now I'm kind of guessing that with around 57 minutes to go, there is that remote possibility that any GTC team that comes into the pits right now, they may be able to make it from here until the end, maybe a little bit close. Like I said, kind of depends where they get the white flag, but where 57 minutes to go, there's that possibility that they can make it on just one more stop.
There's a real possibility, of course, for these guys, and we'll have to see, Jimmy, exactly what teams can actually make it from this, because we've got a lot of speculation, but we don't know who exactly can be in a situation. As a 151 gets a 15-second stop and hold. It's German SimRacing.de's 151 car running currently in 10th. Only car 2 laps down, so that's not going to lose them or gain them anything.
It's not, but obviously we'll go against them in future racing as well. I mean, part of racing in the league environment, everyone's spoken about this so much throughout the race, of racing league environment as opposed to official races. You're racing the same people every event, every month or so. So you start to know who you can drive well around, who maybe needs a bit more space, etc. And cars like the who are getting a lot of the collisions, of course. I mean, from my own experience this race, I maybe took a bit of a wide berth for the Molnir car, because they've made a couple of interesting moves on side traffic, of course. But that's what driver knowledge comes into a lot. I think it really adds to the immersion as well of racing in that league environment, because again, you know who the fast guys are, you know who the slow guys are, and you can plan strategies around that, which I think is pretty awesome, and again makes sim racing just that one step closer to real life.
Certainly does. And speaking of real life, this race is getting a bit of a hairy moment back there, as German Sim Racing's 151, who's in a bit of an upset mood as he has to come and do a stop and go, just barged through on the 14 Porsche. The 14 belonging to Puffin Racing, almost knocking him out of the way there, so a little bit of a rude pass by the 151. So Alvin, as things stand, we know our Porsche strategy, we think. How do we think the GT cars are going to go?
Well, the GT field, that's a whole different thing that comes into discussion, because they have definitely, as things stand right now, they have to go to around the 40-minute mark in order to make it on one more stop. As it stands right now, most of the GT3 field, I'm looking here, the two leading cars, the Road Bastards Black and White, they will have to make a splash of fuel for sure, because they are just pretty much on their 5th lap of distance. They will definitely have to make a splash of fuel, unless for some miracle they can make it 6 laps on distance. And looking at the stints that they have been able to drive so far, I think the answer is no. Right now they have been going 5 laps since throughout this whole race, so I don't see any scenario that they can go 6 laps and save that extra splash of fuel. But by judging by how the race have been going for both the Road Bastards Black and White, they can afford to do that splash of fuel, and they are definitely very comfortable, so they should finish 1-2.
Certainly is, as a couple of cars are heading onto pit road now for their final stops, including one of the Porsches. We've also got the Puffin Racing car is onto pit road, as is War Dogs GTC, and also the Epix Racing Group Purple car, making what we believe will be their final stop here, Jimmy. 50 minutes, that's a stretch.
Yeah, that's just about enough if Russell is slow in the car. Russell Clayson in the car at the moment, that car down to 7th in the P2 category. We were speaking earlier to Jake again about the fuel saving. This is as much insight as we've had. And he said it is possible, but you do have to very consciously fuel save on the way round. So I think that Russell should be okay to go to the end. It all depends, of course, when the white flag comes down, because an extra lap round here isn't something you can just coast round on. You just won't make it round. So we may see some people, especially those a bit further up the field, like Simitok Esport. They've got about a minute buffer. It might just take a couple more litres of fuel if they need to come in for the splash at the end. It shouldn't affect them too much. They should have a nice enough buffer there to do that. But of course, where gaps are a bit smaller, for example, AOD Racing and Samba aren't so far apart at the moment, coming in for a pit stop at the end could well just decide that last podium position. And again, just to mention AOD Racing, who again were down right in last position at the start of the race due to a spin causing our first virtual safety car, now up to 3rd in class.
They certainly are, and well, the hooding class has paid off for them at the moment, and that team hasn't had the best of luck as Jimmy described, but they are in a great spot right now, and it's looking like it could potentially be a podium should they not change position with Samba, or Samba heavily damaged, or looked heavily damaged, not anymore. Thank you, Internet. But down to 4th place, which is definitely going to cost them at the moment, Alvin.
Yes, it is, and now pretty much almost 50 minutes to go into this race. Now we're starting to see some of the teams that now coming into the pits were hopefully getting their what should be their last service of the day, especially for the prototypes and the GTC. Pretty sure the GTC teams should be all but secure. If they come right now and fill up their tanks, they should be able to go. Prototypes could be a little bit of a stretch. Kind of depends on how much, what is the pace of the overall leader and if they have to do one more lap or not. But GTs, looking at it, most of them looking at the GT leader, they once they come past the start finish line, they should be doing around perhaps 7 more laps before the race ends. So definitely the GT teams, they will have to do one more stop if they want to make it. Well, actually 2 more stops if they want to make it to the end.
2 more stops for the GT teams. That's what our expert Alvin Nieves is saying. 2 more stops. That's going to be tricky. We're expecting to see GT teams onto pit road very, very shortly. If that's the case, they are on the very outside of that system working for them. Prototypes, however, have been struggling the most on fuel. Their cars are getting about 5 laps at best out of a tank of fuel, and they are not perhaps able to save fuel as easily from what we've been told. Jimmy, do you ever double stint tyres, even for a splash and dash, with these prototypes on a track like the Nordschleife?
No. Well, actually,
Best answer
if it's just for the end, just 1 more lap, then yeah, sure, go for it, because you're gonna lose less time going around a bit slower and doing a tyre change stop. But if it's a matter of going a full double stint on tyres, then I just wouldn't do it. It would not be worth it. Speaking of, sorry, I've been looking at our gap for 3rd place, and the 158 cars pulls right up to the back of the 64 AOD car. This is the 3rd in the prototype class, and a bit of traffic has really put them back together again. So that's nice to see them coming back together. We'll have to wait and see how fast the Samba racing car is in a straight line, but we've been hearing the AOD car is fast in a straight line, so maybe when getting onto straight that will change, but a bit of traffic again coming into the mix here. But these cars are closing right up. I'm not quite sure why how AOD lost so much time there. That's about 12 seconds they lost.
Certainly is, and AOD found themselves in a very different position at the moment, which is one they didn't perhaps expect to be in. And certainly things very different for them. Alvin, GTC, what's happening?
Well, it looks like, as it stands right now, the leader of the GTC, Vendavo Racing Y, just came out of the pits almost around 5 minutes ago. They did complete their last stop, what should be the last stop of the day, so the GTC leader should be all good to go. And looking through all the rest of the field, the 2nd place German SimRacing.de, they still have to come into the pits for what should be their last pit stop, and then after that will be kind of close for the 255 German SimRacing.de and SimRC.de Strawberry. There could be very close towards the end of this race, so definitely keep an eye on 3rd and 4th place and see if they can make it to the end of the race, because as it looks right now, could be a little bit too close to just making it on without stopping for a splash of gas.
That could leave our field in a very interesting position with this one, and folks, it's an L-biter. We have 44 minutes remaining, and we don't know who's going to make it on fuel. Will we end this in classic NASCAR fashion, where several cars run out of fuel on the last lap? 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th place and 5th place wins. Could that happen? Possibly. This is not exactly, Jimmy, the sort of track where you can run out of fuel and coast, as you've said previously. You run out of fuel here, you're walking home.
Indeed, and That's something you have to really be on top of, especially at this point in the race. Being told we do have a little bit of action on track between 66 and 57. I'm not sure if these guys are. They are on the same bit of track. They are on the same lap as well. Looks like the timing is giving us a little bit of a run around again. That's the Apex Racing Group GT red car and the Blackadder Motorsport car as well. This is third place in class, I should say. So this is for a podium position in the GT class, which, as we've said earlier, has been a relatively quiet class this race. Sort of been in between the action, not much going on down there outside of the two obviously Road Bastards car just driving away with it, of course. But third place is still up for grabs as well, with the 66 car trying to chase down that 57 car coming into the last section of the circuit now. And we talked about it a lot of this race in terms of setup and how this circuit has two very different approaches. It's almost like Spa in that way, where you have, do you set this car up to be quick in those medium speed corners that there are so much of it at the Nordschleife, or do you try and set it up for that very fast straight at the end where you can just pull past people, and of course that long uphill section on the back of the circuit. There are, and this is where we see those differences come into play, especially when watching a battle. It seems like at the moment the 66 car is a little bit faster than the Apex Racing Group GT red car, but not quite close enough to make a move yet, and not quite. This is where you want to start actually thinking about trying to get onto the back of the car in front. Had this been maybe 2 hours earlier, I would have said don't worry about it, just drive nice laps behind them. But now it's starting to be for positions, and of course when the podium's up for grabs, then you've got to really push for it. So we'll just keep one eye on this, as there's a little bit of prototype traffic in the background, just to keep things interesting. Let's see now. You see how much quicker the Blackadder car is there. So you get a car off to the right. So that's not someone who is a lap down, so it's not going to be important to this battle at the moment. The 153 car is the car that is behind at the moment. I think that is one of the the German SimRacing.de car, which has been in the pits a couple of times with penalties this race, so I'm sure being very careful now on the back of this GT car. There you go. And the thing I see here a lot out of them with these prototypes, they don't seem to time their moves very well. Like, what would have been a better idea for the that German car to do there is just to back off, let the GTs get around the corner, then get on the throttle and carry the speed out the corner, as opposed to staying right behind the car and then darting out, because you're not carrying that speed there. But now we're seeing the overspeed. Sorry to go back to that. The overspeed from the Blackadder Motorsport car goes up into third place with only 40 minutes or so left of this race. The Apex Racing GT red car, not much they can do really to defend in a straight line. Clark Archer at the wheels of 57 car just popping back in behind 66 car, but for now that is a change for your third in GT class.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we have seen throughout this whole race the difference, the speed differential between the prototypes and the GTs. It's been, to say the least, it's it is a big difference, no question about it. But it's also up to these teams to make sure that they understand the speed difference that they carry and the responsibility that driving a prototype car carries with it, because yes, it may have lots of downforce, and on paper it may look easy to drive because you can just drive as fast as you can, and the downforce pretty much will carry you. But also there is a responsibility that comes with driving a car like this. It's I always say that the faster the car you drive, the more of a responsibility you also have in terms of understanding how the slower cars behave throughout some of the turns on this track. Yes, you also want to carry as much speed as possible, and you want to try to impede the least amount of momentum stoppage that you can throughout the race. But most of the time, more than likely, you have to understand that the slower car, there's not really much they can do, and it comes down to downforce, most likely, because horsepower, most of the cars are pretty much similar. When it comes to horsepower, it just comes down to downforce and what you can do versus what the other car cannot do, and you also have to understand that. And I always say to anybody that wants to drive any of these prototype cars, go ahead and do it, but also whenever you can, also drive one of the slower cars to kind of understand what they also go through, because it's easy to say, yeah, I am the faster car and I need to go fast and this and that. The battle between the 64 and number 158 here for third place really heating up. That I've been following this battle, and it's been really nice to see this battle. Just because they haven't had to encounter that much traffic, so they have been able to drive their own race as it stands right now, and you can really see what happens when you don't have traffic. You know, you can drive this car to your heart's content, but once traffic comes in, that's when you really have to be responsible. And unfortunately, this race we haven't seen that so far. We have seen them on some parts, but for the most part, you know, we wish that we can see a little bit more responsibility from these prototype cars, understanding that not always they will get their way.
That's how it is. You have to take that as part of being a driver, is always that patience, and just watching this battle, of course, for third place in class. We had one of the AOD guys in chat say they're running a low downforce setup, and how is he pulling away there? Even Samba, even with a slipstream, is not able to get onto the back of that AOD racing car, which gives him this massive gap coming into the Nürburgring stadium section there. So that advantage there really helping out, of course. And then Samba, although they're only about half a second or so behind coming onto the straight, are now behind by about 2 seconds or so. So that's how much we're talking about downforce differences there. There it is illustrated on screen for you. Very interesting to see the differences in setup around here.
Yes, it is, and you know, up to perhaps around June of last year, we saw that when it came to the downforce setup for this HPD, most of the teams ran the low downforce package for most of the tracks, and after I think it was around June or perhaps around September, they did an update that really using the medium downforce package starting to become a real possibility for some of the teams here, and a really good example of how track that you used to do the low downforce and now medium downforce is the way to go. Sebring, we used to see teams that running the low downforce package was the way to go, and after that update, now teams are able to run the medium downforce package, and that is actually the most competitive package for that track right now. So for this track, it's kind of no different. So for the 64 to be able to run the low downforce package in a way,
and I think we might be experiencing some technical issues, folks, with Alvin, and hopefully we will sound normal soon.
Oh, it seems to be back to being okay now, but just to pop back up to this for a second, it does seem that this battle is hotting up once again there with the AOD racing Samba. We said again how AOD are faster in the setup, and Alvin was talking about how low downforce setup was the way to go. But now coming back here, these guys are really closing back up now that we're coming into the medium speed corners where Samba can really get alongside and near. But now again we're coming up to a high speed section that really suits cars with lower downforce, and just watch now this AOD car, even with the slipstream, the Samba car cannot keep with it. Now we're going to go through over the flue packs with very fast right-handed, which does depend on downforce here, but again the HPD has so much speed that it just doesn't affect both of them. So again, Berger here, and Sam's just going to lose time all the way down now to this slow right-hander at the end of this fast section.
Certainly is, of course, and with about 35 minutes remaining actually at this time, it's getting into the phase of the race perhaps when we might see a couple more mistakes happening. Teams are getting closer and closer on the track. There are some groups forming up at the moment, Alvin, as we are seeing this one come back together again, but not perhaps in a way we thought they might. It's occasional pairs meeting in the night almost, where we're seeing slight groupings or closing. Do you think these guys are really going to push past a point where we might see a final virtual safety car?
It depends really, of course. I mean, if you're in Nacho's shoes right now and you're thinking about, well, where can I get past this AOD car, of course, because any sort of straight line, any sort of effort to try and get past it, it's negated straight away as soon as the straight comes up, because the AOD straight line speed is so much more than the Samba car that that's something very special to get through. And let's think about this towards the end of the lap. If these cars on the last lap are next to each other coming onto the straight, then AOD have taken it, because they can just drive away the straight. Nothing Samba can do about it. Samba has to get past before we get into the last third of a lap, before we get into that really twisty, difficult last section, because that's where that Samba racing car is a lot faster than the AOD car. But with the straight line speed, I'm not sure if it's going to happen.
It'll be a very tricky proposition, of course. Alvin, your thoughts?
Well, almost 35 minutes to go. At this point in the race, you know that number 64 are running a low downforce package, so no point in waiting till the last lap, waiting till you get to the Duttinger hole, because you know that if you're the 158, you're going to get roasted. There's really no question about it. Now, do you try to go for the overtake before that and try to open a gap so that if you're in the position 158, you are in front of the 64, you know that the 64 have the top speed compared to 158. Do you try to go for the overtake now and try to open the gap, knowing that you have the advantage of running perhaps a medium downforce package and perhaps you are faster throughout most of the track except of the straightaways? I will go for it, because as it stands right now, that's the only way that you will get third place. You know that if you keep this rhythm and you wait till the last lap, you're not gonna get it. So might as well go for the overtake now and then just try to open the gap. But looking at where they are standing right now in their stints, both of them, they still have to come into the pits for one more stop. So we could see perhaps some pit stop strategy come into play, and that's how the 158 are playing to come in front. Because looking at it, 158 can go one more lap compared to the number 64, so perhaps that lap of fuel that they will be saving, that could be the difference.
It seems right now that the 158 car is pushing a lot harder than the 64 car, so perhaps not saving fuel at the moment. Ride behind them to save fuel, Jimmy. Again, unlike you should, I mean, realistically speaking, you would wait until the Dottinger Hoe to make a pass here if you were going to. Why risk it after 5 hours and 30 minutes to have some sort of incident in the very narrow stretches of the Nordschleife?
It's just not an option for the Samba car. As soon as we get onto the back straight, the 65 car pulls away. The 64 car just pulls away regardless of how close you are. The difference in setup is so great that the Samba car has to make a move like that to get past. That's why you're seeing Nacho be so aggressive there through that very twisty section. And see here, coming into the start section, look how much more speed the Samba car takes through the corners here. Just pulls right back up to the 64 car, the rear wing of that car. But then we'll get onto the straight and the 64 car will pull out 2 seconds. And that's why that Samba car has to get through, because on the straight it's sitting dead in the water.
Certainly is. And right now, oh, Jimmy has a point. Look at the gap forming up here as they pull onto the Dottinger Hoe, and the 64 car is gone, Jimmy.
It just rockets away. There's nothing that car can do about it. We saw it in the last lap as well. Just sitting in that slipstream and it's just doing nothing. That car is topping out at 280 k's. As the AOD car is doing 296 k's, 16 k's more in a straight line without the slipstream, and just rocketing away in a straight line. Nothing can be done here to Nacho apart from just try and take any sort of sliver of slipstream and try and maybe come back from it a little way. Just complete different approaches to set up there. And it's just showing how the gap just rubber bands as the lap goes on. It's very interesting for us to watch. And I'm afraid, what I'm afraid of is we'll see the Samba car get more and more desperate and maybe put a move that isn't on. Of course, that's always the sort of fear as the commentary team, and it's something that comes into the back of your mind when you are driving, thinking, what have I got to do to get past this guy? You know, I've got to really try and put a move in somewhere where he just can't come back at me, and that's where the desperateness happen. That's where we might see maybe an incident. But I've got faith in these two guys. They've put on a good race so far. Relatively clean for both of them. Of course, AOD suffering at the start, but coming back marvellously to be on the podium at the moment. So I think we're in for a real great finish here.
And just to give you an idea of the difference that both downforce packages have, especially the difference in downforce packages was just highlighted.
Oh, incident! Sorry, we have an incident on the racetrack with potential VSC consequences. The car's moving. No, we should be okay. It's the number 007 TNT Racing Gold car, currently piloted by Scott McIntyre, teammate, of course, of Hugo Prieto. lost it on the uphill climb. Replay now on your screen. Just got on the curbing with that Audi R8 and lost the back end. Unfortunate for those guys this close to the end of the race to have significant damage, and they are running 5th, of course, in their class. AOD Racing GT behind them could catch up at this stage, but actually no, they're nearly a full lap back. They should be able to hang on for 15 minutes, but very nearly a tragic end there.
It's really interesting, that incident, because Alvin and I were speaking about going over that crest earlier in HBD and it not being a problem because the HBD is just glued to the ground. Not so much in the GTs. You saw in the replay there, he goes over the crest and the car just wobbles a bit at the back, and that's enough for the car to go left, and before you know it, the car's all with damage. And that's why you have to be really on it around here. There are so many points in the circuit like that where it's just a tiny little mistake and you're in the wall. I mean, look how close the barriers are around here. There's no room for error, which makes this circuit such a difficult one to master.
Certainly is. No mistakes resulting in a trip to a gravel track or a sand track or even a lovely paved area off the racing circuit like we see at so many tracks these days. This is old school, Jimmy. This is brutally old school in terms of racetrack. You have track, you have grass, you have wall.
That's it. And that's why it's a track that retains such fandom today. Even now. So yeah, we're just watching these guys go around now. The 64 and the 158 still close again. Sam just having to sort of bite their teeth and wait in the straights. But again, coming into this long right-hander going down the hill onto now Force, it's hilarious just how much more speed the Samba car has through the corners, and then any sort of whiff of a straight and the AOD car is gone.
Certainly is. And Samba and AOD back on this fight, but as you said, yes, they're just sprinting off again. AOD pulling that gap hugely. No real recourse here from AOD, but we are just being given a piece of information by the race control team, Alvin. What are they saying?
Yes, it seems like since we are just under 45 minutes of racing, most of the incidents here that will be reviewed, they will be reviewed post-race. So one thing that we are getting here is that any time that they have gone that they have not been under the speed limit during the virtual safety car, it looks like they're gonna have an extra 30 seconds added to their total race time. So that is something to really look forward, especially if you are in a battle for position, or if the difference between you and the car right in front or just behind you is under 30 seconds. That could be a big difference.
Or if you do it twice, that's a minute. It's that simple. And we're talking miles an hour differences, and these guys have the times for everybody. As we have a move here by Samba. We're going to get very close to the back of AOD here. But there's traffic coming up, which could be Samba's toothpick to work their way past AOD, Jimmy.
Could be, but I don't think it will be, because they're passing the traffic in a spot that is very good for the HBDs, because they can just go flat through here. Unless this GT, I think it is a GT free car ahead, is a little bit difficult coming up the hill. I don't think this will make that much of a difference. And they've caught the traffic in a bad place for Samba. It's a place where AOD can just pull through, and because the AOD car is so much faster in a straight line, it's going to reach that traffic quicker and maybe get past it before we get into any of the twisty stuff around here. But actually, there you go. See AOD catching it at the wrong point just through the fast corner there, and the gap does come down despite the speed difference. We've also seen that's an HBD actually. That's interesting. So an HBD will slow through there. I've seen Fusion Racing. I'm watching them go around. They're still technically a lap down, but I've been seeing them take a very odd line through the carousel where they just put one line over the top there. As Samba really dives in far too heavy there, gets slow, and it's a bit too desperate. But they have one wheel sort of wedged into the top of the carousel, and the other one is on the sort of the flat surface around it. And that line seems to be working very well for them. But at the moment, again, Samba falling back, and obviously we're still with these guys, so you'll see again Samba pull back in as we get into this tight, twisty stuff where that car is set up better.
Certainly is set up just a little bit better on the racetrack, and it gives them every little advantage that we're seeing there.
Oh, Samba off. Samba got a little bit too hot into there. They're okay though, they just graze the wall slightly, but that'll be a little bit of a weight up to Nacho to say, calm down, alright, like you've still got a while of this race to go. Fourth is yours, you can take third if you can catch AOD, but if you throw it away now, you throw away fourth as well. So a little wake up for Nacho there, a bit of a scary moment, but he's still going pedal to the middle. So again, anything can happen, even with only half an hour to go.
Not half an hour, we have about, actually no, you're right, 25 minutes remaining, I believe, in this motor race. So things definitely closing in.
Traffic, Rachel, traffic, AOD, getting brutally held up. So this is what this is how intense this battle is right now. Any bit of traffic comes in, it just disturbs the ebb and flow. Over a lap, I don't think the Nacho can actually get past the AOD racing car. But when traffic comes into play, you see, looking up the inside there, just showing his nose. I think he's just trying to he's really trying to pressure that 64 car now. You keep showing your nose at the corner. Maybe one of the times you do that, the 64 car is distracted, looks in his mirrors, makes a mistake. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to psych out the guy in front of you, especially in this situation where you just don't have the speed to get past in the car.
Absolutely true, and well, unfortunately it's not going to impede them much at the moment as they head up the Dottingerhoe with no real response available from Samba Racing. They cannot keep up with AOD. This is looking like it could be a mountain, a little too steep to climb, Alvin.
Well, it may look on paper, it may look like a mountain too steep to climb for Samba Racing and Nacho Yarnas. However, thinking about strategy-wise, when they entered the Dottingerhoe, they were just less than a second, and you can just see the advantage that having that low downforce package had. Almost 2.7 seconds that they were able to open, but as soon as they get back into the Grand Prix circuit, Samba Racing will close that gap to almost less than a second before they go into the Nordschleife portion of this circuit. Now, but Samba Racing decided to come into the pits, and to me that seems like a really wise strategy because they knew that they were gonna have to stop anyways, and they could go one lap further than AOD Racing anyway. So perhaps by coming into the pits right now, they know that they are going to get a clean racetrack, and that could really make the difference for getting that third place back, because as long as they were behind the 64 AOD, they could not do anything. This track is really too hard to overtake, and you have to be lucky in order to get that overtake. So by getting that pit stop out of the way right now, coming out on clean racetrack, that really puts the pressure on number 64 to actually go for it right now, because the next lap that they do, this lap, they will have to come into the pit. So really this is the race for third place right now, and I think Samba Racing has third place right now.
I think you're right as well, that Samba just have the faster car, I think, over a single lap. Of course, it's been sort of slightly held up by the AOD car, but this is exactly now that both of these cars need to just go at it. They need to just go at it. Now it's a sprint. We're in that part of the race now where you want to just go pedal to the metal. I'm sure that Gustav Ballstum in the AOD car knows that as well, so he's got his foot down. Samba are fueled to the end now, and Nacho's still in the car there, no driver swap, so he's going to be really just, I'm not sure if he took tyres or not towards the end there. I think he probably did. The gap is quite large, so I think the tyres have been taken. But this is it now. Last 20 minutes of this race, and it's all down to this for third place.
It really is, and third place battling right down to the wire after 6 hours of motor racing. This is what we love about endurance racing, Alvin. I mean, I'm looking at the clock now, 23 minutes are showing on the racing clock for how long we have left in this one. After this long, 20 minutes, and we're still deciding a fight at the Nürburgring. It's incredible.
Yes, it is, and this is one of the many things that we get from endurance racing. Just because the race is 6 hours, and perhaps you may have most of the positions decided by the end of hour 2, perhaps hour 3, that doesn't mean that all the positions are also, you still have some battles here and there. And how many times we have seen, especially those battles for the lead, that seems like they go forever and ever and ever. We have seen that many times, of course, not today, but I'm pretty sure that during this championship, the next round at Suzuka, I'm pretty sure that being a 3-hour race, I'm pretty sure that we will get one of those battles that it will definitely go to the end of the race. Just because you have been leading for 2.5 hours doesn't mean that you have anything secure. Most of the teams here have been relatively lucky, especially those that are leading right now. Semitalk Esports, Road Bastards, and then Double Racing White. And I think one team that we haven't really talked about that much has been the Road Bastards Black, because they have been having a relatively quiet race for GT3 standards to what we are used to seeing here in iRacing, and they've had a relatively quiet race, and well, it has paid off because they are leading the race comfortably.
Certainly is. They are leading the race very, very comfortably. But all that can change, of course. One foul pass of traffic, and it can all be over. Semitalk Esports within grasping distance of the win here at the Nordschleife. And in terms of victories in the season, Jimmy, to say the round you won was the Nordschleife for 6 hours, that is respected.
I'm sure this will be seen as the jewel in the DGFX crown, if not this or Le Mans, which I believe is also on the schedule. But
I'd say Le Mans is a physically easier track with modern endurance racing vehicles.
Oh, definitely.
I'd say this is the hardest track they have to face.
I agree, definitely, but it doesn't take away from the, I think the...
Well, of course, the 24 hours of Le Mans, the 24 hours of Le Mans,
everyone
this
wants
is
to
6
win
hours,
there.
but...
Everyone wants to win here as well, but as you say, this will be a definite feather in the cap of Semitalk Esports if they can pull this off. We keep saying if. I don't want to sit here and say these guys are going to take the win, because we still have time to go yet. Nürburgring is such a difficult circuit and all this traffic out there as well. Anything can happen and unless you're in the league when the flag drops, doesn't matter. That's what I think. So at the moment, I'm seeing Semitalk being very cautious. Same here with the Viking Molyneux car. No need to even push or think about anything at all. The cars that do all the push are Samba and AOD, so they're going to be ones to watch as we get into this last couple minutes of this motor race.
Absolutely. And well, folks, with the final 15 minutes rolling up of our 6 hours, let's go through your running order as we head into the final stretch. Semitalk Esports leading the way in your prototype field with a 1 minute and 38 second gap over Team Vikings. Molyneux, AOD Racing HPD in third, Samba Race Team in fourth, with German Sim Racing Team DE in fifth. 4X HPD in sixth place, with VAPX Racing Group Purple in seventh place. Fusion Racing, WR Racing onto pit road. German Sim Racing's 151, Berlin Sport LMP, NAB Racing in 12th place. 13th is German Sim Racing's 153, with Unicorn Endurance down in 14th. And then we have other multiple lap down entries from the likes of Bushfink Racing Yellow, Road Bastards Green, and of course Torque Freak Sunset, the unfortunate pole sitters in this race. Down in your GT3 category, Road Bastards Black leading the way, with second place teammates are the white car. Third place, Black Adder Motorsports 66 car, with VAPX Racing Group GT Red in your fourth place. Fifth place, TNT Racing Gold, still they're hanging on by a thread. AOD Racing GT in 6th place, with 7th going to Team Vikings Midgard, Blackadder Motorsports, Team Bushfink Racing Blue, and Sweet Spot Racing, German Sim Racing's 305, and the VAPX Racing Group Blue. Graphite Racing, last of your still running GT cars. Down in your GTC categories, Vendaval Sim Racing White have had a fantastic day so far. Can they hold on? Well, time will only tell. Second place goes to German Sim Racing.de's 255, with the 256 car of their sister machine in third. Fourth place is Sim RC Strawberry, with 6th place GTN Racing. Fitsty Motorsport in 7th place, with Road Bastards Blue in 8th. Berlin Sport in 9th, Fusion Racing in 10th, and Work in Progress Red, War Dogs, AG Motorsports, and Puffin Racing. Well guys, it's the final moments now of the race, and we are running to the end. Anything can happen still. This is the better part of 2 laps we're looking at here, so unlike most races where 15 minutes would be about 5 or 6 laps, Jimmy, we're basically on, nearly the white flag.
Pretty much a couple laps to go now, and just going back to our battle, of course, the 64 AOD car is in from third place. This is the important pit stop now. Let's see where he comes out. Samba Racing is coming through the last part of the circuit now, just coming into the stadium section. That's a complete maximum lap there from that.
64 is out.
64 is out and rolling. There you go. So look at the gap there. I didn't think it'd be that much, Alvin.
Yes, I am definitely surprised by the tactics that number 64 just did. So it could be that they decided to take no tires versus all 4 tires for Samba Racing. So really interesting strategy here that is playing, but we saw that with the medium downforce that the Samba Racing has and new tires, I'm pretty sure that they will be able to catch the number 64 in, perhaps in this lap they should be able to catch them up, but we have seen that just because you catch them, you will be able to overtake them. So really interesting strategy here by number 64.
We will see. Well, I think that something to take into account as well. Although they haven't taken tyres, they also haven't taken a full tank of fuel. They've taken half a tank or less of fuel, so that car isn't going to be as sort of sluggish as you think. It'll still be difficult with the older tyres, of course, but we do have Samba there. At this point, if they're going for further bust, they have effectively nothing to lose in that case. They can just push now as hard as they can. The difference now is about the back straight or so on the GP circuit, so we'll see where that comes down. Now we know over a single lap that 158 Samba car is quicker, and it has got new rubber as well, so it's going to be a really difficult, I think, it's going to be a challenge for the 158 Samba to catch up, because it is a big gap as well. But when they do get there, it's also another challenge to get through, because although that 64 car is going to be sluggish on those older tyres, it still has that massive straight line speed advantage. So as long as Gustav is placing his car in the right place, it's going to be a very difficult pass for the 158 car.
Definitely will be, which will make this a very interesting run to the end of this motor race for these guys. Can we see a change for the podium in your pro stock field? Yeah, it's coming down to this, guys. It's coming down to the final 2 laps of this race here at the Nordschleife in the DGFX Racing World Endurance Championship. Don't forget, of course, this is brought to you by simexperience.com. Sim Experience with an X, drop the E. Also brings you AccuForce. With unparalleled realism and the most advanced tuning features on the market, AccuForce Pro steering system is the only complete plug-and-play direct drive force feedback wheel for sim racers. Check it out at simexperience.com. You can also get SimVibe by Sim Experience, and it is an advanced, multi-dimensional audio-based feedback software that utilizes 1 to 8 bass transducers, better known as butt kickers or bass shakers, to provide the correct physics-based vibrations on each corner of your sim rig. Check that out again on simexperience.com. Drop the E. Jimmy, traffic coming up now ahead of the 64 AOD Racing HPD. Could this finally be the Achilles heel?
This could be it. We'll see. Well, the first R8 gets out of the way. That car is damaged, so I'm not surprised to see that coming out of the way. We're just watching now. Next car up is a Z4, sorry, a AMG. Apparently I get those two mixed up from looking at the back of them somehow. AMG SLS in front there, and now we're going to see if this is going to get in the way too much. Of course, AOD has that straight line speed. It's stuck behind it. It's going to get stuck behind now for this far section, which is going to allow Samba to close up massively. Yeah, AOD is now going to have to wait for this fast right hand. This is where the HPD makes its speed through corners like this, and it's just being held up by this AMG. You see now the AOD Racing getting a little bit desperate, going to the outside pass finally made, but he lost about 2 or 3 seconds through there, and the gap is visibly smaller going back to the 158 car. You can almost now see the AOD Racing HPD. This is going to come right down to the wire here.
Alvin, this is coming into a very close situation for an endurance race. Old tyres, huge top end speed, fresh tyres, great cornering. This is polar opposites in terms of car philosophy.
Yeah, well, it will really depend on if the number 158 can make the move, because as we have seen, it will be definitely hard for the 158 to get close to the number 64, especially on the Grand Prix circuit, which I think it's the best chance that the number 158 may have to go for that move, because it's really wide.
Simitok pitting from the lead.
Be a splash and dash for them. I don't think
it is, yes. As I believe that's German Sim Racing 151, but your leader Simitok Esport are in.
Yeah, car, and we said that when they came in at the start of the hour, they have to come in for a quick splash. It will be just that. I imagine there'll be no tyre changes. They've got plenty of time in hand. They can spend a while in there if they want to. I mean, Team Viking Molnir is not even on the back straight yet, so they've got a lot of time to spare, and I imagine they'll be rolling very shortly. Just a quick splash, probably not even new tyres. There you go, out already, so that's no issue from them at all. It seems that the gap as well between 64 and 158 has opened up a little bit again. I saw that the Samba racing car got caught a little bit behind the AMG that held up the 64 a little bit. Unfortunately, again, with the Samba not having such a great top end, it was actually struggling to get past the GT3 up the hill. Luckily now it's been dispatched, and actually can really let this thing fly to the last sector.
Certainly looks that way, and we'll hopefully see if that one can develop. But they are out on the track again and running, and it's not long now to the end for Simotok Esport. The battle we are really focusing on here, though, is Samba Racing Team and AOD Racing HPD. These guys, wow, this is the battle royale of the 6 hours of the Nürburgring, the final story for today. Can the tortoise catch the hare? Can the short sprints be bested by decent cornering performance and a better overall lap? That's the question. Have AOD made a strategic call that was brilliant? Jimmy?
We'll have to wait and find out, I think. I mean, at this point, of course, traffic has come into play, and all traffic that we get at the moment that hampers that Samba racing car is just minimising the time that Nacho has to bring that gap down. You can see actually in front, if you go on board with Samba now, you can actually see the AOD car just coming around the left-hander now. So we'll come onto the straight, and the AOD car will bring out a bit more of a lap again. But look how close they are now. I think this is really going to come down to a fight through the second half of the circuit, because through here, of course, there's going to be nothing that Samba can do, so that's going to have to wait, and then just wait till the straight's over pretty much. They're making a very bold move there on the GTC car, not wasting any time. But now again, you can see just in the distance that is the AOD car, and it's getting smaller as it opens up those mighty legs in that low downforce setup.
Certainly is, and we'll have a quick look down at your GT field. Red Bar Stewards Black, they are running on their own at the moment, nothing before or behind them. A very quiet run to the flag likely for that team. And their sister car, of course, running in second place. The Road Bar Stewards 992 white car. Blackadder Motorsport 66 ahead of the V-Apex Racing Group GT Red. But only just. These guys are on the same lap, and this is also a battle for position, Jimmy. They're separated by about 100 metres.
Something I actually caught onto, but you are correct. Again, down the straight and then using some of that slipstream, not quite close enough to really be getting into that, and this is the battle for third place in class. We saw this before where Apex came in a bit earlier, and I think Blackadder just had the momentum and kept it from there, so keep an eye on that at the same time as trying to keep an eye on the one at the front as well, of course. So luckily we've all one set of eyes here, so it's something we can definitely keep an eye on as we get into that. I was just thinking we should probably mention the lead GTC cars are between the first and second in the GT class, just showing how much that extra fuel has benefited the GTC car in terms of speed. The car getting slow around here on the GT by about 5-6 seconds a lap. GTC, we had a GTC crash. We've had the Vendaval has crashed apparently.
Oh,
So,
no.
yeah, they have crashed. We've seen that car is bent. There it is, just coming up now the hill. The section we mentioned earlier, just out at the end of Arnold Force, just got it loose going to the left there, into the wall heavily, and that is that there. We just managed to catch that. We'll see if we can get this out for you at the same time there. Is that car bent? This could be huge for the GTC. Let's see. That car, I think, is crabbing, I think, on my end. Can anyone confirm that? So it seems to be...
You are right, it does look to be crabbing somewhat. There's suspension damage on the Vendaval number 9, and there it is, folks. This is controversial.
That is there, and that is just being shown that right now. But looking, just seeing how close the German sim racing to DE car is, they're about 20 seconds or about 10 seconds or so behind. That car is really badly damaged. It's struggling big time now. This could be Vendaval, who've been dominant this entire race. This could be them throwing away the lead. They're really struggling now. I think this is it. I don't think Vendaval can get to the end of this race with that car. They might try and drag it round and maybe take a fourth out of it, but I think this is it. I think they've thrown away the race, and that one corner there, we told you, it's not over until it's over.
Absolutely not, and this is a huge change in the race structure. And German sim racing could be set to take this one. And this isn't going to be over in one lap. This will be the white flag next this time by, I suspect, looking at the timing. So they'll have to complete one more lap, and with the speed they're actually doing here, this isn't going to be enough, Alvin.
Well, here's the thing. As it stands right now, they still, including this one, they still got 2 more laps. Okay, so coming into the pits to repair the damage may not be the wisest thing if you want to get a good finishing position. Looking at where they are standing right now in the GTC field, yeah, they're in first place, but I'm pretty sure that they will lose that first place to GermanSimRacing.de. So it's better just to stay. There is a big possibility that you may just end up in second place, because third place is SimRC.de Strawberry, and they are 2 minutes 47 seconds behind right now. So as it stands right now, if you are Vendaval Racing White, just stay out. The worst that could happen is that you will finish in second place. So just stay out there and see what you can do.
I think the worst that can happen is that, if you've seen already, they have tagged Matty has tagged the wall again. That car is not handling well. I also agree that in this position I would try and stay out if there was no sort of flag bringing me into the pits, because the black and orange flag can be waved if a car is too badly damaged, and of course race stewards can see that and take control of that if the car does not comply. But if it's not there, I would do the same. I would try and limp around, because taking the damage now would just put them right to the back of the field, and this way they might finish, I think, probably down in 4th place at this point. But if the car is just not quick, and you're seeing that behind them, Marco Brittle and the German SimRacing.de car is just closing in so quickly.
Well, guys, this is absolutely tragic for these boys, because they have dominated this race. This has been SimRC, so this has been Vendaval SimRacing's race, and look at them running wide. There is nothing they can do to keep this car on the track. I think this is so tragic in terms of motorsports, but this happens, and how many times have we seen this sort of thing happen? It's galling. I mean, remember when Pure Racing Team White in the Neo series got hit by a Corvette in the dying moments of the Neo Sebring, and the race they had dominated was lost. The same thing is happening here to Vendaval, and this is just, unfortunately, the racing gods sometimes choose to smite you.
Just lack of concentration towards the end there. So easy to do. See Vendaval there again going wide, just having a lot of trouble turning right in this car. It seems left-handers seem to be all right, but the right's not so much. And again, just Marco just closing in, not quite on the same bit of tarmac yet, but it's not long till it is. And Matty, I imagine will probably stay out as he gets sideways again. I know it's sort of, do you risk it at this point? Do you risk not finishing the race? Do you try and get a little bit of that damage repaired and crawl it round? I don't know. It's difficult. We'll have to see. I mean, it's a very hard one to call. I mean, again, we were sort of discussing it in here. I mean, I think just roll the dice and go for it in that case, because you're so close to the end.
I'd say go
now.
for it. You lose maybe one spot, maybe 2, and you go in, you lose a few. So I'm going to risk it for a chocolate biscuit at this stage of the race.
I'm sure that he won't be having any chocolate biscuits after this race. His team will not be happy with that, being so close and then just coming to failure again. Of course, we are still keeping an eye on that. We are officially on the last lap now, so this will be the last lap for that Vendaval SimRacing white car. So we'll see what they do. We'll see what happens.
One more lap. They need to complete one more lap. That's achievable with only losing one spot. They may not take the win, but they'll take a podium finish in this at least, if they can stay out for a lap and keep this car in one piece. This is all on Matti Kaidasoja now. Can he wrestle this car for one more lap?
Well, and now that Matti Kaidasoja is coming into the start-finish line, you want to talk about last lap bad luck. Anybody remember what happened 2005 European Grand Prix, as he's going now into turn 1?
Oh, this could be it. So German SimRacing.de have come into the pits for a splash and dash. This could be the break that Vendaval need to get to the end. This is not going to be as simple as we thought. So this is unfolding as we go. There you go, into the pits now. Not going to make it to the end. This is outstanding stuff. Vendaval might be just being caught a little bit of a break.
Just had a slide in turn 2 as well. So Vendaval's car not happy on this rather well-maintained Grand Prix circuit. They want to get back onto the Nordschleife, where it's a little bumpier because this car is not handling the smoothness very well. This, folks, is going to be so close. We will have a quick look at Samba Racing and AOD. They are practically together as well, coming up towards the end of the Dottinger Ho before they start their final lap. Simitok Esport, of course, climbing up the hill. towards Flugplatz. In fact, going through Flugplatz now, and they're on their final lap. This is the white flag, of course, for Simitok Esports, and suddenly we have two so close battles.
We do just a heads up of the GT battle for third has sort of calmed down a bit now. That gap has grown between 66 and 57, so we'll try and focus on the GTC lead, and of course our AOD Samba battle, of course, as well. And I am absolutely gobsmacked by that another just twist to the script. The script writers out there somewhere where we have now the German SimRacing.de car presumably would have been able to catch up with that gap. Now it's going to be a lot closer because Vandervoort are just coming onto the Nordschleife now, and Marcus going through the S's.
Certainly is now. He's just entering the Nordschleife, as Jimmy just mentions. This is the important part. Can he hold on?
Well, it kind of looks like Vandervoort Sim Racing just got the break that they were looking for, because German SimRacing.de, they just had to come into the pits, and if I do remember correctly, when they had to come, when the crash just happened, they had like a 35-second gap, and when they made it to the start-finish straight, it was only 15 seconds. So this is the break that they were definitely looking if they really wanted to win this race. So Vandervoort Sim Racing definitely got lucky, but you know, going back to bad luck on going into the last lap of this race, and I was trying to mention this before we got into what was happening with German SimRacing.de. Does anybody remember what happened on the European Grand Prix 2005 after turn 1? Does anybody remember?
I don't, but we can discuss that I think a little bit later, because guess what, Alvin? They're back together again.
158 just caught up 64, so
Samba,
yeah,
right
we can discuss that later for sure.
But right on the back now, and this is where Nacho needs to make the pass. He needs to get past before we get into the high speed section. It's so difficult for here though, there's only one line. But bear in mind, of course, that 64 car is on a lot older tyres than this 158 car. And now again, for those maybe who have just joined us, that 158 car is a lot faster in the corners, slower on the straight. So now, although it's very close coming on to this little straight coming up to the Flugplatz, now watch the AOD car put away. This is for your third overall in class, and while this is happening at the same time, we have to be watching out for the Vandervoort Sim Racing white car making their way around that with a damaged car. They do still have a long, quite a large gap between them and the car in front, but I'm wondering if that's going to be enough to get to the end of this race. This is the last lap, ladies and gentlemen, so it all comes down to this. All this 6 hours of racing all comes down to this last few moments. Absolutely nail-biting stuff. We've now come down off the end of the straight, coming now down to Ardenal Forst with our P3 and P2, hard to say. And again, a little bit of GT, I think that's GT traffic ahead as well. That's going to come into play. Anything at the moment can help assist Nacho. At the moment, that Samba car is a lot faster than the AOD car. Just how well can that 64 car defend this position again? Now coming through this fast section, that downforce coming into play, closing back up again. That is a lapped P2 car, so they're looking to get out of the way as quick as possible. Hoping so anyway. I'm sure that the lights are flashing on that 64 car. Just get out of the way. I'm in the battle. Please don't hold me up. Any opportunity Nacho will take at this point, and the guy in front is not getting out of the way. He's keeping his ground, so this could be it. This could be the opportunity that Samba's been waiting for. Right now, close, maybe try at the inside here. He's going to have a look at it. No, AOD closes the door, just says no, not here. And again, that's P2 car really is interfering at the moment. Still coming around, still back now through this fast sweeping section. Again, there's not really anything that can be done through here because it's a single line. We've seen Nacho have a go up here before. I'm not going to do it now, of course. Now we've got a bit of a GTC car in the mix as well. This P2 needs to get out of the way. It's not his race. He's being held behind. Samba is being held behind the P2 car. Can't quite get through. As again, now coming down to this long sweeping left-hander. Samba has a look up the inside. Not quite close enough to do it there. This GTC traffic definitely coming into play. As AOD looks to the inside, not enough room there. Oh, slippery on the way out. A little bit of contact between the two. These guys are right together now as we come up now to the last, up to the uphill section where AOD have a bit of a break. You have to keep one eye, of course, on the lead of the Simitok because they are not long away from completing their almost a perfect race for them coming to the end onto Dottinger Ho now. But we'll keep with these guys for now. Alvin just interrupt when we're there. And again, coming on to up the hill now, you see this downforce difference. There's nothing there, nothing that Samba can do about it. But we'll very quickly cut to the 707 car because they're on the Dottinger Ho now, coming up to finish the race. It's been a fantastic drive for the 707. Pretty much all they want, Alvin, really, isn't it? Come back at the end of this, Nürburgring in their caps. What an end for them.
Yes, it is definitely an absolute great battle here that we're having here for that last step of the podium between these two. But right now, we gotta keep an eye on the number 707 Simatalk Esports. They are rounding the last bits of the turn, and here they come, the 707 Simatalk Esports, a fantastic race, and here they come, and they win the 6 hours of the Nürburgring here on the DFGX cities. But let's just keep an eye on that battle for the 158 and 64, as we are also having the overall leaders of the GT3 class, the number 993, the Bastards Black. They are also coming down the Dottinger hole right now, and they should be also rounding up their own race, as they also have a really quiet race so far here, but quiet and clean, it works if you ask me. So it does work.
P3, Sam around the outside of AOD, around the outside, the downforce works, the move is being made. Oh wow, we did not see that coming. We said it was going to be something made in the last part of the section. Sorry to cut over to that, Alvin, there, but that was around the outside. A beautiful move using that downforce and the new tyres there. And that is Samba up into third place in the dying moments of this race. A little bit of traffic in between there, maybe to get in the way. Samba nearly runs into the back. That's going to let AOD get right into the mix again. And now, will they be close enough coming onto the straight? That is the question. Will they be close enough coming into Dottinger Hope? Because right now, only a couple of corners to go to get there, and it's a very fast section here. I think that Samba have lost this. I think they're not going to be far enough ahead to take the position. Here we go then.
Too far, Jimmy. It's too far. Look at this. AOD looking. They've had to back out. Oh, AOD had to back down. This could be a difference maker.
Yeah, but they've got a 9 in the way as well. We have our lead GTC car in the way. Our struggling Porsche just trying to keep it on track as AOD goes onto the grass. That's going to be it, I think. That's going to be their chance lost, unless Samba is brutally held up. And he is coming through the last onto the Dottinger Ho now. I think that, let's see. Oh, AOD
not
pushing
enough,
too
Jimmy.
hard.
It's not enough.
Oh, I don't know. Watch this, Rachel. Watch this gain now. He's going to have a slipstream as well. Struggling on the straight. Bear in mind that all these straights we've seen so far has been... Oh yes, again, Samba has high downforce, so we're seeing that now. Here comes the AOD car in the slipstream, 300 kilometers an hour. Nothing Samba can do. There goes the AOD car to the right under the Bilstein Bridge as the Samba car dives in behind just to have some sort of slipstream, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think that AOD have this now coming into the last couple of corners of this circuit. I'm out of breath, but here we go then. AOD into the stadium for the last time. Samba making a late move, as late as they can break there, but nothing they can do. AOD takes third place there. Well, an amazing last lap battle and a fantastic effort from Samba.
Not just that, Vendaval Sim Racing will finally come under the bridge onto the GP circuit, and they will come under the start-finish line to raucous cheering from the Vendaval crew. They made it across the line as the winners in GTC. A huge congratulations to Vendaval Sim Racing. Of course, Road Bar Stewards Black taking the win in GT, but never has a team bitten more of its nails and a car done as many donuts as that Porsche is doing right now than Matti Kaidasoja in that Vendaval Sim Racing white Porsche 911, because that was not the fastest lap, it was not the cleanest lap, but that was the best lap he has ever driven in his racing career, I can tell you now. Well folks, without further ado, as we have our cars across the line, we are going to run through our final finishing order. Then we'll take a short break and we'll be back for interviews after that. Coming home with a win in your P2 class is Simatalk Esports with Team Vikings Monier in second place. AOD Racing take it with the last lap pass for third. Down in your GT category, Road Bar Stewards Black with the win. Their teammate the white car in second place. Black Adam Motorsports will round out your podium in third. Down in GTC, it's a final nail-biting lap for Matti Kaidasoja and the Vendaval Sim Racing white team. They win in GTC. German Sim Racing's 255 comes home in second. Sim RC Strawberry in third. Well folks, we are going to head away for a short break. When we come back, we'll have post-race interviews for you. Join us then. Welcome back, folks, to the 6 hours of the Nürburgring here from the DGFX Racing World Endurance Championship, powered by SimExperience.com. Rachel Eiford, Jimmy Broadbent, and Alvin Nieves have brought you all the action from today, and hopefully we'll be getting you a couple of interviews from drivers. First up, we have, I believe, if I can actually get my Discord to show the full window and actually see his last name, we have Yannick from... Apparently Yannick doesn't want to talk to us, so we'll get back to him in just a moment's time. But Jimmy, we'll come to you first. Quiet race for the vast majority. The second half was almost sedate. However, the last 20 minutes took on a whole different form. Oh, sorry, folks. I think we might be having some minor technical issues. We will do our absolute best to resolve those for you. But the truth is, we don't seem to actually have anybody who's coming for an interview. We've got 2 people popped in, but having some minor issues dealing with Discord at the moment. But Jimmy, thoughts on what we've had today?
Yeah, sorry, I had slight issues there, guys. But as I was saying, apparently to myself, that this is what happens in these endurance races. All these teams obviously are all plotting their strategies to get involved in this race and try and bring their car into a competitive position right towards the end. And that's what's happened here. We had, as you said, a reasonably sedate second half of the race until the last hour, where all the strategies started to come into play, and that's why it got so close at the end. We had the same back into Lagos as well. Lots of cars in it, in a very competitive position at the end. And of course, as we said at the start of this race, you've got to be in it to win it. And those guys there at the end, so they were.
They certainly were. And Alvin, of course, your thoughts?
Well, this definitely shows that when it comes to racing, it's not over until you cross the start-finish line once the checker flag is shown. And I'm pretty sure that we had some teams here that have some nail-biting moments. But of course, definitely for Ventavol Sim Racing White, Lady Luck was on their side in here today, and they got the race win.
They certainly did. And, well, it's been a fantastic event today. Truly incredible race. It doesn't seem as though we actually have any of our class winners or podiums who actually want to come and talk to us. We're a little bit disappointed, guys. But we'll live, I guess. Unfortunately, we are going to wrap the show for today. It's been a fantastic round, of course, and you can join us next time, of course, when we go to Suzuka in just a month's time. So have a great evening, and thank you for watching. I've been Rachel Whiteford. I've been joined by Jimmy Broadbent, Alvin Nieves, and Hugo Luis on the cameras. You've been watching RacespotTV on iRacing Live.